One of the undeniable success.
Hi, we're live. I'm Candice Malcolm. Welcome to a very special edition of True North Live. I'm joined by my co-host, my friend, True North fellow Andrew Lawton. Andrew, thank you so much for being here.
Hey, it's an exciting night after months of the race. I'm glad we're doing this.
Yeah, I know. I woke up and I was like, I know it's Sunday, but I feel like it's a work day. Like it's just a really exciting time. We've been following this campaign all summer, and finally, I mean, you see a total ruinous dumpster fire, to be quite frank, over in Ottawa, with the Prime Minister just going completely rogue with the WE scandal, firing his finance minister, proroguing Parliament. This is a total gong show over there. And, it's about time that the opposition, which is really supposed to be the government in waiting, has a leader, has a torchbearer to take them to that next stage. So, Andrew, it's a big night tonight. What can we expect from the Conservative show tonight?
So the Conservative Party of Canada's official show kicks off in just under half an hour, and they're going to be having a number of speeches from some of the people in the party, such as outgoing Conservative leader Andrew Scheer, the party's executive director, the co-chairs of the leadership committee, and then they're going to get to the real star of the evening, which is the results. So after months of campaigning, millions of dollars raised and spent, 4 candidates in the running: Peter MacKay, Aaron O'Toole, Derek Sloan, and Leslyn Lewis. And we don't know how many rounds of balloting there are going to be. It is a ranked ballot, and I know that we'll have an explanation of the rules later on. But ultimately, the party is hoping to have results start coming at around 6:40 Eastern time, so that's just over an hour from now. But we're going to have some analysis, some thoughts before then, and talking to some of the candidates' campaign teams, and ultimately really trying to contextualize what's going to be happening tonight.
Yeah, that's right. So Andrew and I will be with you all night. We'll go to the Conservative feed whenever, they're announcing results and whenever they have speeches. And then in between, if there's any downtime, you'll get to hear some, analysis from Andrew and myself, trying to make sense of it all, put the pieces together, and giving you really a Conservative perspective on what's going on. I've read so many stories, Andrew, in the mainstream media, on the CBC and other networks, trying to kind of understand and explain this leadership race. And I feel like it's not very authentic, just because, give me a break. No one over at the CBC is a Conservative member. They're not voting. They're not really insiders in the same way as we as True North. Most of us over here are Conservatives. I think some of us are even members. I'm not personally, but I know that some of the staff over at True North have definitely voted in this campaign and have a lot at stake, are really excited. So I think you caught up with each of the campaigns, so we'll play some interviews as well. And Andrew, let's start with your first interview. You got to sit down with Lisa Raitt and chat a little bit about what's going on tonight.
And joining me on the line now, a woman who's done this before on both ends, organizing the race and actually running in the race as well, looking back to the 2017 campaign. Lisa Raitt, also a former cabinet member. Lisa, thanks very much for coming on tonight. Let me ask, how is it for you sitting on the side of the table you're on now as a co-chair of LEOC instead of a candidate this time around?
I'm a lot less nervous than I was the night of. I don't have to give a speech. But sadly, what I'm missing is the big spectacle. I'm missing the ballroom full of people. Remember, friends actually don't always follow each other in these leadership debates. So we may have friends that go to one campaign or another, but when you came together at the very end, you're all a member of the Conservative team. So I'm kind of missing that moment where we all kind of put down our arms because it's over, and then we come into one room together to line up behind the new leader.
There may not be a ballroom full of people this time around, but we do have a huge Conservative family in this race, more than any other Conservative race past as far as number of members. What do you think that is really attributed to? Because I find it odd, with fewer candidates and a shorter campaign, that there are just so many ballots cast this time around compared to the last race.
Well, frankly, with COVID-19, there wasn't a lot else going on in entertainment-wise, first of all. So we provided good content. If you're a Conservative and you are unhappy with what Justin Trudeau is doing in Ottawa, you were tuning in to see who was going to be the next leader, and you probably got a little bit engaged. And here's the other thing that I find really interesting that we should take lessons from coming out of COVID. Gone are the days when candidates would have to fly around the country every single weekend and hit every small town, because if you didn't go to that small town, you were going to be penalized for not coming in and seeing the constituents. Now it's just a Zoom call away. It's a Skype meeting. It's a Google Meetup kind of situation. So I believe the constituents of the Conservative Party actually got better outreach from these candidates because we were all kind of stuck with doing it from the comfort of our own living rooms. I think that accounts for more money raised because you didn't have to go buy a ticket. You could just write the check yourself or send your email transfer. And it also accounts for the number of memberships. I mean, you were part of the entire process. Now, mainstream media didn't cover it, but that's okay. They were looking for those spectacles, whereas we just got down to business.
The committee that you're co-chairing that's been really steering the race from the get-go, LEOC, has had to make some tough calls as a result of the pandemic as far as timing is concerned. This is a fair bit more delayed than the original plan was. Do you think that there is going to be enough time for the next leader to really hunker down and really get prepared and set up a team and get that machine in motion for when the fall comes around?
I do. I think all 4 candidates have already expressed the fact that they do believe unity is important, that they've expressed their vision very clearly. They've had great teams in all of their campaigns that have been ushering them along extremely well. So I'm not really concerned about transition. I'm not concerned about people getting their feet underneath them. And quite frankly, as you point out, Andrew, there's a very big conservative family out there who's willing to pitch in to help the new leader get off on the right foot and to continue to lead this party into being the next government.
I know you've had to maintain neutrality throughout the race, but what do you think the real stories have been that have stood out to you about this campaign?
It's a really good question. I do believe, as I said, that this was a very different campaign for somebody like a Derek Sloan or a Leslyn Lewis, because you didn't need to have name recognition in order to connect through Zoom, because people knew you were running. And then you could just dial in of your own volition on anything that you wanted to dial in on, and then make up your own mind without being in a room with all kinds of people and hearing other people chatter in your ear. I think it was a really great opportunity for those who may not have as big a name recognition in the party or in Canada to equal the level playing field.
Well, I know you've got to get to it. That's starting just at 6 p.m. Eastern, so coming up very quickly. Lisa Raitt, thank you so much for your time and for your work throughout the course of the race.
My pleasure, Andrew. Thank you for covering it all so very well.
That's very kind.
And so obviously a lot of work goes into these leadership races. And, Andrew and I were talking before we went live about, what were really the big moments of this campaign? What were the defining moments? What were the times that changed people's minds and really defined who a candidate was to the Conservative members? And just because of the nature of this campaign run, social distance through COVID-19, it's just been a totally different kind of campaign. And like Lisa said, sort of an equalizer for some of the lesser known candidates or the candidates that don't have the big budget, because everyone had access to the same venues, which were, Zoom meetings and the ability to meet with people all over the country without having to pay for flights and hotels and all of that expensive stuff that goes into campaigning. So it really has been an interesting campaign. Anything is possible. To me, the big moment, the big story from this campaign has been the emergence of Leslyn Lewis. She was a very unknown candidate, even among Conservatives. Most people had never heard of her, but she had this really, really charismatic star power, and she had this ability to last throughout the campaign, even with mainstream media that frankly ignored her, didn't pay much attention to her. She really lasted all the way to the end of the campaign. Andrew, you caught up with someone from Leslyn Lewis's campaign, so let's hear that interview now.
One of the undeniable success stories of the campaign, regardless of the result, has been Leslyn Lewis's rise from being a political unknown to a major player in this race. Her campaign manager, Steve Outhouse, joins me on the line now. Steve, good to talk to you. Thanks for coming on today.
Hey, great to be here. Thanks, Andrew.
There were better known people within the party that couldn't even make it on the ballot as far as getting the money and signatures in. What do you attribute Leslyn Lewis's rise through this race to?
Well, she had the courage to get out there, and she worked hard every step of the way. And I do believe she's just a special candidate that a lot of people connected with and resonated with her message, and they got excited about it as she went. It was a faster pace of fundraising and support that I've ever seen on any campaign I've been a part of. I still don't have a perfect answer as to what to attribute it all to, but I believe it starts with just the candidate and people connecting with her.
I know a lot of people early on were looking at her as being a social conservative contender, but one of the more unique stories I've seen is how many people from across the spectrum, even people that might be Peter MacKay supporters, are saying they're putting her second, or Aaron O'Toole supporters that say they're putting her second, and really a broad base of appeal that doesn't seem to be ideologically pigeonholed. Was that an intentional part of strategy for you, or is that just something that happened organically on the campaign?
Well, it's a bit of both, but I mean, it is definitely it's who Leslyn is, and for people like myself who often get branded as social conservatives, yes, we are, I guess, by that definition, a social conservative, but we're more than that. We're conservatives. We're fiscal conservatives. We're libertarians. We're people who want to see government generally having less involvement in the day-to-day lives of individuals and letting freedom, reign. And so Dr. Lewis is someone who put herself forward as, yes, I am a social conservative and I'm going to be very open about those views, but I have a broader agenda than that. And I think that gave people a lot of comfort, and they were comfortable marking her second, and in many cases marking her first, even if they wouldn't have seen themselves as supporting a social conservative candidate when this all began. I guess I would just put it, she is a leadership candidate who is a social conservative, as opposed to a social conservative who is a leadership candidate.
This week, we had that viral clip of an interview with Andrew Scheer on CBC in which the topic of the coverage and attention that the Lewis campaign has received was called into question. And basically, the point that Andrew Scheer has made is that, CBC wasn't really following this story as much as it was focusing on Kamala Harris in the U.S., for example. Do you think that the story of what Leslyn Lewis's candidacy represents has been told?
I don't think fully, no. And I'll say, so I was certainly, at the beginning of this race, COVID took over the media coverage on everything. And so I know for Dr. Lewis and myself, and there were interview requests that came in for sure. And so she did, I don't want to come down and kind of be completely say something to the effect that she's not had any coverage. She has had coverage, and we've had even interview requests that we haven't been able to do. So it's not like there's been no coverage of her, but I do think in the past, whatever it's been, week to 10 days since Kamala Harris has been named, vice president, or the vice presidential candidate on the Biden ticket, that has sort of put things into pretty sharp distinction, I guess, or we can see there really wasn't that same amount of buzz. I mean, it's one thing to say, well, there hasn't been a lot of coverage on the CPC leadership race overall because of COVID, or there hasn't been a lot of coverage on her because perhaps she's, not seen as one of the purported frontrunners. But it was just very interesting to contrast that with what we've seen since Kamala Harris has come on the ticket.
I don't know if you can answer this question, but I'll put it to you anyway. If she's not successful, is she around for the long haul in the party, running again as a candidate?
Yeah, that's certainly her plan. I mean, she has said that she would be looking to run in the next election, and there's been a lot of people asking questions about which riding and so on, and all those will start to be looked at after today's results come out. But yes, that is her plan. She, I think, is going to be a very powerful voice in the conservative movement in Canada for, I believe, years to come.
And on the note of the results, what do you think is going to happen tonight?
I'm not going to make any predictions. I'm as interested as anybody to see what happens. I mean, we've certainly worked hard as a team. We've left no stone unturned, and we're working towards a win. We still see that there is a path there, but obviously there's other campaigns working hard to help their candidate win as well. So we've got some great candidates, and we'll all learn the results soon.
Steve Outhouse, campaign manager for Leslyn Lewis. Thank you so much for coming on tonight.
Thanks for having me, Andrew.
It was a really interesting way of putting it that Leslyn Lewis is a social conservative, but that didn't really define her throughout this race. And, it's true that she appealed to a broader range of people, even people who just wanted to try something different, have something different, not a career politician per se, leading the helm. And I think that there was a lot of energy, not so much that the mainstream media paid attention to it, Andrew. As you noted in that interview, there was a super viral video from, I think it was from yesterday or the day before, of Andrew Scheer just sort of on the CBC telling it like it is, saying, the reason that the media doesn't think that there's a lot of energy around Leslyn Lewis is because they're not really paying attention to the campaign. And for people who are, I mean, Leslyn Lewis released her fundraising figures. She raised $2 million, which is incredibly impressive. There obviously is a lot of energy, and I'm glad that her campaign manager there, again, just sort of said it as it is. Inside the conservative world, inside people who pay attention, they are very excited about Leslyn Lewis, despite what organizations like the CBC who like to ignore what's happening in conservative circles, especially when there's a good news story like this. True North had a report that came out last week that found that there was 500% more headlines about Kamala Harris, who has literally nothing to do with Canada other than the fact that she went to high school in Montreal. And yet, they're covering her left, right, and center and hardly giving any coverage to someone who could potentially become prime minister of our country.
Yeah, and at the very least, even if she doesn't win, the candidacy itself is the story, I think. And I think you're bang on there when you talk about just the double standard that's really dogged that campaign throughout the course of it, as far as the mainstream media is concerned.
Well, I was happy to hear Steve say that she was in it for the long haul. So even if she doesn't win tonight, she will continue to be involved with the party and run as an MP in the next election. That was a ray of good news that I heard from that interview. What was your sort of takeaway? What was your biggest moments of this campaign, Andrew, aside from the emergence of Leslyn Lewis?
I really think it was seeing how the candidates navigated the media environment. I mean, we saw a real contrast there. Aaron O'Toole going to war with CBC in an interview. Derek Sloan deliberately not doing a lot of mainstream media interviews, as one example. Peter MacKay focusing exclusively on mainstream media interviews, because I think if we are talking about the leadership race as a model for the next election, seeing those different media strategies is, I think, very noteworthy.
That's a good point. And I mean, it is something true, again, to just go back to that interview you just did with Steve Outhouse, where he said that she wasn't really defined as being a social conservative. And that is a problem for conservatives in this country going forward. Not so much that it's something that Canadians care about, but it's something that the media really obsesses about. And so one of the things I would sort of not worry about, but I would be a little hesitant about, is if someone like Leslyn Lewis was leader and went into an election against Justin Trudeau, they would just spend the entire time criticizing her because of her position on abortion, and they would the media and the Liberals would try to define her that way. And she did a good job of explaining it and discussing it on the campaign trail. But again, the media is just so awful and biased in this country that they're going to try to set the agenda like that. So it was interesting to see how Leslyn Lewis described herself and was able to talk about other things aside from that, that one issue, which obviously, Andrew, is a very important issue, but it's not the only issue. And, at a time like this, when the country is in record debt and in a complete depth of an economic disaster, partially caused by our own government, there's a lot more that you want to discuss and talk about other than, someone's position on something like that. Well, you also caught up with someone from Derek Sloan's campaign, or someone who is a supporter of Derek Sloan and someone who worked with Derek Sloan. So let's go to that interview now.
Joining me now is Tanya Granick-Allen, former Ontario PC leadership candidate and someone who's actually been on the road doing last-minute get-out-the-vote work with Derek Sloan in the last few days across Southern Ontario. Tanya, thanks for coming on today.
Thanks for having me, Andrew. Great to be on.
Derek's been unabashed about running as a social conservative. You've been, as I mentioned earlier, on the road talking to a lot of Derek Sloan voters at stops around Ontario. Do you think that his supporters are just social conservatives, or is there a broader base of support that you think he's tapped into in this race?
I think a lot of people early on wanted to pigeonhole Derek and the type of supporter he would attract. However, based on touring 12 cities in 48 hours with him, you had a broad spectrum of conservatives coming out to meet Derek. I think because Derek was so genuine and he's authentic in his word, people who are fiscal conservatives, social conservatives, libertarians, people who just wanted the straight goods would come out and listen to Derek and said, hey, you know what? I'm throwing my support behind you. In fact, at one tour stop, there was a woman who wasn't even a member of the party, and she came out with her daughter, socially distanced, of course. And she said, I just want to say I support your policy on no mandatory maskings. I don't even know if I support the rest of you. I'm not even a member, but I just want to say thank you so much for standing up for me and my family.
You've done the leadership race before. It's a fair bit grueling. What's your read, not even as a member of Derek Sloan's team, of just how he's done and how he's risen to this challenge in the last several months?
Well, early on, I was assessing all the candidates, and I was an early endorser of Derek, and now towards the end, clearly he was the only candidate I ended up endorsing. I thought at first I was like, okay, he's very young, he's a newly elected MP, but quickly he got his footing. And again, it's a very unusual campaign with COVID, with not being able to get out in front of people, but clearly that's one of his strengths, is when he connects with the voter, speaks to them, looks them in the eye, they see that he's the real deal. He's really authentic, and something that attracted me to him early on. And when you're speaking to Derek, he's not going to deviate. What he says is really what he means and what he's going to do.
Yeah, that whole idea that we heard was conservative without apology. That was the cornerstone, I think, message of Derek Sloan's campaign, and that has been a very consistent one. Do you think that message itself is one that at this point in time is really needed in the Conservative Party, or even more broadly, the conservative movement?
Absolutely. I think many of us who consider ourselves small c conservatives or members of the Conservative Party are sick and tired of seeing our leadership bow down to the politically correct, to the political elite, to others. I'm a card-carrying member of the Conservative Party, so to the liberal bullies, big L, little L. I think we're sick and tired of the apologies. If we believe we have the right message and the true message, why would we apologize? And what is that message? It's standing up for freedoms in Canada, standing up for our charters of rights and freedoms, standing up for those God-given freedoms. And I think that's something that one should never apologize for and stand. In fact, they should stand proudly. And that's why I think Derek's slogan definitely came. It's true, but you're right. It was the right slogan at the right time in this movement.
So what do you think is going to happen tonight?
I guess time will tell. I think it's really going to be interesting to see who gets knocked off first and where that down ballot support goes. I know recent polling has said it seems to be neck and neck with O'Toole and McKay. And again, that's, advanced polling. There's only one poll that matters. Of course, that's today. I think back to 2016 when it was Hillary Clinton running against Donald Trump. Polling had her out in the lead. I think there was a big shock on election night. We'll see if that's going to be the case today. I think regardless of the outcome, Derek should be very pleased with the campaign he ran. And I think that we're going to see a lot of emerging voices from this campaign. And I think it'll be a challenge for whomever emerges as leader to make sure that we unite everybody within the party.
Yeah, very wise words. Tanya Granick-Allen, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much.
So this is one of the joys of doing a live podcast. But while we were playing that interview, we just saw that David Aiken, who is a reporter over at Global News, he tweeted the following. He said, well, we're off to a great start with the Conservative leadership night. Just got word that they're running 90 minutes late right now. So our plan, Andrew, was to do a 30-minute pre-show and then go to the Conservative show at 7. Well, it doesn't, or at 6 p.m. Well, it doesn't look like that Conservative show is going to start now until 7:30. So we are just trying to figure out what we're going to do on our end with the True North Live podcast. We're definitely going to continue to bring you content. We might have to take a short break at some point in between just to make sure that we have everything lined up to bring you all the information and bring you all the news from the evening. So that was just a quick programming note. We were
my dinner plans were predicated on throwing over to the party feed at 6 o'clock. So I'm going to be like losing weight in real time on this show now.
sneaking a breakfast bar or something in between between segments here. Yeah. So I mean, look, this happens. This is live, and it's kind of interesting, Andrew, because you would sort of expect it to lay. I do remember at the convention when they announced the leadership. I guess it was 2016 when Andrew Scheer became leader. Maybe it was 2017 in Toronto. I was there, and there always are delays in this kind of thing. But given that the results, the deadline for mail-in ballots was Friday, and then it's now Sunday. They just announced 10 minutes before they were supposed to go live that they were running late. A little bit chaotic over there, but we'll continue to try to do our best. So that was a really interesting interview, Andrew, that you did with Tanya Granick-Allen. I know she has a lot of support in Ontario and a lot of people who look to her. So was she working on that campaign, or she was just sort of a supporter?
So Tanya is actually a very interesting example because she runs a parents' rights group in Ontario called Parents as First Educators and is a very avowed social conservative. And she actually did something very similar to what I did, which is really start vetting the candidates very rigorously, doing some really in-depth, no-holds-barred interviews with them to see who she would endorse. And ultimately, she was not fond of some parts of Leslyn Lewis's campaign. Peter MacKay, I think, gave her the same brush off that he gave to us. And Erin O'Toole, I don't think she was thrilled with. So she ended up endorsing only one candidate. And because of that, she was able to join and help with some of the get out the vote, especially in Ontario, where Tanya Granick-Allen is very well regarded among social conservatives. So that was something that was very interesting. And I know that I touched on this with Tanya in the interview about who the type of people were that were coming out and saying, here's my ballot for Derek. And it sounds from her perspective anyway, that he wasn't pigeonholed as just a social conservative to his supporters, which is very similar to, I think, the observation you made and Steve Outhouse made about Leslyn Lewis.
Right. Well, the impression I got about Derek Sloan was that he was just willing to speak his mind, and he was willing to say what he believed. He didn't feel like a rehearsed politician. I'll give you an example. During the IPG, what was supposed to be the Independent Press Gallery's debate that turned into that fireside chat that you hosted, when you guys were talking, it didn't really even at times feel like an interview. It just felt like, two friends talking about public policy or whatever. And then during the Q&A at the end, he was asked, would you recognize Taiwan as an independent country? He didn't even hesitate for a second. He just answered. And it's so refreshing to hear that because, Andrew, we live in a time where so many politicians are just so rehearsed, so robotic. They basically base their platform on polling, on the latest data, and you don't really feel like you're talking to an authentic person. You're just talking to poll tested, and you see it in politics all over, particularly in the U.S. With those Democrats. But you see it in Canada too. You saw it a little bit with Andrew Scheer. So it was just really refreshing to me to hear Derek Sloan just sort of speak his mind and say things not politically correct at all. We know that the way that he was talking about the coronavirus and he wanted Dr. Theresa Tam to be fired, that turned into a big storm. It turned off a lot of sort of more centrists, I suppose. But, from a conservative perspective, it was just sort of, again, refreshing to hear someone who wasn't too worried about what the media was saying about them, wasn't too worried about whether they were going to get, slapped on the wrist or censured because of not being politically correct enough. He was really just an authentic guy. And I could definitely see how that would appeal beyond just the base of social conservatives there.
If you're just tuning in, this is the True North Conservative Leadership Results Show. I'm Andrew Lawton, and hosting this is Candice Malcolm. If you are just tuning in, we'll tell you that the official results have been delayed a fair bit. Originally, the Conservative Party was to start its stream at 6 o'clock Eastern Time, which is in about a minute and a half, and now they've done a little tiny, teeny, modest delay to 7:30 Eastern Time, which is, I think, a significant one that actually is even larger a delay than the English language, or rather the French language debate, which was delayed, I think, by close to half an hour as well. So, I mean, these things do happen. We're going to be with you for the long haul here. We're already putting together a cast of characters to come and shed out some light on different themes that have emerged through this campaign. One story I will point out that's kind of interesting is I'm hearing from multiple sources that the party is citing as its reason for the delay the volume of ballots. They had over 172,000 ballots cast. The thing that I find interesting about this is that the party has been promoting the number of ballots for days now, since the deadline on Friday night. So they've been aware of this, and you'd think to some extent they would know their capacity to count these. And even earlier this afternoon, you'd think they'd know, hey, it's 4 p.m. We're supposed to be going live. We're not done yet. Like that strikes me as very disorganized to not know that they aren't going to have a number in time for the show that they've been promoting.
But Andrew, have you ever been to a convention or a leadership event like this where they have been on time? I feel like this is just, this is exactly what happens every single time.
The joke's on us for starting at 5:30, I guess.
Yeah, we should have seen this one coming, but that's okay. We were kind of trying to squeeze a lot into a 30-minute broadcast, so I'm perfectly fine with stretching it out, and hopefully we'll be able to bring in some additional interviews. But one of the interviews that you did was you got to catch up with someone from the Erin O'Toole campaign to talk about what they went through and what the biggest moments were for them. So let's go over to that interview.
I'm joined now by Erin O'Toole's campaign manager, Fred Delory. Fred, good to talk to you. Thanks for joining me tonight.
Thanks for having us on, Andrew.
One of the big themes we've heard from Erin O'Toole and your campaign throughout the course of the race has been really that idea of being a true blue conservative. Was that really what you think it was and is at stake in this race? Who is the most authentic, broad spectrum conservative in the running for the leadership?
Well, absolutely. This is a race for the leadership of the Conservative Party. This is, their membership or the ones who are voting, and it's important to communicate to them. And I could say, it's been working very well for us. It's a message that has been resonating.
What would you say have really been the big themes that have been central to the race? I know a lot of it was sidelined by the pandemic, but in the last month in particular, it really seems like all of the campaigns really leapt forward and did all the things that under normal circumstances they would have been doing since January.
Right. Well, it's certainly been a strange campaign. There's no in the campaign manager manual, there's no tab for how to manage during a pandemic. So things have obviously changed in the messaging and everything that's been going affected by that. The main themes, though, of course, it's not just about beating Trudeau; it's about replacing him with a conservative version that we want, not a liberal light version. So that's been something that's very important to our campaign and to our membership.
I know that obviously social media would have been a pivotal role in the campaign regardless, but I think we can all say more so when for the bulk of the campaign you couldn't travel, you couldn't have any in-person events. How did you really adapt to that? I know there were a lot of videos that were being pushed out on a number of issues, clips and stuff like that, but more broadly speaking, how was that for the campaign?
Well, it was interesting because at the beginning of this campaign, there was actually an internal debate about how much to have the candidate tour around the country or do different Facebook Lives and videos like that and reach more directly to all the members. So the pandemic obviously forced us to do what we were thinking about doing anyways. So we were ready to quickly go into that mode. And instead, Aaron O'Toole was able to talk to someone in Newfoundland in the morning and someone in BC at night and go right across the country by doing Zooms and whatnot. So it's been a great way to do a campaign now.
I want to ask you about one of the key endorsements that Aaron O'Toole had landed and really seemed to, I think, push, and that was that of Jason Kenney. And I had made the observation when that happened that I think next to Stephen Harper, that's probably one of the most significant endorsements you can get in Canadian conservative politics right now. How much do you think that translates, or endorsements in general translate to votes?
So generally, endorsements don't drive votes at all. A lot of times, it's a waste of time. They really don't pull a lot of weight. When you go for an endorsement, what you really want is that person, if they're a worker, to get up there and sign up memberships. But generally, endorsements do have no impact. Having said that, Jason Kenney, though, was a very special endorsement. It was very different, where he's perceived as such a leader within the conservative movement across the country. In all parts of this country, certainly gave a huge boost to our campaign. It put Aaron on the map in regards. There was a huge front runner in this race, and we kept chipping at him. And this is one of those things that helped chip at that and put us in a position where I think we're going to win this.
Well, on that note, I'll ask you the question I've been asking everyone. What do you think is going to happen tonight?
I think we're going to win on the third ballot.
Okay, so you're going specific. A third ballot win is what you're predicting.
Yep, and I think Lawton Lewis will be our opponent.
All right, Fred Delory, campaign manager for Aaron O'Toole, joining me. Thank you so much for your time, Fred. Good luck.
Thanks, Andrew.
Showing a black screen. Okay. So that was a really interesting interview that you did there, Andrew. And it's interesting to hear from Fred Delory just talking about, how kind of intense it was. Interesting how he was the only one who actually made a prediction. So he predicted that his guy was going to win. Not surprising. I'm sure they all think they're going to win. But he said that it was going to come down to the third ballot and that he thought that it would be a competition between him and Lawton Lewis. Which is really interesting because if you paid attention to the mainstream media over the last few days, they all are kind of calling Peter MacKay the front runner and saying he's basically a shoo-in, it's going to be a landslide. So I think we definitely still have an interesting evening on our hands. That is, if we actually are delivered the results tonight, which at this point were delayed by an hour and a half at least, and who knows what will happen.
Yeah, and on that note, just a bit of breaking news coming in here. Susan Delacourt, who was one of the debate moderators in the general election debate last year and is a columnist with the Star predominantly, has said that the vote counting machines are apparently ripping the ballots. Now, I didn't hear the original quote, but she cites Lisa Raitt as saying that. So when the ballots are being spoiled by the machine that's supposed to be counting them, suffice it to say, I don't think the speed at which they were hoping to get through that stack of ballots is going to be on track. So, I mean, if this problem, I mean, could create even bigger implications as far as the integrity of the result, not just the timing of the results.
Well, absolutely. And I mean, Andrew, if they're hand counting that many ballots, how many ballots did they say they got? 180,000. I mean, if that's the case, that they can't use the machine that they had designed to do this, and they're going to be counting those ballots by hand, there is no way we're going to find out tonight. Again, interesting that they would be waiting until the 11th hour. I mean, they're supposed to be live right now. You'd think that this is stuff that they would have been dealing with since Friday afternoon when the ballots officially closed. So a little bit of chaos over at the Conservative HQ, I guess. But we're going to do our best here to, the show must go on. This is sort of like the IPG debate all over again, Andrew, where we were supposed to have 4 candidates to do a debate, and then at the last minute, 2 of them backed out, and so we ended up completely changing our script and our schedule. So we're doing that again. But yes, luckily, I think there's a lot of content to talk about. I think that you raised really good points in that interview that you did with Fred about Aaron O'Toole, because in my mind, I think he's sort of the front runner of this campaign. He was endorsed by Jason Kenney, as you said in your interview there. He ran a very strong social media campaign. I follow all of the candidates on Facebook and Twitter, and it was really Aaron O'Toole that I kept seeing over and over again. His videos were going viral. He had really kind of funny, smart visual, his tweets that he was sending out and all that kind of stuff. I just thought he ran a really good campaign. So it's a little interesting to hear his campaign manager, I don't know what Fred's official role over there is, but to hear Fred say that he thought that Peter MacKay was the front runner. I guess, again, in the minds of people over at the CBC, Peter MacKay's the front runner, but I think Aaron O'Toole is also very familiar. He ran in the last leadership debate. He came in third, a very strong showing in that race. That ultimately Andrew Scheer won, and Maxime Bernier was a close second. So he's been a leader in the party for a number of years now, and I did think it was quite interesting that his campaign team there referred to him, to some other guy, to Peter MacKay, as the front runner.
Yeah, and I think that one thing that I found interesting on the social media game from the O'Toole campaign is that they really tried to tap into some of the culture war issues. I mean, his first video was about cancel culture, which is an issue that you usually hear about from conservative commentators, not from conservative politicians, really waging into the battle about statues being taken down. And I mean, certainly something like that is very deliberate, same as when he went after CBC's bias and funding. I mean, that is a political issue, but I think it's really a conservative cultural discussion. And I think that was certainly a calculation, but I think a very smart one, because that's the way you get people energized and excited about your campaign. If you're talking about the issues that people are actually talking about, which, let's face it, I mean, apart from a few policy wonks, and I count myself in that category, most conservative voters, I don't think are spending all day, every day talking about this tax credit or that tax credit, or even some of the other economic issues, which are important. The ones that excite people are the cultural battles.
Absolutely. And I think that is why Aaron O'Toole, we saw his videos going viral. We saw his tweets going viral. He had a really funny tweet the other day that, again, he really went heavy on this Jason Kenney endorsement, but, it had a sort of juxtaposition. Aaron O'Toole endorsed by Jason Kenney, who is, one of the most conservatives, the premier of Alberta. And then side next to it, it had Peter MacKay endorsed by the Toronto Star, which, everyone's least favorite newspaper in the country. So that was clever, and the sort of viralness of that, goes a lot further than just his own reach. But one of the things that I just want to pick up on again that Lisa Raitt spoke about in that interview that we played that you did with her earlier was about how usually a convention, usually a leadership race ends in a convention, and you have the whole conservative family coming together. And I've been to those events, and they're so fun. There's so much energy. You see so many familiar faces. People who have worked together. Different offices at different times in different parts of the country. Everyone's just kind of coming together. So regardless of how, not I won't say nasty, but just how competitive these races are, how the different campaign teams work so hard and pour their hearts and souls into these campaigns. And you start to feel like other conservatives are like your enemy. But then, you have the convention, you all come together and reunite, and everyone unites around the candidate. But because we don't have that in-person event this year because of COVID, Andrew, do you think that's something that's really missing? Do you think that it could potentially lead to fractures in the Conservative Party just because you don't have that kind of coming together? And I know this was a really vicious campaign. There were times where, Aaron O'Toole and Peter MacKay, I think there might have even been lawsuits filed against each other over over something about someone watching someone else's Zoom clips or something. Anyway, it was a really hard fought campaign. Do you think any of those divisions are going to be long lasting in the party, or are they going to something that we can get over quickly?
It's tough to say. I mean, when we saw the 2017 leadership race, there were 13, 14 candidates, depending on the particular point in the race. And in that, there isn't as much direct one-on-one animosity, although certainly there was between the Scheer and Bernier campaigns. But I think there's a cautionary tale in that, because look at what happened with that dynamic between Andrew Scheer and Maxime Bernier after the race. Now, I'm not suggesting that the loser or one of the losing candidates of this race will split off and form their own party, but it's that the last time around, there wasn't that grand reuniting that everyone had become accustomed to, and I think took for granted. So in this time, I think, people that know politics and are in politics are used to this fight. They know how it is to just be on opposing teams and then all come together because everyone wants the Conservative Party to win. But I do think that there is going to be a difficulty for some, especially in the grassroots memberships, if they feel like they are not respected by whomever wins. And that's, I think, the key here, because there was a lot of tension, not just about this is my guy, that's your guy, but tension over specifically whether certain factions of the party are going to be welcomed, and specifically social conservatives, with a lot of the dynamic being where you take Peter MacKay and Aaron O'Toole, both of them are the same on social issues. They're pro-LGBT rights, they're pro-choice, but the difference was Aaron O'Toole had said, yes, social conservatives have a place in my party, and Peter MacKay said the opposite at various points in the campaign. And I do think that that's going to be where some of the issues will come, and the fractures will come depending on the outcome tonight, if we get an outcome tonight.
Yeah, if we get an outcome. Well, it's interesting. I do remember the sort of media, I guess, talking points or narrative out of the last campaign was, they were worried about the potential leader of the Conservative Party creating new division or falling back on old fault lines, so that you would have the sort of former Alliance base and the former PC base that, Stephen Harper did such a good job of melding the two together and keeping the party united, that under a new leader that those old fractions would become apparent. And that didn't really happen at all. Maybe if it had been, a Jason Kenney versus Peter MacKay scenario, which everyone kind of thought that was what was going to happen back in 2015, 2016, maybe if that had been what had happened, it would have fractured it. But Andrew, what we saw was a little bit of a different fraction with Andrew Scheer winning and then Maxime Bernier coming so close. I mean, Maxime Bernier was winning on most of those ballots throughout that evening.
Everyone but the last one.
Everyone but the last one. Yeah, he was the person who the most people put first on their list, put second on their list, and so on. And yet, at the end of the day, there wasn't even room for him in the party. I think he left the party just a couple of months after that. And the fraction seemed to be sort of the difference between more establishment conservatives and more, I don't want to say Trumpier conservatives, but people who were just sick and tired of political correctness and wanted more authentic politics. And a lot of those people have left the party. Some are still there, but they're not completely happy. I know a lot of our True North audience, True North supporters, they're not really excited about either Peter MacKay or Aaron O'Toole. And so it will be a juggling act if either of those two candidates win. I mean, same with Leslyn Lewis or Derek Sloan. Whoever wins this thing tonight is going to have a difficult job on their hands, just keeping the party together, keeping them energized and excited. And, you said that Peter MacKay, sort of brushed some people off and doesn't really connect very well with social conservatives. I think you could say that about a lot of conservatives. I have a hard time imagining him really exciting the base out in Western Canada, or getting Albertans really excited about being, voting for the Conservatives. A lot of Albertans, frankly, have had enough of the whole Canadian Confederation, and they're looking in another direction entirely. So I would worry about, again, party unity under any of these, but very specifically under Peter MacKay. What do you think?
Yeah, I would agree. And just on the note of Peter MacKay, I want to make something clear for the record. We had extended invitations to all 4 campaigns to send a representative, someone from the campaign team, to chat for a few minutes. And as you heard in those interviews, they were all very light, very friendly, thinking of the past of the campaign, thinking of the future. And Peter MacKay was the only candidate to not accept that invitation, similar to when we did our initial leadership series interviews on my show back in March. Peter MacKay was the only candidate to not accept the invitation. And when we did the independent press gallery debate, Leslyn Lewis had taken ill and was unable to attend. Peter MacKay chose not to. And if this sounds like a petty squabble, it really isn't. I think this is very significant when there has been a trend going back to the very beginning of the race for Peter MacKay to just not be available, and not even to have someone from his team available to chat for a few minutes on the night the results are coming in. So the reason there wasn't a member of the Peter MacKay team on this show today is not for lack of trying. It's not for lack of invitation. It's because that is, again, the latest example of the MacKay campaign simply not being interested.
I try to keep an open mind with Peter MacKay. I try not to sort of prejudge him from other experiences I had with him, or views I had of him back when he was a minister in the Harper government. But, it does feel like there's a reoccurring theme here, Andrew. He didn't want to sit down for an interview with us. Why? I mean, what's so scary about an interview with Andrew Lawton? I mean, every other Conservative candidate was more than happy to sit down with you. You sat down with, I think, most of them also back in 2015. I'm sure on your radio show and other platforms, you've interviewed just about every leader. I know you've interviewed Justin Trudeau, you've interviewed Stephen Harper. You're not going to come out and say something radical that's going to get him in trouble. It's just, why is he so hesitant to talk to us, to participate, to engage with conservative media? Again, I think that's going to be part of his problem. Again, I try to keep an open mind, and if he wins, wish him all the best and hope that he is able to defeat Justin Trudeau sooner rather than later. But I think that he really does need to work on his outreach and his openness to talk to conservatives wherever they are, which frankly, it's not through the Toronto Star. It's not on the CBC. It's increasingly through independent media outlets. And I know that the folks over at the Rebel have had the same kind of issues. They have to chase him through parking lots and hotel lobbies just to try to get a comment from him, and he runs away from them. For us, he says no or says yes and then changes his mind and doesn't show up.
Or no response at all. Just for those of you tuning in, the official results are delayed by about 90 minutes, but our team has been working around the clock for the last however long it's been since we learned that to put a great show together. And we've got a great rotating cast of people that are going to come on and chat about these things from various perspectives. So that is all coming up. If you're just tuning in now, I wanted to give you a heads up about that.
Yeah, and I think that we are going to have some great programming. Andrew, we're going to try to get some guests on. Unfortunately, we're going to have to cut this stream off because we're going to have to change over to a different stream so that we can accommodate bringing guests in. But we're going to try.
Sorry, just to correct, I'm told that our stream is going to remain the same. So if you hold tight and keep watching the channel you're watching on now, it will be the same for you. But on the back end, we've got to take a little bit of a break to change things over.
Okay, thanks for that clarification, Andrew. Yeah, so we're gonna continue with you. We're gonna stay on until 7:30. We're just gonna take a very brief break so that we can switch the platforms on the back end here, and then that way we're gonna come back with some interviews. Andrew, do we have any interviews lined up so far?
Yeah, we've got a lot. We're going to be speaking with Alyssa Golob from Right Now, which has been very involved in driving support to Leslyn Lewis specifically, but more broadly, and raising the social conservative issues that have become so contentious. We're also going to be joined by our True North colleague, Anthony Fury, and some other folks as well. And that's all going to be in the next 45 minutes or so.
Great. Well, Andrew, before we take a small break here, did you have any predictions for the night? Anything that you're hoping to have happen other than hopefully we'll actually hear the results of this
I
this
predict
race?
the party will announce another delay. So all I can tell you is to stay tuned and we'll have you looked after.
All right. Well, there you have it. Okay, folks, we are going to take a very quick break. Just stay put, and we'll be back in a couple minutes, and we'll have some interviews for you. Hi, welcome back to True North Live. I'm your host, Candice Malcolm, joined by my co-host, Andrew Lawton. Thank you so much for bearing with us. Again, it's not live television, but it's live, internet television or live podcast. So we're trying to do the best we can with the information as it's coming in. As you definitely know by now, the Conservative leadership race, the results are coming in. It was supposed to start at 6 p.m., been bumped back to 7:30. So we're going to give you lots of content, lots of interesting interviews with some folks that you're probably familiar with. And we've got our first interview lined up right now. Andrew, I'll throw it over to you for the interview.
Yeah, one of the big themes that emerged from the mainstream media in the last federal election was Andrew Scheer's social conservatism, and that has really pushed itself into the discussion in the Conservative leadership race. And we mentioned earlier the infamous albatross comment from Peter MacKay about social conservatives, which has really, I think, soured a lot of social conservative voters on Peter MacKay and a possible Peter MacKay leadership. And I do have to point out that this race has been in many respects not defined by social conservatism, but defined by, I think, the willingness of the candidates to embrace the various factions of the party. And Candice, you and I were talking about this earlier. You have Derek Sloan and Leslyn Lewis that are running as social conservatives. You have Aaron O'Toole who's saying, listen, I'm not a social conservative, but you all have a place in my party. Right Now, which is a group that has done a lot to advance conservative, or rather candidates who are pro-life through nominations and leaderships, has been very active in this race and specifically towards Leslyn Lewis. Now, I have to disclose, when I ran as a candidate in the Ontario election in 2018, Right Now was supporting me. I am very grateful for that to this day. The co-founder of Right Now, Alyssa Globe, is joining us on the line. Alyssa, thanks very much for coming on short notice. Good to have you.
Thanks for having me.
So let's talk about why Leslyn Lewis, because I know that one of the things that you look at often when you're deciding who to endorse is who the most electable candidate is that's going to be really in alignment on your issues and being pro-life. At the beginning of the race, Leslyn Lewis was a virtual unknown.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think she had a lot of winnability factors that made us drawn to her right away. We worked with her. We actually helped support her in the 2015 election when she came very last minute in the riding in Scarborough. So we already had door knocked with her. We knew her. We knew what her capabilities were. And then on paper, just in terms of her credentials, all of these things encapsulated her becoming the number one candidate for us. And it proved to be highly rewarding because she's done an amazing job so far.
Well, she really has, and it's been exciting for so many of us to see a candidate like that, because the mainstream media likes to paint conservatives as being backwards and sort of archaic and old white men, and so it's so exciting to see someone who's got a totally different background but can still communicate the issues. So for someone like you, Alyssa, who being pro-life is the most important aspect of what she's running for. What specifically about her policy was it that really got you guys excited?
Well, for me, I think it's her personal story. Just the fact that she was coerced to have an abortion while articling on Bay Street as a lawyer, as a young female lawyer, was a big thing that her friends and family were coercing her, and she withstood that pressure and had her baby, and now she has 2 children. And so she's actually experienced and walked in the footsteps of women who experience unplanned pregnancy and feel that pressure to abort. And so it's very difficult to have, the mainstream media, the Evan Solomons say, you're trying to roll back women's rights, when she actually went through that process, and her policies are there to support women. One of her main policies is to fund pregnancy care centers. Very difficult to argue against that, and it's all things that the pro-life movement ardently endorses. So these are the things that really draw me personally to her campaign and her candidacy.
One thing I found interesting is that Leslyn Lewis has gotten a lot of support from people that aren't from the social conservative or pro-life wing of the party necessarily. In fact, I've seen a lot of people even who are on the Peter MacKay campaign who have put Leslyn Lewis as their second choice. And even in the media, when they have gotten around to covering her, they've done it in a favorable way that they didn't really extend to any other candidates in history who have socially conservative views. So why is it that you think she's been able to bypass a lot of the treatment that pro-life candidates typically have gotten?
Because I think her pro-life policies are grassroots policies that are already a part of the Conservative Party of Canada handbook. So she's not really saying anything that we haven't already decided at convention. Not only that, but she has these credentials that make her very different, like her master's degree in environmental science. I know people automatically view that as a bad thing, but she has, she puts Canadians first. She has very in-depth policies on the environment that a lot of social conservatives, I think, kind of veer more towards the right and don't take that into consideration as much, when there are a lot of people who are socially conservative, but maybe a little bit more progressive in terms of environmental or economic issues. So I think Leslyn encapsulates all those things. So she has a broad background and can really unite the party in all aspects.
Well, absolutely. And I don't think that those are necessarily bad things, because it's so good to understand the other side. So the fact that she has a master's degree in environmental science, she understands the environmental arguments, she understands, what the opponents are trying to say. I personally took a few classes of international environmental law when I was in grad school, and I find them painful because I disagreed so much, but it was ultimately helpful because, you understand what the other side is going through. Well, Alyssa, maybe just quickly tell us what does a right now endorsement provide, or what is it that you are doing at this point for Leslyn Lewis?
Well, we did encourage people to rank their ballots fully. So even though Leslyn was one, we still wanted people to vote for all the candidates, 1 to 4. And so what that means is basically we'll call our membership lists. We'll encourage people to buy memberships. We'll help with get out the vote. We'll door knock to pick up ballots, basically work as a little party within a party, and do as much as we can to help the candidates and tilt the scale in their favor so they come out on top.
I know that one of the dynamics of the Conservative leadership race that oftentimes can be make or break is the ranking, and you just indicated that. Let me ask you about Erin O'Toole, because I know that some pro-life voters I've heard from say they cannot vote for Erin O'Toole in good conscience because he's pro-choice, whereas you've actually looked somewhat favorably on him, and you've asked people to rank him after Leslyn Lewis and Derek Sloan. Is someone who is not on side with you, but is willing to allow people who are on side with you to have a voice in the party, is that enough in this day and age?
Yeah, I mean, personally, I was very disappointed to see pro-life MPs endorse Peter MacKay when he very vehemently says that if they are in cabinet, they won't have that freedom to vote according to their conscience, and that their views are that stinking albatross that has become his stinking albatross in this leadership race. So I'm very disappointed in MPs who have endorsed him, because even though you say you're pro-life, what are you actually going to do about it? And conversely, even though Erin says he's pro-choice, he has different pro-life policies that were outlined in our interview, and he has a fairly good voting record, so he has the actions to back it up. So these things are really important. It's one thing to say something, it's another thing to do it, and so that's why I think it was important for us to rank our ballot fully and not be dropped out of the conversation if it doesn't go our way with the first 2 rounds.
Alyssa, just one final question. This is something that always really bothers me. It seems like there's a really big disconnect between Canadians and public opinion and what the mainstream media says is allowable opinion. I'll give you an example. When it comes to specific aspects of abortion, obviously late-term abortions, we've all kind of read and seen really gruesome imagery and pictures of sometimes how that goes. Sex-selective abortion is a big issue now because people are coming from other parts of the world where they just don't want baby girls. And those are the kind of policies that most Canadians would just rightly instinctively say, like, no, that's not okay. There are instances, pro-choice people might say there are instances where an abortion might be something that they would want to do. But when it comes to the media, it's like you can't even have the very introduction of a conversation. You can't even have the beginning of a conversation. So, I know this is a very deep and loaded question, but maybe you could just provide your kind of brief explanation as to why there is this huge disconnect between what the media says we can talk about and what most Canadians believe to be true.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think that the media has their narrative, but them, much like party establishments, are very much stuck in their own bubble, and they're disconnected to what the opinions of Canadians actually are. And I'm currently 35 weeks pregnant, and just a few years
Congratulations.
ago, Thank you. Just a
Awesome.
few years ago, there was a Montreal woman who had an abortion at 35 weeks. And even though the doctors didn't know what was wrong with the baby, and it wasn't, her life wasn't in danger, neither was the baby's life in danger. So there was a big outcry about that. Yet when you say that the abortion debate is closed or we won't reopen the abortion debate, you are supporting these late-term abortions that are actually happening and allowing them to continue. And there were 2 polls recently, an Angus Reid poll, and I can't remember the other one, but both said that the majority of Canadians want restrictions on abortion in every single province. They broke it down, even in Quebec. And 1/3 of people in the Liberal and NDP parties also want restrictions. So this crosses party lines. This crosses all different types of Canadians. It's a winning policy. And I think that it also follows the directives of the Supreme Court, which actually told Parliament to regulate abortion equally across the country. So I'm not sure why parties let the media dictate what policies they're going to put forward. But if they actually looked at the numbers, which is what our organization is ruled by, they'll see that these types of policies will help them win in the GTA and differentiate themselves from other parties who are trying to say the same thing.
Alyssa Galobe, co-founder of Right Now, and as you've heard, unabashedly supporting Leslyn Lewis, but for a different reason than a lot of other people. A very singular focus on an issue that matters a great deal. Alyssa, thank you so much for coming on tonight. Good to talk to you.
Thanks so much, Andrew and Candice.
Thanks, Alyssa.
And this is the live Conservative Leadership Results Show on True North. Candice Malcolm and yours truly, Andrew Lawton, hosting. And if you're just tuning in and you are no doubt aware that we're rolling with the punches here, I hope, because we had a delay of about 90 minutes so far. And like I said earlier, I mean, we have to be prepared for the inevitable. The one report that came out was that the ballot counting machines are ripping the ballots. And there are other reports that are still coming in about some of the turnout so far. I've seen little glimpses here and there of people saying that so-and-so is in the lead, and you have to take these with a bunch of grains of salt. But we are with you for the long haul. We've got a whole roster of people that are going to be coming on to break this down. But Candice, what did you think about what Alyssa was bringing up there?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really interesting organization. I know you know them really well. You've worked with them. I'm not as familiar with them, but, it definitely seemed like everyone knows that social conservatives or pro-life conservatives are the most sort of organized, energetic, involved people that they volunteer, they get involved, they really are passionate and care about politics. And so it's not surprising that they would be so well organized. And I think it was probably a good choice picking Leslyn Lewis, just given her personal story and what she went through. And I think that's why the media will have a tough time pigeonholing her and trying to paint her in a specific way when she's had her own experience that she's lived through. So I thought it was a really interesting interview and a great organization.
And there is something I think very important in the clarity that Leslyn Lewis has had with her position on abortion, because I actually talked about this with her back in March when I sat down with her at the very beginning of the race as part of my conservative leadership series, which had invitations extended to everyone. And her platform had specifically called it a no hidden agenda platform, where she listed point by point, I think it was 3 or maybe 4 things that she wanted to do on the abortion issue. And if you contrast that with Andrew Scheer, who I really think suffered in the last election because his position was always equivocal and waffly. I mean, he was pro-life. Everyone knew he was pro-life, but he still just wouldn't say that as clearly and unabashedly as he felt it. And I think that was what really dogged him in a lot of cases, where if he just said, yeah, this is what I think, so what? And there really isn't a criticism to be leveled that is as relevant and pertinent and ongoing as the one that he got. Whereas Leslyn Lewis and also Derek Sloan, I think have been able to really sidestep that by just being so clear and so open about what they feel.
Yeah, that's a really good point, because one of the issues with Andrew Scheer is, he's Catholic, and like you said, everyone knows that he's pro-life. And people who are pro-life, it's not just like what's your favorite color or something like that. It's a very deeply held belief, and to say I want to be prime minister of this country, but I don't want to change any of the laws. You're kind of like, well, okay, you're either not very sincere in your personal beliefs, because if you truly believe that abortion allows for murder of babies, how can you just say I'm going to be prime minister and not do anything about it? But then to try to say to the media like, oh, don't worry, I'm not going to legislate on it, then they're going to think, okay, well, he probably is, and down the road we're going to end up with policies that we're not being told about right now. So I don't think Andrew Scheer handled that question very well at all. And like you said, just being transparent and open about it with these candidates is a different approach. And I guess we'll have to see how it goes, depending on whether one of those pro-life candidates actually wins tonight, how the media handles that and how they react to someone, if they are completely upfront and transparent in the way that Leslie Lewis has been.
Yeah, very much so. And continuing along with our live show, we have one of our True North colleagues, a columnist, a commentator, does all sorts of things in front of and behind the scenes. Devin Drover joining us on the line. Devin, thanks for coming on.
Happy to be here. It's exciting.
Your perspective, I think, is a really interesting one in this race, coming from Atlantic Canada, where I think the prevailing narrative has been that Peter MacKay has a lock on the Atlantic provinces. And I wanted to ask you, how strong is that grip that he has on Atlantic Canada as far as name recognition, organization, and really just the broader support?
Well, I think Peter MacKay has benefited a lot from having represented an Atlantic riding for a very long time. From also being the regional minister for Newfoundland and Labrador when we didn't have an MP here. So he definitely benefits from that. But it also comes with any scandals that were involved. So the helicopter incident is very, very well known in Newfoundland, for example. So it comes with both good and bad reputations. I think one of the areas that he benefits from is he did have a lot of support from the provincial parties, who normally in this region are less or are more hesitant to support federal Conservatives. So, for example, Ches Crosby, the leader of the provincial PC party here in Newfoundland and Labrador, endorsed him. The leader of the Nova Scotia PCs, Tim Houston, endorsed him. He had a number of endorsements from MLAs in both PEI and New Brunswick. So he does benefit from that, and he also has the endorsement of caucus. Even though it's a small caucus, a lot of the caucus members endorse him for the region as well. He has that former colleagues that have come out and helped him a lot in the region as well.
So Devin, does that translate into actual seats in Atlantic Canada? Because I know that the Conservatives were basically completely shut out, I believe, in 2015. I believe they did a little better. Maybe you can remind us of what the seat count looks out there. But do you think if Peter MacKay were the leader of the Conservative Party going into a general election against Justin Trudeau, that he would actually be able to win a number of seats? How many seats? And maybe you can break that down for us a little.
Well, I mean, if we look at just historically, Stephen Harper was not the most popular guy in Atlantic Canada when he was prime minister, but we still managed to win between 2004, the 2004 election and the 2015 election. We've won up to 19 of the 32 seats in the region, never at the same time, but of those 32 seats, Conservatives have been competitive in. I think we would have done a lot better last election if we were focused on different ridings. The Conservative Party tended to support ridings that were not that were historically conservative leaning, but no longer in 2015 or 2019 were conservative ridings. So, for example, they put a lot of effort here in St. John's in a seat that we came third in, and then there was a seat that we had no campaign manager and no candidate until after the campaign begun, and she only lost by a few hundred votes. So it just shows that the Conservatives aren't organized on the ground here, and there seems to be a disconnect between the Ottawa war room and actually what goes on in Atlantic provinces. But I do suspect with Peter, if Peter is elected leader tonight, he'll have room to grow here. Though I think that those gaining 19 seats only matters if he can hold on to everything the Conservative Party actually has. And I think that's probably where he may struggle with is maintaining grassroots support when kind of expanding to what may be considered more moderate parts of the country, including Atlantic Canada and parts of Ontario.
And from a leadership perspective, I'll tell people a little bit more in depth about the rules and regulations of the race if that interests you later on. But I will note that each riding has an equal weighting in the overall results. Each riding is worth 100 points, whether it's a riding that has, 7,000 Conservative members like Calgary West or Calgary Heritage, or if it has just a few dozen members like some of the Quebec ridings do. So in areas where the Conservatives are not as strong or don't have a huge or robust membership membership list. In a leadership race, it actually can be quite beneficial because you have to work a lot less hard to win the points that riding has. And it's when you talk about some of these Atlantic Canada ridings that don't have huge conservative presences, if they have like a membership list that has just 100 people or a couple of hundred people, if he could get a lot of those, that would be a very easy path to a really significant scoring in this leadership.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, we've talked, or you both have talked tonight about the impact of the Jason Kenney endorsement of Erin O'Toole. When that's really important, at the end of the day, you don't need Alberta to, despite a lot of the membership being located in Alberta, you don't need to win Alberta to win the leadership, which even Maxime Bernier demonstrated last time. He won Alberta and still managed to lose the race. So I think that regional breakdown does make a huge difference. Whether or not, Peter MacKay has enough support between Atlantic Canada and Quebec to kind of counter any support he's losing in the West, that remains to be seen. I guess the other strength Peter MacKay does have is, despite the endorsement of Jason Kenney and a lot of the UCP backing MacKay, you did see a lot of Conservative MPs from Alberta support Peter MacKay. So there is a bit of a divide there, and that'll be interesting to see if the MP endorsements actually translate. In the last election, we saw that Scheer had a number of the caucus endorsements, and then ended up pulling it off. So maybe those endorsements do matter, maybe they don't matter. I guess it'll be interesting to see how that works out tonight. It'll be one of the things I'm looking for.
Well, Devin, enough about Peter MacKay. Aside from him, I mean, you've been following this race really closely. You've been writing op-eds for True North and commentary. What do you think the big sort of moments are? What has the takeaway been? And are you confident in the sort of strength of the Conservative Party at this point to be a real contender to beat Justin Trudeau in the next election?
Yeah, I think the biggest takeaway from me is just how disappointed I think the grassroots are in kind of the old candidates. And I'm going to lump Erin O'Toole and Peter MacKay in that category together. And I think one of the big things I saw is how much momentum Leslyn Lewis has been able to gain. She went from literally a universal unknown to raising millions of dollars. And that's no easy feat when you looked at during the last leadership race, you had candidates who everyone thought, or who mainstream media loved to talk about, like Lisa Raitt, for example, who couldn't even hold her own seat in the last election, but everyone was hyping Lisa Raitt up as if she was going to be the next leader of the party or would have an important role, and she couldn't even manage to win her seat because she just, at the end of the day, was not exciting for the grassroots of the party. We have someone like Leslyn Lewis who is able to speak passionately about both social and fiscal conservative policies, and she's managed to do a great job. So I think that's kind of the big takeaway. I do think unity is a big problem for the Conservative Party after this leadership. If the party fails to unite behind the leader, whether or not it's any of those candidates I've mentioned or Derek Sloan, if they fail to do that, I think they're going to have a hard time leading into the next election. And I do think we need to ensure that all four candidates have a significant role in the party moving forward. I think that was a fault of Maxime. I think he's went from somebody who had a lot of relevance to now he's kind of seen on the fringe and would have had a lot more influence if he was given a key role in Andrew Scheer's shadow cabinet. We didn't see that. I'd like to see that no matter who wins tonight, all four leadership candidates have front bench roles, or in the case of Leslyn or Peter, are willing to seek nominations, or at least be involved in a fundraising capacity and in a local event capacity.
You touch on an important point there, and I know it's very difficult to do the what if and the what about game because, in a parallel universe in which Maxime Bernier stayed in the Conservative Party of Canada, I think there's a very high likelihood that he's the leader tonight. And I think that shows the importance of I think, hanging around, and if you are a conservative, of working to build a policy, of working to build a party, building a base, of building all of these things, rather than just moving out and trying to start your own thing. Because quite frankly, Maxime Bernier was so close, and a lot of the criticisms he had put towards Andrew Scheer tended to come to pass. So I think we were looking at a very different race if Bernier were still in the Conservative Party. I mean, certainly he'd still be a member of Parliament right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he would have held his seat pretty easily, I think. And I think he could have been an important voice for kind of that libertarian populist wing, however you categorize Maxime Bernier these days. But I think he definitely made a mistake in doing that. I think he was an important voice in the last election. I think he was able to bring in a kind of, or unite both libertarians and social conservatives, which is actually a huge, it's not an easy task all the time, but it's really important to keep the base together. And even if you look at some of the polling that was done, that was asking questions like, what is the most important thing you're looking for in a candidate? Some of those people just wanted to vote for a candidate that they could defeat Justin Trudeau. That doesn't mean that they, necessarily want to elect somebody as leader that can't keep the party together, because that is at the end of the only way to beat Justin Trudeau. So I do think Maxime Bernier shot himself in the foot there. And I think unity has to be the main takeaway from tonight if we do get the results.
So I don't disagree. I think that Maxime Bernier, if he had stayed in the party, would be much more relevant today, but I can't blame it entirely on him, Devin. I mean, like you said, he didn't even have a role in Andrew Scheer's shadow cabinet. He was sort of pushed to the side. We saw him coming out really strong with messaging on immigration, speaking out against illegal immigration. It seemed to make the conservative sort of establishment uncomfortable to the point where he was sort of pushed out from my perspective. So I think that was on Andrew Scheer for failing to really keep the party united. And Andrew Lawton and I talked about it earlier, how everyone thought that the divides in the party were the sort of old alliance PC parties. I think those lines still exist. And if Peter MacKay wins tonight, we will see them. But I think that sort of, again, almost like populist establishment divide, you got to say that's just as much on the establishment side as it is on the populist side. So just speaking of the sort of, again, regional divides between the sort of PC alliance, what do you make of Alberta? What do you think would happen, say, if Peter MacKay did win? I think you said that he got a couple of endorsements from MPs in Alberta, which is really surprising. Do you think that folks in Alberta who are very conservative or very libertarian, very populist, would stick with the Conservative Party with a Peter MacKay leader?
Yeah, and not to sound patronizing to my many friends in Alberta, but I don't think they have another real place to go right now. I don't think the PPC is a maintainable party in most seats in Alberta, and unless the Wexit Party takes off, I don't think they have a real. They don't have anywhere else to go right now. I don't think that means though that Peter MacKay can take advantage of them, which is I think. To your point, that's what Andrew Scheer was doing with Maxime Bernier's wing of the party, right? He was not letting him speak out on issues, but was trying to make sure that he still had all of their support. I think it's important that if I was Peter MacKay and I won the race tonight, the first person I would call tomorrow morning, one of the first people I would call tomorrow morning would be Jason Kenney to make sure to really get that support back. I wonder if it may have been a mistake by Jason Kenney to endorse so early in the race, because I think Leslyn Lewis is going to do very well in Alberta tonight as well. And I think it would be embarrassing to him if Jason Kenney doesn't come out heavily on top if Aaron O'Toole doesn't come out a lot on top in Alberta. I think it'll look bad on Jason Kenney's behalf. But I do think that Peter needs to, if he does win tonight, needs to work with Jason Kenney a lot and work with the UCP a lot to maintain support in Alberta. And he also needs to, and him and Aaron O'Toole will have this problem that they'll need to be open to keeping the social conservatives in the tent. I don't like either of their answers. I know Alyssa just mentioned both of their positions. Jason where Peter MacKay won't let those bills be discussed. Aaron O'Toole says he will, but that was, we've all become aware of how a leader can say one thing and then, in cabinet meetings do a completely other thing. So I really don't like either of those answers. I think they need to be more welcoming to social conservatives if elected leader tonight.
I think the Alberta dimension is an important one, and there's no better a trio to talk about the intricacies of Alberta representation than two Ontarians and a Nova Scotian. But bear with us if you're listening, because you're going to find probably the three most Alberta-friendly Ontarians and Nova Scotians in this group right now. Because I spent a lot of time in the last several months covering Western alienation.
So I don't necessarily think of myself as an Ontarian yet. I've definitely lived here for a few years, but in my heart, I'm still a Western Canadian. So
fair enough. And that's why I go with Western sympathetic. But, I've spent a lot of time covering the Western alienation, talking to a lot of the people that are really leaning towards greater independence and in some cases separation. And I do think that regardless of the result, there's a big loss in that not a single Western Canadian was in the race at all. I mean, the closest you could say would be Rick Peterson, who was not able to get on the ballot. I mean, he's running for a nomination in Edmonton, Strathcona, but I really don't think he's a a model Albertan in the sense of what we're talking about when it comes to really being an unabashed Alberta defender. And even if someone wasn't going to win, it would have been really great to see someone who represented the West in. And there were people that opted not to. I mean, you had Western MPs like Candice Bergen and Michelle Rempel that didn't want to run. Ronna Ambrose, who's from Alberta, didn't want to run. So it's not like there weren't options, but the fact that no one stepped up, I think, is a big loss for the party, because a lot of people in the West are looking at the race and saying, my interests are not represented in any of the candidates.
Yeah, I think that's completely true. And I mean, also you have somebody like Pierre Poilievre, who is an Ontario MP, but is a Franco-Albertan originally. So, there were a lot of candidates in the race that could have taken advantage of that Western, or not taken advantage, but would have benefited from being the Western candidate. I'm shocked that no one entered the race just to be the Western candidate, because it seems like a clear, they would have had a clear path to, getting at least, first or second ballot support by a lot of the membership. So I do think that is disappointing. I think there's also a lot of diversity amongst the Western caucus, or diversity of belief amongst the Western caucus. So you could have had, a more libertarian-leaning member of the Western caucus runner, or more populist or social conservative candidates. So there would have been a lot of good candidates to choose from the West. And hopefully, no matter who wins tonight, they can tap into a lot of the talent we have in the Western bench to keep those people involved. Because Western alienation is a real thing, and we need to be very careful with it. Which I think the last time not the last time, but under Mulroney and Campbell, we realized what happens if we ignore them. So,
well, the last time that there was a PC, a progressive conservative, really running the country, which, again, if Peter MacKay wins, the party's called the Conservative Party now, but he very much, his ideology and his worldview and where he comes from, his political history is very much on that side, the progressive conservative side. Well, Devin, thank you so much for your insight. It's great to have someone on the team from Eastern Canada, from Atlantic Canada, and we appreciate you coming on very short notice here tonight. So enjoy watching the rest of the show, and thank you so much to Devin Drover.
Thank you for having me. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
All right. See you later. So we are live. We're doing our it's supposed to be the pre-show before the Conservative leadership race winner is announced. Although at this point, Andrew, do we have any word, anything from the party about where we're at in terms of a timeline?
No, I don't know how many ballots are stuck in the shredder yet, so we don't have anything in the way of numbers. And again, this is something to take with a grain of salt, because I know that oftentimes the rooms themselves where the ballots are being counted and where the scrutineers are very closed off. However, Corey Tenike, who is fairly well connected, he's not affiliated formally with any campaign, said on CBC that it looks like MacKay is not doing all that well in the early results, and that Leslyn Lewis is doing quite well. Now, I don't know how to quantify not very well and quite well, and I don't know if, again, this is just a bit of bluster, but this is, again, if we are reporting what we get, this is what we've got right now in the absence of numbers. The official timeline that's been proposed by the party is that we're going to have their stream starting at 7:30 Eastern, which is in about 27 minutes. Again, this was already delayed 90 minutes with not much notice, so we have to be prepared that it could be bumped back again, but that's where we are right now. But as we've said, we're in it for the long haul. We're bringing you commentary, analysis, interviews with people from True North and from outside the True North family that have their finger to the pulse of what's happening in Canadian conservative politics.
Yeah, and that was interesting to have Devin Drover on, one of our researchers and a contributor here at True North, because, well, he's from Atlantic Canada, but I don't think he's always the biggest supporter of Peter MacKay. So definitely an interesting perspective there. And we've got another True North fellow that is going to be joining us here. We've got Anthony Fury. I guess you're in Toronto or maybe somewhere up in cottage country, Anthony, but thank you so much for taking the last minute invitation to joining us on this show.
Hey guys, great to be here. No, I'm not up. I'm not in Toronto. I'm at an undisclosed bunker somewhere in rural Ontario. So hanging out up here in these great parts of the woods.
Great. Well, thank you so much for coming on, Anthony. So, you're really a national security sort of expert and someone who pays a lot of attention to security and those kind of issues. It doesn't really seem like that kind of stuff has come up very much on this campaign. But I wanted to get your take on it because both Aaron O'Toole and Peter MacKay have backgrounds, sort of military backgrounds, and they're big supporters of Canadian Armed Forces. So I want to hear your take specifically from a national security perspective on these candidates and how this campaign has gone so far.
Well, and I think these are some of the issues that really matter right now, Candice, because yes, we're obviously in the pandemic. We've got the worst debt and deficit we've ever had. So those issues really matter. And we're going to have to learn to pivot really on a whole number of fronts of how we approach politics. But even prior to the pandemic, foreign affairs was really the big issue. We've got a world that's very much changing. We've got China competing with the United States to be the rising global superpower. These are things that have to be confronted. We have to deal with them, and Canada has to be positioned in a way to take best advantage of the future in all of this. Pick and choose the right allies, distance ourselves from different organizations and countries and these sort of multinational institutions that perhaps don't best serve our interests. So I do think, and I wrote a column when this whole leadership first began, talking about the fact that, well, odds are Peter MacKay or Aaron O'Toole will be one of the two who win. This was, the thinking months ago and still is right now. And at least we're pretty well served from that because they're both foreign policy-minded individuals. I don't know how much they're willing to deviate from the status quo, which is what we need right now. But I'm glad that their eye is on that issue. They do both have a background in it.
Yeah, I think that's an important aspect of this. And both of them have really been pushing those credentials as being a part of their experience and their vision. Aaron O'Toole, I think, is in that RCAF jacket in pretty much every photo of him that's taken at all, like anywhere in the campaign. Peter MacKay often talks about his time serving in Afghanistan, which I find is a bit disingenuous because I think there's a difference between wearing a uniform and being a defense minister. But both of them have really tried to bolster that foreign policy side of their experience. And I guess that lends itself to a question of do you think there really has been that much of a substantive focus on policy, foreign or otherwise, throughout the race?
No, there hasn't at all. It's been really disappointing. And I also think one thing that obviously the pandemic has been a bit to the detriment of the leadership because, I mean, hey guys, if I knew that all you needed to do to become the next conservative leader was make a bunch of phone calls and put up some YouTube videos and you were actually banned from doing physical campaigning, gee, I would have run and a whole bunch of people would because, that's pretty much stuff that we all do now. Anyway, so they've obviously been hamstringed in terms of doing what is a traditional leadership campaign, going around meeting, greeting people, working the room and so forth. And that's been unfortunate. But what we're also seeing right now, and I've been predicting it, and you guys have been talking about this a lot now, I think post-pandemic, a lot of assumptions are going to be challenged. A lot of individuals, Justin Trudeau among many, are just not aware of the fact a lot of stuff is going to change. And I think people are rethinking their relationship to so many things, obviously to travel, but also to public health, to government. They're going to be rethinking trade. They're going to be rethinking economic nationalism, regular folks, not just those engaged in the political process already. And I think one of my big criticisms I would make of this current leadership race is that they haven't seemed to acknowledge this. It just seems like a regular conservative leadership race. Guys, the very definition of what is conservative, what is liberal, what is social democrat, what is Republican, that's all going out the window in the next few years as these two things really radically change. And I wish we'd kind of flesh that out a bit more.
That's a really good point, Anthony, because I do feel like the world is sort of orienting more towards you have the sort of elites and the people who are in charge who tell us what to do and what to think. And then you sort of have the rest of the people. We played some interviews earlier that Andrew did with some different campaign people for the different campaigns. And they were all kind of talking the same thing, that their campaigns appealed more broadly to people than just the specific, say, type of conservative they are. Like Derek Sloan appealed to a lot of people aside from just people who are social conservatives. A lot of it was because he came out pretty strongly saying that I disagree with the mandatory wearing of masks. Well, you've been covering, well, I mean, with your job with the Toronto Sun, you cover the news day in and day out, and this has been a really, really turbulent, say, 6 months in the world. But it's also been a really interesting past 2-3 weeks, just seeing how the Trudeau government is sort of self-destructing and crumbling. You basically see a dumpster fire over at the Prime Minister's office. You've been covering that really, really closely. So what do you think is in store for whoever wins tonight? What's it going to be like the next couple of weeks, couple of months, trying to hold this Trudeau government to account?
Yeah, and couple of weeks is really, I think, the important way to put it, because of course there's a throne speech coming up towards the end of September. And as I read in my column in today's Sun papers, I think this throne speech is more going to represent a platform, and it's going to represent a completely new platform. Trudeau going in a different direction, or at least ratcheting up what he does. This is like, Trudeau on steroids or what have you. We're told in various media reports from inside Liberal sources that there's going to be ambitious climate goals. Well, I'm sorry, but I thought the previous goals were ambitious. So what on earth does that mean? And radical reform and social reform and so forth. So I really think what we're looking at here is a platform, and quite frankly, one so far to the left that maybe Jagmeet Singh will like it. Tom Mulcair would not campaign on the platform that Justin Trudeau is putting together. And if you want to put forward a platform, well, there's a place and a time for that. It's called an election. A throne speech is really just a little reset. You realize, okay, I had my legislative priorities to accomplish my agenda, but they weren't right. We're going to bring in some different legislation, but the agenda still has to be the same within that umbrella. That's not what we're looking at right now. I think we're being told a whole new agenda. I think what Justin Trudeau is doing is going, all right, you don't let a crisis go to waste. Here's my opportunity, and I'm going to throw off the cloak of pretending to be some sort of centrist of the Paul Martin mold. Not that any of us ever believed that. And I'm now saying, here I am, full progressive SJW. Let's get this party going. I say, okay, fine. If that's who you want to be, all right. And I respect democracy, but put it to the people. So I really think there needs to be an election pretty soon. I don't like the idea of spending all that money just 12 months after the last one. I get that there are technical challenges with doing it during a pandemic, but he's the guy who I think is bringing us to this juncture where we have something wholly different than what he campaigned on only 12 months ago.
Yeah, very well said. Anthony Furey, Toronto Sun columnist and True North fellow. Thanks very much for coming on such short notice.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm told we had some audio issues with Anthony there. Sorry about those. We'll try to get those fixed up in the post-production version, but that is the challenge with live television or live. Candice and I haven't figured out what to call this yet, but live something. So
live
in any
podcasting on the internet.
There we go. Yeah, live streaming, as the kids say these days. But in any case, this is the True North Live Conservative Leadership Results Show. We are going to continue to follow this. I've seen some reports that the leadership results might be delayed even further to 8 p.m. potentially. There are apparently thousands of ballots, or at least 1,000, that need to be looked at manually because the machine has been ripping them up. So a process that was supposed to be somewhat automated is now looking at something that is a lot more manual, and this takes a fair bit of time. We were talking with Anthony about some of the policy-centric discussions that we would have loved to have seen. And one of the big ones, and certainly one of the issues that has been very dramatically represented in discussions we've had and what our supporters have asked us, is the carbon tax. And people on the right certainly say they're against Justin Trudeau's carbon tax. But there was some confusion about whether, in fact, all four candidates were unequivocally against it. And you had Derek Sloan promoting himself as being the only one that wanted to get out of the Paris Accord. You had Leslyn Lewis that said she wanted a sensible, common sense approach to it. And because she had an environmental sciences background, I think people were a little bit unclear on which side of the global warming alarmism discussion she was on. And then you had Aaron O'Toole's platform, which I challenged him on in my fireside chat with him at the Independent Press Gallery event a few weeks ago. And I'll roll that clip now. One of the things that most conservatives, I think, can agree on is that the carbon tax is a job killer. I think this is something that everyone on the right tends to get, even many people not on the right. You say in your platform that the carbon tax is gone. You also say you want a national regulatory and pricing scheme
on industrial emitters. And your rationale for this has been that you don't want to target individual Canadian families, but rather target the companies themselves. We all know that any cost that a company has to bear gets filtered down. So any tax that's put on a manufacturer or a distributor is something that Canadians are paying. So how can you say you're against the carbon tax when your plan seems to just move the tax to another payer?
No, there is no tax. There's no federal carbon tax. I will eliminate the carbon tax completely, Andrew. What I've said in terms of the national framework, we have to respect what the provinces are doing now. In BC, there's been their provincial carbon tax started by Gordon Campbell. I've talked to him about some of the challenges and problems that were caused, but he explained to me his rationale there. Quebec has a version of a cap and trade system. Alberta, Ontario, my own province, has a large emitter strategy, just working with emissions of the larger emitters. We need to follow the provinces here because guess what? They have shared jurisdiction on the economy. I've been saying this for years. The Court of Appeal in Alberta in February just supported my view when they said Trudeau's carbon tax is unconstitutional. We actually have to say on the federal government, how can we make sure we respect the different approach within a national framework and say this is how we're going to reduce emissions, not with a tax, but with partnering with the provinces to get their emissions down.
But does your platform, or does it not, say pricing?
Because the provinces are pricing.
But you say national pricing. So can you say that there is not going to be any federal price on carbon at a federal level for anyone, whether it's a family or an industrial emitter?
The provinces will be in the driver's seat. So I will respect what they do.
Well, Andrew, you handled those fireside chats so well, and you got so much new information. I remember afterwards, it was like we learned things about both those candidates that we didn't really know. And that answer that you got on the sort of climate change policy, to me, it just seemed like doublespeak, the sort of exactly the typical political speak that you expect, where he's saying one thing, but he could have been saying something else. What were you satisfied with that answer? And what do you think the climate policy would be under Aaron O'Toole?
I was satisfied with the answer he gave, but it was still confusing about why it had to get to that point, because the Peter MacKay campaign had actually been pressuring Aaron O'Toole on that section of his platform for quite a while, and there was never a response or a clarification. So, the reason I asked about it was because I was still unclear on what he supported, and his answer didn't seem to align with the wording that I had took, or the interpretation that I had took from the platform. I was happy with the answer. I was just a bit confused about why I had to press him on it so hard in that interview.
Yeah, and that's kind of the whole point of the leadership race, is to get to know the candidates, get to know their policies, so that in a general election there isn't the kind of confusion. You can expect that what they said during the leadership race, that that's going to be their policy, and you can kind of have a clear idea. It still isn't really clear in my mind what his policy would be, but again, that's sort of also the nature of these campaigns, is that you have one campaign saying one thing, the candidate themselves saying something different. But I wanted to ask you, Andrew, quickly before we bring on our next guest, so something about what Anthony Furey brought up, which was that he didn't really think that Justin Trudeau had a mandate anymore, and he thinks that it's time to go to a general and have an election. And I know that was Justin Trudeau's sort of own justification for the prorogation of Parliament. He said that he was going to introduce something that was so ambitious, it was only fair to restart Parliament and have a new session. Well, just judging Trudeau from his own rhetoric, then wouldn't that lead to also needing to get a new mandate from Canadians? What do you think? Do you think that there's going to be an election coming up soon, or do you think it's still a ways away?
I think if you were to take the pandemic out of the equation and questions about safety and logistics and health of having an election, I think there's a hugely strong case to have a fall election, even though that would just be 1 year past the previous election. So I do think there are going to be issues about whether it looks to be a bit more opportunistic if there's an election now, or whatever the case may be. But I think if you're to take coronavirus out of the equation, there is a tremendous justification for an election. So I guess the question is, do you then find a way to do it because it's what makes sense for the country and you work around it? I think a lot will depend on how the United States tries to navigate this terrain. I just want to deviate for a moment from the direction we're going here, because there have apparently been some interviews on TV with representatives from the McKay campaign and the O'Toole campaign. And the tone of this is that Fred Delory, who we've heard from earlier, tremendously confident, and Peter McKay's campaign is actually downplaying expectations. So whether this is a bit of flexing on the part of either, I don't know, or strategy, but that's just the tone as it's coming in. The campaigns are showing a very different interpretation of what they've seen so far, with O'Toole's campaign very confident and McKay's campaign a fair bit more reserved.
Well, interesting. And we did talk about that a little earlier, that if you were only watching the mainstream media, you're only watching the CBC, you would think that Peter McKay had this thing in the bag and that he was going to run away with it. But, from the conversations I've had with conservatives and some of the polling I've seen, of course, polling's like always going to be off and traditionally is not very accurate. But it seems to me like Aaron O'Toole is doing pretty well, and so is Leslyn Lewis. Well, Andrew, let's bring in our friend Aaron Gunn. Aaron Gunn is a political commentator. I had him as a guest on my show for the True North Speaker Series a couple of weeks ago. And Aaron Gunn, you're out in Vancouver Island, is that right?
Yeah, out here in Victoria.
Victoria. So first of all, thank you for coming on our podcast, on our live stream, sort of late notice and last minute. We appreciate it. Why don't you give us a little bit of an update about what the campaigns have done out in British Columbia, and what, from people that you're hearing, the people that you're speaking with, what do you make of this race so far?
Well, I think like some of your previous guests noted earlier, all the candidates are from out east, or at least from our perspective, what is out east. And with the COVID travel restrictions, I think you have that added almost obstacle of them actually interacting with British Columbians. So most of the interactions have been online. I think the kind of traditional different camps of the Conservative Party are all there and being represented. So the Social Conservatives obviously strongly promoting Leslyn Lewis. I would note that a couple high-profile BC MPs have endorsed Peter McKay, which had upset a lot of their socially conservative members. So I've heard that story, especially in the riding of Abbotsford, over and over again as well.
You raise an interesting point there, and I know a lot of Albertans might not want to be lumped in with British Columbia, but there are a lot of British Columbia ridings. I mean, if you get outside of the Vancouver area and the Lower Mainland, that are very much aligned with some of the Western issues. They're experiencing the issues with the federal government's energy policy right now. They're experiencing the problems with pipeline uncertainty, a lot of the economic challenges. So, I mean, there are parts of BC, especially in the north, that are very much in the West. Would you say that any of those issues have really been discussed outside of, there was that one Zoom debate that was hosted by a number of the British Columbia, or I think all of the British Columbia Conservative riding associations, but has anyone been speaking about these issues?
Well, I've been disappointed in it. There's been some attempt to have a deeper conversation on these important issues that are for British Columbians, Western Canadians, and then just the kind of the cultural and big economic issues for Canada. I feel at times haven't been discussed as forthrightly as they could have been, as, for example, Candice does on her show. So I would really like to see that level of discussion actually moved also into the Conservative Party, but they seem to still be scared of the mainstream media, of saying the wrong thing, and not having an open and frank discussion with Canadians. So that did concern me a little bit. But of course, on the energy side, there were some conversations, but not as much that I would have liked to see, for sure.
Well, Aaron, I know on your social media channels, you're really big critic of cancel culture. You've come to the defense of people like Don Cherry when they've been unfairly sort of maligned by the mainstream media. Have you been impressed at all by any of the candidates, any of the campaigns? I know you just said that you feel like they're all, too afraid, too timid of the mainstream media and what they might say. But have you seen any sort of glimmer of hope in terms of any of the policy about cancel culture? And then just a sort of follow-up question. how come there wasn't any candidates from Western Canada? How come there weren't any MPs or anyone from British Columbia that threw their hat? I know Andrew Saxton ran in 2015, and he was sort of, the torchbearer for British Columbia for their issues. We didn't see anything like that this time around. So maybe you could quickly comment on why we didn't see anyone from BC or from Western Canada running.
Well, that's a really good question, Candice, and I wish I had an answer for you. To me, Justin Trudeau is an incredibly vulnerable prime minister. I think for someone who is running for re-election, his first time for re-election, he got the lowest percentage of the popular vote. I think that's a correct statistic. So I think he's someone that's incredibly vulnerable. There's scandal after scandal. I would have hoped that there'd be people lining up to take over the Conservative Party to get that chance. But I think your two questions there were kind of related. I think the ascent of cancel culture, kind of the toxic environment of working in the eye of the media now and trying to placate all these different groups, and the identity politics has really turned a lot of people off from politics in general. So I think that's one of the reasons. As far as people speaking on the cancel culture topic, I think there were, again, no one really excited me, but I would say Peter MacKay disappointed me the most, for sure, on a couple different points that he made. So I think, I think we'll see what happens, and how, I'm sure this won't be decided on the first ballot. We'll see how everyone's second choices kind of pan out.
We are just 5 minutes away from when the Conservative Party of Canada is supposed to be starting its show, and we're going to keep going as well right up until the moment that the results are available and start coming in. Again, we're still waiting on, exactly what's going to happen and when that is. I want to bring into this discussion with Aaron Gunn, Sam Eskenazi, who is a fellow with True North, and he is ultimately someone that we have seen a lot from and heard a lot from, and really can break down some of these complex issues. Sam, do we have you?
I hope so. No, hopefully no.
Okay, good. Yeah, well, I heard you say you hope so. So we're glad to have you here, Sam. We just heard from Aaron a lot of the problems about, I think, some of the alienation between the West and Western issues and BC, and also the candidates who, by and large, are from downtown Toronto. I mean, that's the dynamic, with the exception of Derek Sloan. All of them are lawyers too, so that's something you have to keep in mind. What would you say, Sam, has been the biggest issue that you think needed to be covered and wasn't by any candidates throughout the race?
Well, I think for me, the biggest thing was a lot of people were talking about modernizing the Conservative Party, but there was very little substance as to what that actually means. And so is it going to be we're suddenly going to adopt identity politics and become like the Liberal Party in many platform issues? Is it going to be that we're going to simply say, this issue and that issue are put to bed, we're never going to discuss them ever again? Is it going to be we're suddenly going to talk about conservative ideals or some kind of value in a different way? Because I think there's a lot of messaging that could definitely be improved. And that's the type of modernization that I would support, but very, very little kind of substance that I saw, at least in that respect.
That's a really good point. Whenever we hear that word modernize, you kind of think, okay, that they just want the party to become more liberal. They just want us to become more politically correct and more, in line with what they say. And I kind of get that same feeling with the talk of a moderate conservative. I don't really know what that word really means in terms of conservative. I know, Aaron, you were just saying that you were pretty disappointed with Peter MacKay, but I think the word moderate means the same thing in this context. Modern, moderate, it basically just means a more liberal version of the conservative. Aaron, what do you think that the party is missing, or what do you think that they need in order to get back into power in Ottawa?
Well, I think that's the question, Candice. And to me, what the party is missing and what it needs, and whoever the new leader is needs to take up, is a bold vision for Canada, like that's complete. So if you go back through kind of some of the leaders in Canadian history, I think on the Conservative side, you really need somebody to articulate something like John A. Macdonald did back in the 1800s, where he had a complete bold vision for Canada, and Canadians rewarded him with 6 majority governments. And I think if you look at and you read your history about some of the incredible undertakings that he took on, we're not even in the same league right now. And I think we're missing that. I think people are hungry for that. I think, by the way, it's not just liberal voters that could come over to the Conservative Party if presented with a vision like that. It could be new voters. It can be people that haven't voted before. It can be rural NDP voters as well. So I think there's a hunger in this country for a bold vision that nobody's talking about, to do away with the political correctness. And we're just waiting for somebody to take up that mantle. And while I'm not exactly optimistic, I am hopeful that whoever wins this leadership race will come into their own and really embrace that opportunity.
I'm sorry to tell you, you mentioned John A. MacDonald, so you are effectively canceled. Sorry, we have to cut you off there. We can't have any of that trash talking, of anyone in this day and age. Let's talk about the media side of things here, because the one thing that all conservatives, I think, secretly crave for, or in some cases not so secretly crave for, is politicians really kind of challenging the mainstream media the way that it deserves to be challenged. And this is why I think there's a little id-like fascination that a lot of people who aren't even Trump supporters have with Donald Trump, because he challenges, the mainstream media. We saw Andrew Scheer do this the other day on CBC. We saw Aaron O'Toole do this a bit through the leadership. Do you think that this could be something that we get from whomever the leader is, that they're going to stop doing that thing of really trying to kiss the mainstream media's ring, instead of saying, listen, you aren't the best vessel for me to put my message forward? We'll start with you, Sam.
So I don't know if I would have said ring. I think that's a good way to put it, but definitely kissing something. Look, I would hope so. All we need is someone who's going to speak plainly to Canadians, to explain what they're going to do and not be sucked into some trap. I mean, there's that clipping, you shared it, and a number of people shared it, of Andrew Scheer, pushing back on Natasha Fada on the CBC about why, coverage of Leslie Lewis. That was a very calm, not an angry conservative, nothing crazy, just listen, you ask yourself that question. Why did you guys not cover Leslin? That's the kind of pushback that we need, because so many conservatives tend to get trapped into this box. They put you into a little frame, and now you're supposed to argue your way out of this little box that you're in, when the premise of the question might be just totally farcical. And so pushing back is definitely something that needs to be done. It doesn't need to be done in a mean-spirited way. You don't need to be Donald Trump to be firm and say, listen, I'm sorry, but I reject the premise of the question. What actually happened is A, B, and C. So definitely, I hope so. We'll see who wins, but I hope they're going to do such a thing.
Yeah, and I think you raised something that was kind of, the idea of watching Andrew Scheer push back against Natasha Fada. I don't have a problem with Natasha. I think she's one of the better, if not the best, journalists over at the CBC. And at least she asked that question. I don't know that any of the other hosts over at the CBC would even ask that. But when you see Andrew Scheer kind of push back against her, you're like, yes, this is exactly what a conservative needs to do. And you kind of wonder, where was this Andrew Scheer over the last year? Why wasn't he this punchy and this willing to push back against the media when he was leader? And I really hope that whoever wins tonight is able to sort of have that courage and that ability to push back against the media. I think we have a clip of Derek Sloan doing exactly that. So let's play that clip now.
You've experienced yourself a fair bit of pushback from the mainstream media, not just on social conservative issues, which I suspect we'll get to later on in this discussion, but even your approach to some issues that have been very pertinent throughout the coronavirus pandemic, such as wanting Theresa Tam, the public health officer of Canada, fired. We know from the last election, from all of Stephen Harper's elections, conservatives are not dealt a fair hand by the mainstream media. And I think that on the cultural side, we can talk about media bias and all of these things. But if you're within those parameters, you're operating as a figure in Canadian politics, you know the treatments the media is going to give you is not going to be good. How do you push back against that when you are, as you note, a conservative without apology, a hardliner on a lot of social and economic issues?
Well, I mean, the simple answer is you don't jump through their hoops. And so there's been, we get a lot of requests from mainstream media that we just ignore. And it has nothing to do with, it has nothing to do with those organizations, but it has to do with the fight that we're in. And right now, our fight is to win this leadership battle. So there's some candidates who bask in the glory of, sitting down with CBC and all this stuff. If I don't think that sitting down with a particular media outlet is going to help me reach conservative members, I don't even bother going on. So part of it is just not jumping through the hoops that the media has. And in a general election, obviously, the strategy is different. But the other thing, too, we have to remember is that we have access to social media, and we can drive our narrative through controversy or not using social media. So I think that my experience anyways is that there's some conservatives who feel that they've done a good day's work when the media isn't slamming them. And to me, I say, listen, if the media isn't slamming you, maybe you're not doing a good day's work. If you're going to stand on conservative principles in this day and age, you're going to get kickback. And sometimes we need to be able to stand there and take it and say, you know what, we've said the right thing. We don't need to apologize. We don't need to rephrase what we're trying to say.
Well, I think conservatives just feel good when they see, whenever you see someone pushing back against the media. We know the media in this country are so unfair to conservatives and don't give them a fair punch. I think that one of the keys to a conservative winning election is bypassing the media. I mean, you see so many new organizations like True North, like the Rebel. There's so many people out there where you have the ability to just bypass the media entirely. So why would you go through their filters? And we saw that down in the US with Trump. He's been doing this for years. Completely bypassing media, regardless of what you think of Trump himself. You have to admire his message and his ability to just kind of bypass the media. Sam, I want to get your thoughts on this. What are you thinking? What do you think is going to happen tonight? What are your thoughts on the campaign and how it's been run? Is there any specific candidate that you're talking about, that you're looking at, that has really excited you or done anything that's really impressed you?
So, it's hard to say. I mean, I don't want to pick favor. We're so close to the announcement. I feel I don't want to necessarily jump in with a last minute prediction. I think it's been an interesting campaign. I mean, Peter MacKay has been around since the beginning of this, iteration of the Conservative Party. So it would definitely be interesting. I think a lot of criticism that he took was that he sort of felt that he was the heir apparent, right? That it was just, Peter MacKay's, it's his turn now, and that's his turn. Aaron, I think, has done a lot of good work. This is not his first time running for leader, so he's done a lot of good work trying to really boost up his image. He does have a point about being ready to fight day one. Now, again, Parliament is pro-rogue, so that whole thing might be out the window, but he's made a solid point there. It'd be very interesting to see the Leslyn Lewis and the media try and say that the Conservatives are all a bunch of racist white old men when Leslyn Lewis is the leader. That again, just from that point alone, it would be spectacular to have her win, aside from the fact that she's super qualified. And then Derek he's taken a lot of positions, I think, that a lot of the others haven't. So I've been, and he's been firm about them. He's been very tough on China, a couple of other things. I've been excited to see that. Overall, the only thing I was telling my wife just before, the only thing that I never like about these races is the delays. Because if you're someone who wants to, make a bit of a theory about what might have happened, what's causing these delays, if you get 1, 2, 3, 4 delays, and the race is really tight, it doesn't necessarily look so good for the party. And again, for people who want to spin stories, it makes it that much easier. So, I'm sure we'll be pleasantly surprised. I hope we have some spicy memes ready to go for whoever wins. And I'm just looking forward to the show.
Well, you are the meme maker in chief. So if you're not out of the meme factory, I don't know what you expect from us, Sam. That idea of bypassing the mainstream media, Aaron, I know you do a lot of work that has to involve getting your message out. And I know you do a lot of it yourself on your platforms. And I know you've also been interviewed by the mainstream media. Do you find that conservatives can do what Candice suggested, which is just, avoid it altogether? Or do you think that there still has to be a playing within that system, so to speak, to some extent?
I think you have to play in that system, but you don't have to play by their rules. Is how I would put it. You can, if they're misrepresenting the facts, I think it was pointed out earlier, if they're skewing the premise of the question, I think that has to be called out. Now, I think, in fairness, with all these cameras pointed at you and the mainstream media and the 24-hour news cycle, it's going to take somebody with a lot of guts to stand up to them on over and over and over again on a consistent basis. So we will see if the new leader of the Conservative Party, which we'll find out tonight, has that kind of guts to do that over the medium and long term. And I think that's to be seen. I mean, I hope that they do, but talk is cheap in politics, as in life.
That's interesting. I'm just seeing some interesting numbers here. This is the final number of endorsements for each Conservative Party leadership candidate before the vote. So Peter MacKay had 176 endorsements, Erin O'Toole had 97, Leslyn Lewis had 28, and Derek Sloan had 6. And so what you're really seeing from the sort of establishment of the Conservative Party is a rallying around Peter MacKay. Something that we've talked about on this program since the beginning is that, he's sort of seen as a front runner. I think, Aaron, you sort of said that he was assumed to be the heir apparent, or sorry, maybe Sam said that. One of you guys just said that. But from what Andrew just reported, it seems like they're now doing damage control, and that Erin O'Toole is looking like he might be the winner. Again, this is just from speculation, but Leslyn Lewis is doing much better than anticipated. Question, I want to hear from both Aaron and Sam on this, but what do you think that would do for party unity if someone other than Peter MacKay wins, given that he had the overwhelming majority of support from the caucus? So if the Conservative members don't actually get the person that they wanted, and the membership chooses someone different, could that potentially be another divide again between the sort of establishment part of the party and the more populist base? Sam, why don't you answer that first?
So I think in that respect, a lot of the battleground has been between Peter MacKay's campaign and the Erin O'Toole campaign. So there's been a lot of sort of maybe friction between those two. Honestly, I think if it's Leslyn Lewis, she's totally new to the party. I think that as much as they might dislike or have some beef with what Aaron did or said during the campaign, or vice versa from the MacKay side, Leslyn Lewis is totally new, totally blank slate. So I think they would have to just fall in line. And ultimately, same thing with Derek Sloan to a certain degree, even though he's a sitting MP. But ultimately, again, they're going to have to come together. If you want to defeat Justin Trudeau in what will probably be a sooner election than later, you're going to have to come together. And I'm sorry, but that's going to all have to go out the window. Very nice that that's in the past. And, sorry, start the page again.
I want to actually jump in here, because when I spoke with Derek Sloan at the Independent Press Gallery Fireside Chat a couple of weeks ago, this was one of the questions that I put to him. I had some of those numbers that Candice just mentioned. I don't think I said the numbers, but about the caucus and where they were endorsing. And one of the things that was most notable is that Derek Sloan, despite being a sitting member of Parliament, had virtually no support for caucus. And quite frankly, a lot of the caucus was trying to kick him out at a certain point. And he had put an interesting thought forward that I want to play and get all of your thoughts on here, which was basically that the caucus isn't really the driving force and shouldn't be for the party. Let's roll that.
You had MPs in your own caucus that, after you had called for Theresa Tam to be fired, wanted you kicked out of caucus in the middle of a leadership race. And you can talk about people's motivations for that, whether they may have had an allegiance to another leadership campaign, but still, there have been people that have spoken up that have said they do not see themselves being able to serve under a Derek Sloan-led caucus. And you can say they're wrong, you can say that they're perhaps having a narrow view of it. But even so, if you are a leader, how do you unite that when you've got people that don't even want you to just not win, but don't even want you in the caucus? How do you serve and unify a caucus like that?
Some people think the party is about the caucus. The party is about the members. We all serve at the leisure of the members. If I am given the honor of leading this party, it will be because of the members. And so the caucus, it's up to the caucus to recognize and respect the members who put them there to begin with and elected the leader that they want to lead the party. So I firmly believe that the caucus will fall behind anyone who is elected. But at the end of the day, there is this attitude that it's about the caucus and, we're in Ottawa and we're important. We're not important. It's the people that put us there, and that's why I'm here, and I will never betray them.
MPs. That included all endorsements, which would also include provincial MLAs and premiers and other people. But I think it's still, the point still stands, which is that the establishment is firmly behind Peter MacKay, also not at all behind Derek Sloan, which was the question that Andrew raised in that interview. So Aaron, let's put the question to you. Do you think that there is potentially a divide in this party between the establishment and the base?
Look, I think there's always a divide of sorts, and it's the job of a leader to bridge that divide and bring people together. So I think that whoever wins will be given that opportunity, And then it's up to them to bring the different wings of the party, the social conservatives, the people that are more on the populist side, the fiscal conservatives, the foreign policy defense hawks, and bring kind of that traditional conservative coalition together. And for sure there could be pitfalls along that way, because there are significant divides in the movement. But I think that the one thing that they have going for them is that Justin Trudeau is such a heavily disliked Liberal prime minister right now that I imagine conservatives, and there's a large portion of Canadians that would take pretty much anybody other than him.
Let's talk about where a lot of those endorsements really came from, because I was quite, I'll say, surprised to see early on in the leadership race a lot of people that I consider really hardline blue Tories endorsing Peter MacKay, including a number of people who had endorsed Aaron O'Toole in 2017 that actually flipped. And I had asked Aaron O'Toole about this, and his theory was that a lot of people were basically just parking. They wanted to be on the winning team. And at the beginning, it looked like it was going to be a Peter MacKay coronation. Do you guys think, though, that there is a sense of people perhaps wanting to be on the winning team, and that's why they endorsed MacKay when everyone thought that was going to be the direction it was going? Or alternatively, do you think that a lot of people who may not even agree with MacKay ideologically just think it's his turn? I mean, he's been involved. He's been waiting for this for a while. He's wanted this for a while. And do you think there's a lot of kind of honor? Okay, Harper had his turn. Now it's the turn of Peter MacKay, or something else entirely? We'll start with you, Sam.
So there's a couple ways to look at it, and I think it depends on how you're deciding to vote. And it's, are you looking at it, what's the best candidate that will give us a chance of victory? What is the candidate that aligns with my principles? What is the candidate that I think will put up the best fight? Or there's any number of metrics which you can look at it. And so there's probably a lot of truth to that. I think a lot of people did think that Peter MacKay had the name recognition. He probably still does have the best name recognition across the country. But if you're simply going on that alone, you're saying, well, who's got the best name recognition? A lot of people go into the polling station and say, okay, well, I don't really know who to vote for, but I know this guy's name, or I don't like this guy. Who's the only other guy that kind of sounds familiar, or girl? And so they might vote for that person. And so name recognition does have a lot of value. And so people might have indeed parked their vote. It'd be interesting. It would be really interesting to go back to some of those people now. I mean, probably a lot of those people will not want to switch so close, but it would be very interesting to see what a lot of those people say, because again, it does make a big difference, and people do want to be on the winning team, on the bandwagon. I mean, look at any sporting event that has nothing to do with Canada or nothing to do with a local team who's jumping all these national teams, et cetera, et cetera. You just want to be on either the underdog or the winner.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Let's go to Aaron on that question.
No, I think I agree. And I don't think it should surprise anybody that you might have some politicians that are on the opportunist side of things. And I think that's what was going on here to an extent. People want to back the winning horse to get spots in cabinet or whatnot. And I do think there is a legitimate argument that at least at the start of this race, Peter MacKay certainly looked to be the most electable. So if that's the lens that you were viewing the race through, then that's probably a reason why you ended up parking your endorsement for MacKay.
I just find that line of thinking incorrect, though. I mean, the fact that he's supposedly the most electable, but yet, we didn't see him anywhere. He didn't do anything. He didn't bother showing up to several of the debates, including the one that the IPG put on. I really didn't get a very clear message from his campaign. He doesn't seem like he has a lot of energy. Doesn't seem like he's very excited. He doesn't have that excitement around him. So, even if his name is the most famous out of all of them, I don't think that necessarily translates into being electable. Andrew, I wanted to ask you a question, because I've heard from party sources over here that a lot of gun owners have voted, particularly in Quebec, a place that doesn't traditionally have a large conservative support. We were talking earlier about how the voting system works, how every single riding gets equal weight. So even if it's in a riding in Quebec that never votes conservative at all and never elects a conservative MP, they potentially have the same weight as a riding in Calgary that gets 80% of the vote. But I'm hearing that there were a lot of gun owners who have been very motivated by Justin Trudeau's gun grab policies, and that they showed up in droves, mostly to support Aaron O'Toole. I know you're a gun owner, and you're probably the most knowledgeable person I know in Canada about gun issues. Have you heard anything like that? And are you surprised by this?
No, not at all surprised. And gun ownership is really a low-hanging fruit for conservatives, because pretty much every conservative MP is a supporter of gun rights. But right now, it's more than just the "yes, I support gun rights" that you need to say, because there is an attack on gun ownership from the Liberals. There has been continuously since Justin Trudeau was elected, most recently with the so-called assault weapons ban. But what's interesting that I found is that a lot of single-issue firearms voters are equally happy with Aaron O'Toole and Peter MacKay, because Peter MacKay has always been very solid on firearms. He was, remember, Canada's Attorney General at a time when there was a conservative government in power that, again, was very supportive of gun rights. So a lot of the gun owners that I know are happy with MacKay and O'Toole and Derek Sloan. And Leslyn Lewis is not, I mean, she's a downtown Toronto lawyer, so she's not someone who's been around firearms by her own admission, but she's expressed a willingness to learn about the issue, and it has said the right things. So in that respect, if you're a gun owner, I don't think there's a candidate that is a bad bet. I think it just goes with familiarity and confidence. And people are, in some cases, putting, O'Toole 1 and MacKay 2, and in other cases, it's reversed. But you are very right, Candice, that in a lot of the areas of the country that conservatives do well, they're rural areas that have conservative elected MPs. Quebec is kind of the exception, in that you've got a lot of rural Quebecers that are affected by guns, but those are not typically conservative strongholds.
It's interesting because, I remember when we were putting together questions for the debate, you didn't even want to ask a question about gun rights because you thought that basically all the candidates had the same kinds of answers.
Yeah, there wouldn't be much of a debate there.
Yeah, so it wouldn't be that interesting. But maybe you can kind of fill in the gap a little more. What is it about Aaron O'Toole and his policy that would make him, would push him over the edge for so many gun owners if this is the case?
Well, they're both promising to roll back what the Liberals have done to gun ownership, which have been really in two different categories. One was the bill, I think it was C-72. I might be wrong about the exact number, early on, which really tried to roll back some of what Stephen Harper did to open up gun usage. And then the most recent one, which was the Bill Blair, with the stroke of a pen, banning 1,500 variants of firearms, all because of an act in Nova Scotia that involved illegally acquired, illegally obtained guns. So rolling back what the Liberals have done, and actually perhaps even further than that, potentially, because when Stephen Harper was in, they did a lot of things that were very good for firearms. They had, of course, the end to the long gun registry, but they didn't get at a lot of the regulations that really don't make sense, because it's very difficult to explain something that most people in Canada don't know, which is how guns do work, and that they are legal, and how many gun owners there are, more than 2 million. So that, I think, is where the gun lobby is going right now. Education, which then makes it easier for politicians to take pro-gun positions without being pilloried in the media. And just to put in perspective, in a couple of weeks in Ottawa, there is going to be a very large gun march on September 12th. And, I would love to see the next conservative leader, whoever it is, at that march, marching in it, standing up for gun owners.
Well, this is a joke that happened down in the U.S. There was a pro-gun rally, anti-COVID rally, and the media painted them like they were absolute, fear, like put the most fear-mongering out, and treated them like they were some kind of an armed militia. And then, a week later, when we had the Black Lives Matter protest, it was like all totally fine, and they were cheering on the protesters. So hopefully that's not what's going to happen in Ottawa. But good to see. We've seen a couple of different special interest groups coming together to put forth their policy of choice. We talked to Alyssa Golub earlier with Right Now, and talking about the gun rights issue right now. Well, folks, thanks so much for tuning in. I'm hearing now, this is what Susan Delacourt, a writer with the Toronto Star, just wrote. She just posted on Twitter. She said, now it could be a 9 p.m. start. That's start to announce the Conservative leadership results. Andrew, what are you hearing? Are we still set to go? Because I thought that they said that they were starting at 7:30. It's now 7:50 here on the East Coast in the Eastern time zone. So what's going on? What's the schedule? Do we have any idea?
Yeah, at a certain point, I think we're going to have to hand things over to Aaron Gunn on the West Coast, because it'll be like 4 a.m. on Eastern time. So stand by, Aaron. You're the furthest away as far as time zone. Listen, I've been watching the page that the YouTube channel for the Conservative Party of Canada is set to go live with the results, and it has a little ticker on it that says live in X number of minutes. And I was watching it because it was supposed to be live at 7:30, and I kept refreshing, and then I noticed that quietly ticked to 9 p.m. And I thought, maybe it's a typo, or maybe they switched over to Pacific time. And then I saw a couple of tweets from people that are on the ground in Ottawa that are saying very similarly that this is now looking to be even later. And again, that 9 p.m. time is for the start of the results. It's not to say that that's when the winner is going to be announced. So all of a sudden, we're talking about moving out of prime time here. And again, the fact that this has now been bumped back, 3 times, suggests that even then you can't necessarily take it for granted. And I'm already seeing a lot of talk about people that before they even hear the result are convinced that it's not going to be worth its salt because of these ripped ballots. They now have said, the party, thousands of ballots were ripped by the machines. Supposedly they're trying to count those manually. But what do you guys think it says about, this process? I mean, is this into this category of, listen, things happen, live events are difficult, or do you think there is a disorganization or dare I say incompetence that needs to be called into question here? I'll start with you, Candice, and then we'll go to our guests.
Yeah, I mean, this is not good for the Conservatives. I just kind of quickly breezing through Twitter here, and there's a lot of mockery and a lot of comments saying, you want to run the government, you can't even run your own little leadership race. I don't think it's good. Obviously, that's not a very fair criticism, but I mean, come on. Like I said, the ballots were all due on Friday. They had 2 full days to put this together. They let us know 10 minutes before the broadcast was supposed to begin that they were delaying it. I think it's pretty unprofessional. And again, it's the same kind of thing. Reminds me of this little spat that happened between Peter MacKay and Aaron O'Toole earlier on, where they were accusing, one was accusing the other of stealing files through an intern through Zoom. And it's like, we're looking at the Liberals and all their ethics scandals and all their issues. And the Conservatives are supposed to be the people who are, transparent and open and committed to getting the books in order and running the government more like a business, just being more responsible. And it's like, how are we supposed to believe that when you have these weird little petty infighting scandals? So I don't think it looks good for the party at all. At the same time, obviously, this stuff does happen, and you got to be patient with it. But the whole country's watching right now, and they're not really performing very well. Sam, what do you think?
This is what I said before. Deloitte is who's doing the counting. Deloitte is one of the big 4 accounting companies. So they're one of the largest accounting companies in the world. It's a little disappointing to see that this is happening because, again, if it's a close race between Aaron O'Toole and Peter MacKay, especially, if it's a close race and suddenly they had to throw out a bunch of ballots and those ballots can't be counted by the machine, doesn't mean you can't eventually count them. Maybe some of them are torn. Maybe you can still piece them back together. Maybe the little pieces that it's kind of like the George Bush dimpled Chads and all this nonsense. Maybe that would make a totally different result. It's not good for building confidence that this party and this group of people can lead this country. And look, again, I think it's an unfair criticism, as you said, but that's unfortunately what's going to happen. And it's not going to help with party unity, especially if it's going to be, for example, a Peter MacKay and Aaron O'Toole, where one is up by a very small handful of votes, and it turns out that 1,000 of them were ripped, and that might have made the difference.
Absolutely. What do you think, Aaron?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's not it's not that surprising in the sense that one of the reasons that Conservatives or those that are right of center are big proponents of small government, as we find these bureaucratic organizations can't do anything competently. So I think that fits the trend. I will say that the delay, if it's just delayed a little bit, not a big deal, especially if you're out on the West Coast like me. But the ripping of the ballots and the anything that causes people to lose trust in the electoral process is very concerning, because trust in elections, in democracy, really leaves on horseback and returns on foot. So I think it's really important that we don't have any controversy. If it's just delayed a little bit, I'm sure we'll all forget about it in a couple of days from now. But if there's any of this ripped ballot where causes people or some of the campaigns or camps to question the results, then that is very concerning.
I think the real winner is whichever company is making the machines that are on their own destroying the ballots, because I think we is placing a bulk order for a bunch of those machines. You know, I'm just looking at some of the news that's coming in here. And again, I mean, a lot of mayhem. People start to read between the lines. People start to raise questions about all of the things that are going on and basically just the uncertainty now. So we still have the O'Toole campaign being very confident that they're winning. We still have the Peter MacKay campaign being kind of reserved and tight-lipped. There's one report that I wanted to share here. And I'm just trying to find it on, this is the problem with live, things get lost in the hustle. Mackenzie Gray from CTV has said that he has talked to an insider who has seen internal polls from all four candidates. Two of them show O'Toole winning on the third ballot. Now, this is a little bit of hearsay because Mackenzie Gray is citing an unnamed insider who has seen other polls, so he's not reporting that he's seen them. But there does seem to be a trend right now that's going on of people thinking that this is an O'Toole win. But I mean, my whole point on this is that even if O'Toole is leading, if the whole question mark is about ballots that are being destroyed and delays, in the last two leadership races where we've seen significant delays and uncertainty, the Ontario PC leadership race of 2018 and the Conservative Party of Canada leadership race of 2017, those were too close to call. So anyone to be claiming victory would have been very premature. And I fear it's probably the same thing here. So I guess my question on this, and I want to hear from some of our panelists as we talk about this, is what are the real stakes moving forward? So I would like all of us to have a big discussion about where we want to see the Conservative leader go forward. And I know it seems like it is a little bit of a challenge for a lot of people to figure out if we're even going to have a Conservative leader tonight, and if so, at what time, and all of that sort of stuff. But what does the Conservative leader need to do, not just to unite the party, which is what we've been talking about, but also to actually have that narrative moving forward that is going to put the Conservative Party on the right footing. And we've talked about media bias. I want to play a clip actually from my fireside chat interview with Aaron O'Toole. This was from a couple of weeks ago. And Aaron O'Toole was actually speaking about media bias and specifically the way that the Conservatives can break through that and should break through that. And I know it's been a theme of our discussion tonight. So let me roll that clip now. You've said very clearly that you are pro-choice, you're pro-gay rights, yet you are not going so far as to say that everyone in your party has to be pro-choice, that everyone in your caucus has to be. To a lot of people who criticize social conservatives, that is an indistinguishable position from being a social conservative yourself. And we saw this with Andrew Scheer, for example. He was personally pro-life, but had fundamentally the same position as you on the sense that he wasn't going to introduce any legislation, he wasn't going to make any changes to Canadian law on abortion. So how do you fight back against really going down the exact same road that the Conservatives have been down?
Because I've been clear in my political life since I was elected. I often say I'm not a career politician, so I don't have to go back to the 1990s or 15 years ago to put speeches or votes I gave into context. When I left the military, became a lawyer, and then ran for Parliament, I said I'm running to Parliament to defend Canadians' rights. I'm not here to take away any rights granted by the court under the Charter or rights that go back to the Magna Carta. That's why I'm a strong proponent of free speech rights, conscience protections, and I don't like the increasing view on the left that some rights are okay and other rights can be dismissed. In a democracy like us, you have to respect all points of view and be willing to defend all rights. You know, that's what our soldiers have done throughout our history. That's what our parliament is meant to do. That's what Diefenbaker did with the Bill of Rights. We have to defend those rights, whether it's property rights of Canadians that have seen that right removed with an order of council, no debate in the middle of a pandemic for firearms owners, or whether it's a conservative who wants to express a point of view based on their faith. When did religious freedom become a right we're not willing to stand up for in this country? I have concerns about what Justin Trudeau is doing to democratic debates, political party organization, and really Parliament in general, and it fuels me. And what's great, Andrew, Conservatives are a great, passionate, intelligent bunch from coast to coast. We don't have to have the same view on all issues. We have to have respect for one another.
And, you know, like, it's so good that finally we hear Conservatives talking about the media bias, because it's such an elephant in the room every time. I mean, this has been an ongoing complaint of mine, as viewers of True North know very well. It goes all the way back to 2015 when Justin Trudeau was running. In the midst of the campaign, he pledged an additional $150 million to the CBC. How can you say that doesn't affect coverage when they're literally, one of the parties is offering to massively expand your business? And that grant did end up going through. The CBC grew by $150 million, created a whole online news division in English language. And then because of that, the newspapers couldn't compete. And so Trudeau gave them a bailout of $600 million. So you have this weird situation where the government and taxpayers are funding competing media entities. And the more success one has, the more you have to bail out the other. How can you say that journalists don't have a conflict of interest? They all have a conflict of interest. Sam, you're talking about how David Akin tweeted that he doesn't have any skin in the game. Well, maybe Global technically hasn't gotten any of the bailout money yet, but surely it's to come. And I think that is one of the major problems that conservatives, small C conservatives, which includes us at True North, face in this country. Well, we have an exciting guest that is joining us. Again, we have a live show that we're putting together. We thought that we were going to be going to the Conservative Convention at 6 p.m. It's now 8 p.m. We're hearing it might not go till 9. So we got lots of friends joining us on the line. And here we have our friend MP Michelle Rempel-Garner. Michelle, thank you so much for taking the time out to join us.
You know what? Thank you for doing this live feed tonight, Candice. It's so exciting to be commenting on what I think is the future of media. I'm just really excited you guys are doing this. I just gave you guys a big shout out on Twitter, and I think it's awesome. And congratulations for taking the initiative on it. It's great.
Well, thank you so much. And, we're doing what we can with our limited ability, doing a live show and trying to put things together at the last minute. So hopefully, the audience is bearing with us. But Michelle, I'm going to put a question to you that we've been talking about throughout this program. There seems to be a bit of a growing divide. All 4 of the leadership candidates in this race are from Ontario or live in Ontario. We didn't really see anyone jump in the race from Western Canada. Some worry that the issues that matter to Albertans haven't really been addressed in this campaign. You're an Albertan, you're a representative of Calgary in Parliament. Do you feel like Alberta's been adequately represented, and are you happy with this batch of potential candidates here?
No, I don't. I don't think that the issues Alberta were facing were adequately addressed in the leadership race. I'll be very blunt. And I talked about this phenomenon in the Buffalo Declaration, where our system of governance, both from a general election perspective, but also within the primary system of our major political parties, I really don't think allow or incent people who are seeking the leadership of parties to advocate for Western Canadian issues. So, this isn't necessarily a slight on the leadership candidates. I think it's just an acknowledgement of reality. The reality is that my constituents are facing incredible economic turmoil. They're facing a downturn in the economy that has been precipitated by detrimental policies put in place by the current Liberal government. But this is a cyclical problem. This isn't the first time this has happened. It's happened many times in the history of our country. And without structural change to enable Western Canada to be an equal participant in Confederation, it will continue to happen again. So for me, it's not enough to say that, we're going to repeal some bills or defeat the current Liberal leader. We need to be talking about how we're addressing structural change so that Albertans don't have to look at what political party is in power to ensure that their livelihoods are successful. That's not sustainable. And I know that I might be, frankly, pissing people off within my own party by saying this, but it needs to be said. And that's why I was really proud to be behind the Buffalo Declaration, because that was something that was designed to spur conversation about how we do this. And this is frankly what I'm going to be working on, no matter who wins tonight.
What would your recommendation be, Michelle, to the next Conservative leader on a way to loop in not just the Alberta and broader Western caucus, but also a lot of the Western base that are feeling growing alienation, in some cases a desire for separation or headed towards that? How can the next leader really tell those people that, yes, you're heard, yes, you're part of the Canadian Conservative family, and yes, I'm here to represent you, even if I'm not from the West?
Well, I think step one, Andrew, is acknowledging that there's a problem, right? I think that the next leader has to say, look, this is something, this like history is repeating itself, right? So we need to have some sort of plan and be advocating for a plan that will not just fix the current situation, but ensure that it won't happen again. That's step number one, is acknowledging that there's a problem. Step number two is acknowledging that advocating for one region of the country or another is normative in Canadian politics, right? It's completely politically acceptable for the leader of a party to say, look, here's a policy that's not working for Atlantic Canada. We need to work for Atlantic Canada. Or, you know what? Here's some issues with Quebec language laws that we need to be advocating for or whatnot. Why is it all of a sudden not normative for Western Canadians to be standing up and saying, we've got a big problem here and Canadian leaders need to address that? And I think that there's a propensity in any political party to be like, oh, well, we don't want to piss off Ontario. We don't want to piss off Quebec. So, we'll just like not talk about the Western Canadian stuff. I've experienced that, and that's not going to cut it anymore. And I think that, so again, just underscoring step number two, it's just acknowledging the Conservative Party of Canada was given a big mandate by Western Canada to be bold on these issues, right? And the next leader has to figure out how to do that while maintaining a national voter coalition. And anybody who's running for the leadership of the party needs to understand that that's what the job description is. And there are going to be caucus colleagues like myself and others who understand this and will be pushing them on the same. And I'm not afraid of that. And I know that others aren't either, because it's why we were elected and it's why people pay our salary.
Well, and Conservatives do so well in Alberta because they trust the Conservative Party to speak up for them and to stand up for them. Michelle, I want to get your thoughts on just the very turbulent few weeks that you've had in Ottawa with the Trudeau government. I mean, it's just been one thing after the other. The WE scandal, your MPs in the Finance Committee have done an excellent job just exposing how, much the Liberals have misled Canadians about the timeline. Then all of a sudden you had Bill Morneau sort of bizarrely resigning, pretending it had nothing to do with this whole scandal. And Chrystia Freeland jump in. She's from Alberta technically, although I don't think she's lived in Canada much since she was a teenager. And she said something about, the economic restart to COVID has to be based on decarbonization, whatever the heck that means. What is your take on this current corrupt Liberal government? And do you think that they even have a mandate at this point? Do you think that it's time to go to another election? What are your thoughts on all that?
Sure. I do think Justin Trudeau has lost the moral authority to govern. And if somebody voted Liberal in the last election, they should be asking why he is still the leader of the party. But I digress. I think that where to even start on this? Here's my bold prediction. Here's my punditry. When you think about Trudeau's father, Pierre Elliott, he needed a national unity crisis to change the channel on a lot of his failures. And what I predict is that Justin Trudeau will impose a very punitive budget that's punitive towards Western Canada. I think it's just going to go for broke on the energy sector, shutting it down. And what he is going to try and do with that is deflect from the corruption of the WE scandal. And that there's going to be more, Candice. There's how many hundreds of billions of dollars that happened without parliamentary oversight. There's going to be more. He's going to try and deflect from that by getting Conservatives to fight internally over the question of Western Canada and just hope that we separate and let him get a pass. And so the needle that the new leader is going to have to thread is to say, look, the issue of Western alienation is real. It has to be addressed in a real way, but we're not going to let Canadians give Trudeau a free pass on these other issues, right? So, to me, that's you can see that this is where they're going. So we need to be smarter than that. We need to be ahead of them, and I'm confident of the ability of our party to do this. So, I just think it's something that we all need to be aware of.
Your name, Michelle, was one of the early ones that was put forward by a lot of people as a potential candidate in this race. And you obviously opted not to step forward. But I'm curious what your rationale was when you saw that there weren't candidates in the race that were really putting forward positions on the issues that, we were all talking about earlier, specifically Western issues. Why did you not feel, or perhaps you did feel that, it wasn't your time to step forward, even if those issues weren't having a voice in the race?
I guess I'll just be very blunt with you. My first concern is to my constituents at this point in time. Like the economic crisis that we're going through right now, the number of people that are out of work is something like that has to be my first and primary concern as an elected representative. It's situation critical here, and I feel like yes, I do have a voice. Yes, I do have reach, and I felt in my heart that it was more important for me to use that reach to be an unapologetic advocate for Western Canadians. And the reality is that the way that the Conservative Party's primary system is set up is that I could not do both. I could not run for the leadership of the party and do things like the Buffalo Declaration, do things like saying, I don't care who wins tonight, I'm going to ensure that Western Canadian interests are put forward. And, that does make me sad. But there are moments in our history where you have to realize what your role and your calling is. And I can't look at the 70% mandate that I got from the people of my riding, from people that typically don't vote Conservative. And they're like, you have to fight for us. And sometimes you have to put self and ego aside and do what you've been given a mandate to do. So, again, I'm at the point in my political career and in my life I just turned 40, where I'm only doing this at this point in time to make sure that my constituents and the people that I represent get a fair shake. And if that means putting pressure on my own party, so be it. But it certainly means pushing back against the agenda that we're seeing from the Liberal government as well. I am optimistic that our party's going to get it right, but they might need a shove in the right direction. And that's what my job is going to be.
Well, that's a great initiative, Michelle. Maybe for viewers that aren't too familiar with the Buffalo Declaration and what exactly it entails, you could sort of walk through, you don't have to give a comprehensive presentation or anything, but maybe you can just point out some of the highlights and what the goals and objectives of the Declaration are.
Sure. So in February, myself and 3 other colleagues released a comprehensive, very thorough document that outlined the systemic problems that Western Canada, specifically Alberta and Saskatchewan, have faced from Confederation, that we've never been an equal participant, that we've always been a colony towards other parts of Canada, and that the problems that we're facing are cyclical in nature, that they're not, this isn't the first time that this is happening. And we proposed a series of recommendations that could be used as a starting point to talk about how we fix these things, how we fix Confederation. It was a very controversial document. I knew it would be. Anytime that you talk about these things, it's going to piss everybody off. I know it pissed people off within my own party, but I'm at the point where I just don't care. Because we have to say things. We have to, if you're not, you can't fix a problem if you don't acknowledge that it exists. So, I encourage people to read it, buffalodeclaration.ca. I stand by it. And, what I hope that it did, I actually hope that it would inform some of the leadership conversations, that it would allow some of our leadership candidates to talk about the things that were in there and say, I agree with this, I don't agree with this. I acknowledge that here's some issues with Western Canada, here's how I would fix it. And frankly, we didn't see, I'm not saying that, they had to talk about the Buffalo Declaration per se. I don't have that type of an ego, but I don't think that we address those issues. And what I'm hoping is that whoever wins tonight will start addressing that. I do have to jump off, Candice. I'm getting the signal from the back here, but I just again I want to thank you and Andrew for doing this, and if for those who are watching. I do think that what you guys are doing here tonight will be, considered the future of media, and it's nice to see pundits and other media gaining prominence and different voices in our country. So, congratulations to you.
Well, Michelle, thank you so much for taking the time. I know it was super last minute, but one of the things we talked about was that there wasn't enough policy in this last leadership debate. So hopefully you'll be at the forefront in leading policy discussions for the party and in the Conservative movement for a long time to come.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too.
Thanks
Take
very
care.
much, Michelle. You know, one of the things I was actually hoping to chat with Michelle about, we ran out of time, was immigration, which is an issue she's been doing a lot on it. And we actually haven't talked about immigration all that much tonight. So let's start now, because I would say that there wasn't a huge amount of immigration talk during the leadership. There was some, certainly. Everyone seemed to be united on wanting to close Roxham Road. We had a news story this week that True North actually broke. It was an exclusive story that the government has put out a call for a vendor to transport asylum seekers near the Quebec border, up to 150 a day. So clearly the government's not making good on its whole closing Roxham Road promise as of late. So you've got Derek Sloan, who wants to decrease immigration. You've got Aaron O'Toole that wants to do the steady increase, that very Harper and Kenney approach to immigration. But by and large, it wasn't, I would say, a central issue on the campaign. I'll go to our panelists as well. But first, Candice, would you say that's a fair assessment that, yeah, it was mentioned, but it wasn't really made a central part of anyone's plans?
Yeah, I think that's right. And I think it's interesting, talk about immigration around immigration does sort of ebb and flow. Whenever there's sort of a big something event in the media, you end up talking about it a lot. So in 2015, with the refugee crisis flooding Europe and civil war in Syria, and all of a sudden Justin Trudeau pledging to bring in 50,000 Syrian refugees on an incredibly rushed timeline without any security checks and all that kind of stuff, it became a really big, urgent issue. And a lot of people had a lot of things to say about it. Same thing with Roxham Road, when all of a sudden, we went from having a couple of dozen people cross illegally from the United States per year to we're having 500-600 a day for a while. It became a big pressing issue. Whereas right now, Andrew, I mean, we're sort of in an unprecedented situation in that we've almost had a full lockdown of our border for the past 4 months. I don't think that's happened, at all in recent history. Now, of course, we know that the numbers aren't exactly true, that even though the Trudeau government says the border is closed, we still had 1 million odd people come, and more people who've entered Canada have not been citizens. So we are still accepting immigrants. Some of the big COVID outbreaks have happened with temporary foreign workers coming from Mexico and other countries. And so, despite the fact that they say the border's closed, it is still open, and it is causing some issues in terms of COVID and public safety. I would have liked to hear a little bit more about immigration from each of the candidates, but I think we're in an interesting time in Canada and our history right now. I've written about this in the past, and I'll just really quickly say it again. If you look at Canada's historic immigration figures dating back 150 years, there have always been peaks and valleys in admittance. So we've always had time periods where we've just let in lots and lots of people, pretty much open the floodgates, and then a couple of years later, we close them and allow a break of 1 to 5 to 10 years where you essentially just let everyone settle, let the people who are here integrate and become Canadian. And then you say, okay, let's open up again and have another wave. We haven't had that. We've had sustained high numbers of immigration getting higher and higher and higher every year for the past 25 years. And I don't think it's necessarily been good for the country. I actually think it's been bad for the country. There's parts of Vancouver where I grew up where you don't see any English speakers. There's no English signs. People have no incentive to learn English because no one around them speaks English. And you're also seeing lots of tensions in and around Toronto with so many new people coming and not being able to settle. So I think it's good for the country to just take a pause on immigration altogether. And the fact that that's sort of what's happening because of the situation. We don't know what the immigration levels will be for 2020. The government hasn't announced them, and I've been trying to dig into them and find them. But I think once we do learn, they'll be significantly lower than where they were. I think the Conservatives would be wise to just maintain that for a few years until COVID gets under control, until the economy recovers, and then we can open up again. But I hope that all the Conservative leadership candidates take this as an opportunity to really push that pause button on immigration and have some kind of a moratorium. Aaron, I know you and I have talked about the immigration issue before, and you're not in Vancouver, but you're on the West Coast where there is a large population of people that come that don't necessarily bother to learn English and don't really integrate. I'm curious to hear your thoughts on this issue.
Well, I think the big point to be made with COVID and the unemployment as high as it is right now is the economic rationale for opening the floodgates on immigration simply isn't there anymore. I think in addition to all the points that you made, I think we also need to pump the brakes on immigration a bit to allow more housing spots to open up in cities like Vancouver, Victoria, and Toronto, where there's a lot of stress on the market. So I think that's another point to be made. But my big thing with immigration that bugs me is with Justin Trudeau right now, you have this arbitrarily high number of immigrants and refugees. And if you want one less than that, you're basically a racist. And I think all I want is a common sense, open debate about immigration and the economic effects and the cultural effects. And to be honest, I think a lot of Canadians have those conversations around the water coolers and the barbecues during summer. But it'd be nice to actually have those conversations at the forefront in forums like this. And one of the downsides is we didn't see that in the leadership race, which would have been nice.
Yeah, I totally agree. Again, it's one of the disconnects that this is how, everyday Canadians talk about these issues, but politicians are so afraid of being called the dreaded R word, racist, that they don't want to talk about immigration. Sam, what's your perspective on this?
So I actually want to take it in a bit of a different direction, and that is to bring the economy into it, because immigration and the economy are very closely tied together. You bring people into this country or to any country because by growing your population base, you grow the size of your market, you grow your labor force, and obviously that's one of the main drivers of the economy. But with the Trudeau government going to bring in, and I firmly believe that they're going to try and bring in some sort of universal basic income. And remember that Eric Hoskins, who was the Ontario health minister for a number of years, that he's gone to Ottawa to help them with the national pharmacare strategy. So you have a potential on the horizon of pharmacare strategy and a universal basic income. How is that going to affect the need and demand for labor? What are the changes in the economy with people that are coming in? Is everyone going to suddenly qualify for this universal basic income? So people who just arrived yesterday, what's going to be the criterion? Are you going to be allowed to work, make more money? There's going to be a lot of effects, and immigration is now a piece of that discussion. And I think that's an interesting one going forward for whoever the new conservative leader is going to be, because it's not just about universal basic income or about immigration or about any of these things, because they're all tied together. And I'm curious what you guys think as well, actually.
Yeah, it's a really good point, because one of the things you often hear almost as a cliche is that you can't have open borders and socialist programs or a socialist welfare state. Canada seems to be the exception to that, because we do have these socialist programs. Like this is one of the arguments you hear conservatives making in the US, like, oh, these Democrats are so crazy, they want open borders, but they also want Medicare for all. It's like, well, yeah, that's basically what our policy is in Canada already, and it hasn't bankrupted the system yet, but surely it could potentially be a problem. And, for me, I'm someone who's worked inside the immigration department. I saw that there were a number of scams and a number of people who aren't coming with good intentions to Canada. They're not coming because they want to join the Canadian family or because they love Canada or believe in the Canadian ideal. No, they're coming because they want to take advantage of our generosity, essentially. And I think that the more that you expand that welfare state, Sam, it's a really excellent point. The more that you're going to attract the wrong kind of people, which is so unfair to the Canadian fabric, to the Canadian family, but also to the Canadian taxpayer and people who potentially could be displaced in a hospital, in an emergency room setting, in an intensive care setting, because someone else who has no connection to Canada, that didn't live here 5 minutes ago, showed up and got ahead of them. And that's just the nature of rationed healthcare, but it could apply to any number of other programs that Justin Trudeau and his Liberals pull out, as we're expecting in this next throne speech.
This is the True North Conservative Leadership Results Show. Candice Malcolm and Andrew Lawton hosting. We also have joining us right now Aaron Gunn and True North fellow Sam Eskenazi. Just before we go back to the panel, I want to report on some of the details that are coming in. If you're just tuning in right now because you thought you'd skip to the end and get the results, well, do we have some bad news for you? The results are nowhere near where they're supposed to be right now. This was originally promised to start at 6 p.m. with results coming in at 6:30. It's now 8:30. The latest is that 97% of the ballots, according to the Conservative Party of Canada, have been counted. 3% of them, which is several thousand, were ripped by machines. Now, just to put this in context, there were about 172,000 ballots, which means that if 3% of them were ripped, that is about 5,000, 6,000, about 5,000 ballots that we're talking about here. So a significant number that have been ripped and they're being counted manually. That's been the main cause of the delay. The Conservative Party says it's going to start its program at 8:30, which is coming up any moment now. and there's going to be a break at 9 p.m. and then the results will start coming in, the first ballot at 10 p.m. Now, this is all Eastern time, so it's important to keep that in mind, but we're looking now at potentially the Conservative Party of Canada starting its show at 8:30. Now, I've actually just got some breaking, I don't know if it's breaking news, but no one else has this yet. Andrew Scheer is going to be speaking in about 15 minutes. So the Conservative Party, it seems like, is committed to starting its show in some form soon. And we'll obviously throw to them live to hear the latest. So just with apologies to our panelists, if we have to cut you off too quickly, that's why, because we want to go to the main event. But it sounds like we'll be back for at least an hour at 9 p.m. when the party breaks to finish its counting. So Again, I mean, this is as far as what you can have if you're trying to present that you can capably and competently hit the ground running and go after Justin Trudeau in the next election. This isn't exactly the message that you that you want to be sharing. But let me go to you on this, Sam. I mean, what do you think needs to be the Conservative Party leaders' top priority, assuming there is a leader tonight, when they start their first full day in that job tomorrow? I mean, what does the election readiness plan look like, or what should it look like for the Conservatives?
Oh, sorry. Top priority, honestly, make sure you've got party unity all set. Make sure, you guys with me still? Make sure you've got party unity all set. That's going to be super critical.
Yeah, keep going, Sam.
Oh, there we go. All right. So so party unity is going to be super critical, but that's going to be just like a day one kind of thing, maybe the first week. Just make sure, you make all the phone calls you need to make, mend all the fences that you need to mend, and then make sure you've got the machinery ready to go. Because Justin Trudeau is basically sitting on the trigger. Yes, it's a minority government, but big question that I've posed before is the NDP. Do they have enough money? Are they ready to fight this election? And that's really, I think, for them, that's what's going to be keeping this government propped up. So you got to be ready at a moment's notice to fight an election. You got to make sure you've got the machinery in place, and then you worry about the messaging. That can take, again, depends on what the ballot question or what track the Liberals are going to take. You can obviously come back from that. But first step, again, mend your fences. Second step, make sure the machinery is ready. Third step, work on your messaging and keep it simple.
It's a really good point. I think just quickly to pick up on one thing you said with Jagmeet Singh and the NDP, I mean, to me, it seems really obvious that we need to have an election, aside from whatever the health concerns may be with COVID and the concerns around that. But one of the kind of sticking issues is the NDP and how much debt they have and how poorly they perform under Jagmeet Singh. So you have this awkward situation where you could have a political party that's propping up another party, not because of any principle or any shared belief, but simply because of their own sort of opportunistic situation. Aaron, I'll bring you in on this. British Columbia is sort of the NDP heartland, and Jagmeet Singh's from out there. What do you make of that party right now? And do you think that they would be willing to prop up the Trudeau government, even if it meant further demise of our country?
I think so. I think that, maybe in fairness to the NDP, Justin Trudeau's Liberals have moved so far to the left now that it probably makes a degree of ideological sense to prop them up. So a lot of the crazy policies that we might have affiliated with the NDP party of massive deficits, completely out of control spending, mindless and rudderless foreign policy, all of these things, political correctness, identity politics. Trudeau has adopted all of those as his own. So I do think there is a at least in the inner city and NDP, I think that does make a lot of sense. But what I'm curious is there seems to me two kinds of NDP voters, especially here in British Columbia. You still have kind of the common sense, a lot of times union worker NDP voter, a lot of rural areas here in Vancouver Island, a lot of forestry workers. And I don't think the NDP party federally under Jagmeet Singh is a party they can identify with. And I think those.
Oh, hang on. I'm sorry to interrupt there, but we have the live event at the Conservative Party broadcast headquarters in Ottawa starting up. Are we good to throw to that now? All right, we'll go to that live.
Sorry to cut you off there, Aaron.
All good. All good.
think you made your point.
Yeah, it was good stuff.
Oh my gosh. I was not
All right, I
expecting
think we
to
can
have
probably
to do.
let you guys loose because this is going to be about half an hour. We might stand by your phones, though. We might bring you back on later.
Yeah, let me know. I'll be rocking a baby.
All right, thanks a lot for everything, guys.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. Hey, according
chefferies sont alimentées par l'énergie de nos gens, de nos membres et de nos bénévoles. Partout au pays, nos bénévoles sont notre moteur, autant les membres de l'exécutif national que ceux et celles qui dirigent nos 338 associations de circonscription électorale. Nous comptons sur l'énergie et le talent de nos bénévoles. Leadership races are a time of renewal. Thousands of volunteers have given their time to support a candidate, adding to the energy and excitement of this extraordinary leadership race. We wouldn't be here tonight for this announcement without our volunteers, who began arriving before 5 a.m. this morning to open, count, and record tens of thousands of ballots that we received over the past several weeks. I'd also like to say a very special thank you to the Conservative Party of Canada staff who have pulled together and worked tirelessly, long hours, often through adversity, to ensure that we could elect our next leader in spite of a global pandemic. Your resourcefulness and dedication to the Conservative Party and its goals have carried us through the challenges of the past months, and we thank you. Je veux aussi remercier tout spécialement les membres du personnel du Parti conservateur qui ont uni leurs efforts et travaillé sans relâche de longues heures et souvent dans l'adversité pour faire en sorte que nous élisons notre prochain chef ou notre prochaine chef en dépit de la pandémie. Et nous vous remercions. Here's a little peek of how all of this came together.
To the volunteers who made the 2020 Conservative Leadership Election possible, thank you. Avec une participation record à travers le pays, la logistique de la course a été, pour le dire à la légère, assez difficile. Thanks to our amazing volunteers, we were able to make this race a massive success, even during a pandemic. Merci à tous ceux qui ont donné leur temps. Nous n'aurions pas pu y arriver sans vous. Here are just a few of the milestones we were able to accomplish thanks to the dedication of our volunteers. Merci à tous nos membres qui ont voté et ont fait de cette course à la chefferie la plus importante de l'histoire du Canada. And thank you to all of the campaigns and their volunteers for helping build conservative momentum right across the country.
Thank you. And now I'd like to introduce our president of the party, notre président de l'exécutif national du Parti conservateur du Canada, Scott Lamb.
Thank you, Jamie. And I want to say, without Jamie Gerard stepping forward last December to take the role as our executive director, the success of this leadership race in setting a record for ballots and votes cast could not have occurred. You've done so much for our party, and we are in a debt of gratitude to you and your team. It is my honor to say thank you on behalf of the Conservative Party of Canada to our leader, Andrew Scheer, for his years of service to our party and our country. Au nom du Parti conservateur du Canada, j'ai l'honneur de récompenser Andrew Scheer pour 16 ans de service à notre parti et à notre pays. As many of you know, Andrew's remarkable career commenced in 2004 when, at the political novice age of 24, he contested the riding of Regina Capel for our party against Lorne Nystrom of the NDP, a political legend who was a 25-year veteran of the House of Commons. Not only did Andrew beat Lorne Nystrom in 2004, he went on with that seat to win it a further 5 consecutive times. Andrew served as the youngest ever Speaker of the House of Commons in the Harper government, securing his place as a great parliamentarian. When Stephen Harper stepped down as our leader in 2015, I often caution people, we are a relatively young party formed out of two predecessor parties. It was a little bit like a startup company with a very successful founding leader who suddenly exits the company. Often startup companies fail at this stage. Our party had only known one leader for 12 years, and we have been in government for over 9 of those years. Like any startup company transitioning to a new leader, this was a daunting task to take on as the role of our new leader of our party. It required focus on party unity and moving our party back into contention to form government once again. On his election as leader, Andrew Scheer did just that. Andrew Scheer focused on fighting for all Canadians, and not just the favored few by the Liberals. You saw in Andrew Scheer's campaign against Trudeau's massive tax hike on small business, forcing the Liberal government to back down from many of their changes. Andrew Scheer kept the party unified. He has listened to and understood all points of view in our big Conservative tent. He built momentum to put our party into contention to win government again, winning key by-elections that we had not won in a generation, building our party's lead in fundraising, and welcoming Liberals to join our party, like Member of Parliament Leona Astalev, who crossed the floor of the House of Commons from the Liberals to join our party. In the 2019 election, Andrew Scheer took on Justin Trudeau's Liberals, who the media said after 2015 would hold majority governments not just for 4 years, but as much as 12 years. In that election, Andrew Scheer led our party to reducing the Trudeau Liberals to a minority government. Our party won the popular vote and formed the strongest official opposition in Canadian history with 121 Conservatives elected. Throughout his leadership and years as a parliamentarian, Andrew Scheer has always demonstrated fairness, decency, and intelligence. He's a dedicated family man and a friend to all. Andrew, you kept us united and focused on fighting for all Canadians. With you, we took a large step once again to forming a Conservative government. We thank you. We wish you and your family all the best, and we look for many years in the future of your service as a Member of Parliament for our party. Thank you.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition. So gross and disgusting that this Prime Minister keeps using the pandemic as an excuse for his corruption. They will stop and take the time to reward their friends. That is the essence of this Liberal Party. It's just disgusting.
Justin Trudeau only pretends to stand up for Canada. Mr. Trudeau, you are a phony and you are a fraud and you do not deserve to govern this country.
That was the weakest response to a national crisis in Canadian history. Now, I listened to the Prime Minister's word salad. The actions of these radical activists are illegal. Put an end to the illegal blockades and get our economy back on track.
But I don't blame the Prime Minister for not getting up off the mat. And we know that he'd rather be sitting there signing autographs. If he likes to sign his name so much, maybe he can take out his checkbook and sign a check paying back taxpayers for the money he costs. He told Donald Trump that if he didn't get rid of tariffs, there'd be no photo op. Well, that Donald called his bluff. He knew that the Prime Minister couldn't resist another photo being taken, and there he was signing along with the rest of the leaders. Now, for taking his picture with Donald Trump, did he get an end to the steel and aluminum tariffs? Even the Australians can't understand why we're buying their old planes. If the Prime Minister is so keen on buying fixer-uppers, will he come over? Because I've got an old minivan I'd love to show him. Meanwhile, families across the country are suffering because of their lack of action and their incompetence. When will the Prime Minister take responsibility for his decision and stop trying to blame other people? It is fashionable today to look down on the past. But that is a luxury that we enjoy from heights built by those who preceded us in this chamber. If you look back at our rich history, study the leading figures in its telling, and see only the blemishes, then you are missing out on the beautiful story of a country constantly bettering itself and consistently offering a refuge to so many. This country has bestowed such fortune and opportunity on my family.
that I stand before you, running to be the next Prime Minister, one generation removed from having 9 kids in a 2-bedroom bungalow along a dirt road. That right there is Canada, ladies and gentlemen, and it's worth fighting to protect. Canada must be a place where no ambition is too big, where no dream is out of reach, and where no government will stand in the way of people working hard to get ahead. Conservatives have put Justin Trudeau on notice. When your government falls, Conservatives will be ready and we will win. Tonight, we have accomplished what only 2 parties have ever done before by holding a first-term majority government to a minority. This is how it starts. This is the first step. And now we are heading back to Ottawa with a much bigger team, with more support from coast to coast, and with an endorsement from the Canadian people that we are the government in waiting.
Folks, the Honourable Andrew Scheer.
Well, thank you very much, Scott. Thanks, Lisa. Thanks, Dan. Bonsoir tout le monde. What an incredible 3 years. I have been so honored to serve as leader of the Conservative Party of Canada and as leader of the official opposition in the House of Commons, leading our amazing team. Je suis très honoré d'avoir été chef du parti et de l'opposition officielle à la Chambre des communes et diriger notre excellente équipe. Looking back on where we started in 2017 and all that we have accomplished together, I am struck by the determination, strength, and resilience of our party. In 2017, no one thought we could win the next election. The media establishment was predicting that Justin Trudeau would easily win 2 or maybe even 3 majority governments. He would be Prime Minister for as long as he wanted. But we rolled up our sleeves and reminded voters that Conservatives are the only party fighting for hardworking Canadians. The fact that anyone even considered the 2019 election winnable is because of the incredible success of our entire team. And while we didn't get the result we all would have liked, we did reduce the Trudeau government to a minority and formed the strongest opposition in Canadian history. There are so many people I would like to thank. First off, my House leadership and shadow cabinet and caucus teams. Merci pour vos conseils et votre soutien pendant mon mandat. One of the most frustrating parts of not forming government is stopping to think about what a great group of ministers we would have had if we had won. I know that Canadians would have been far better served during this pandemic had there been a Conservative government in power. And I look forward to the many great things that our next Conservative team will accomplish. J'aimerais aussi remercier Joan Bayliss, Hamish Marshall, Kenzie Potter, Marc-André Leclerc et toute l'équipe qui m'ont encouragé à me présenter comme chef et qui sont restés à mes côtés. Ça a parfois été difficile, mais je ne peux pas imaginer un meilleur groupe de personnes pour le faire. To the Office of the Leader of the Opposition and party headquarter teams, thank you for all your hard work over the past 3 years and throughout this leadership race. I know that the new leader will be in good hands with all of you. I'd also like to thank our entire Conservative caucus, National Council, Party President Scott Lamb, and all of our thousands and thousands of party members and volunteers. Each of you contribute so much to our movement and are vital to our success. But most of all, I would like to thank my incredible wife, Jill, for her love and support, without which none of this would have been possible. Jill, I love you so much. Thank you for all the sacrifice that you and the kids made over the past few years. I can honestly say that I have never been prouder to be a Conservative or to be a Canadian. La pandémie nous a mis au défi, mais elle a aussi montré le meilleur côté des Canadiens partout au pays. Les voisins s'aidant les uns et les autres, les entreprises trouvant des façons innovatrices de servir leurs clients, et les proches se réunissant pour célébrer des moments importants, même de façon virtuelle. Pendant cette épreuve, notre équipe conservatrice s'est concentrée sur l'aide aux Canadiens. We have improved the government's response to the pandemic and have never backed down in our fight to keep our parliament open during this crisis. As we look forward to the recovery, Canadians will be faced with a fundamental choice. You see, the left is offering the same failed policies that they always do. Bigger government, more government intervention, and less individual freedom. Mais un gouvernement plus gros et plus omniprésent nuit aux gens. The lie of the left is that the very people they claim they want to help are hurt the most by their policies. They pretend to be motivated by compassion, but there's nothing compassionate about big government intervention. Ever increasing intervention in the marketplace rewards big corporations who can afford expensive government relations experts. New rules and laws make labor costs so expensive that low-income workers and new entrants into the workforce lose their jobs first. And little by little, fundamental rights and freedoms are eroded. In the 1980s, the Soviet bloc and Eastern European countries all had the same rhetoric. Their policies were supposed to help the poor and promote equality. The exact same rhetoric that the left is using today. But all it caused was misery. Le défi pour les conservateurs aujourd'hui est que beaucoup de gens ne comprennent pas l'économie de libre marché, la liberté individuelle, un gouvernement limité et plus de choix individuels. Today's voters didn't grow up. Many of today's voters didn't grow up watching the wall come down or looking at the bread lines in East Berlin. So we, as a party, need to constantly be looking for new ways to make the case for the core conservative principles we all believe in: freedom, limited government, and unlimited potential. Our values and ideals have stood the test of time. For generations, they have guided Canadians through adversity, and they will once again. You see, the Liberals are all candy before supper. They make superficial promises and hope you don't blame them for the consequences. Then, all you're left with is a stomachache and a serious case of buyer's remorse. Conservatives, on the other hand, we believe in a balanced meal. We look at the whole picture, and we see the harm and we are your voice. But the biggest risk to freedom and liberty is when people empower government to do more and more for them. It may be tempting to use the government to address the challenges society often faces, but once invited inside, the government is a terrible house guest. It may feel good to vote in a party that is going to overstep the limits of government in order to do something you agree with. However, that invitation is quickly used to justify all sorts of actions you might never have considered. It is far better to keep government within strictly defined limits and leave the rest of society to fulfill its proper role. That is why conservatives put their faith in people. We know that there is more to society than just government, and that free people within a free market, working hard and enjoying the fruits of their labor, free to express themselves and live their lives the way they want. That is the recipe for success every single place it's been tried. When given a choice between societies where governments control more and more of their citizens' lives and those where freedom and opportunity are protected, people will always choose freedom. After all, no one ever got shot trying to jump the wall to get into East Berlin or paddle the raft to get to Cuba. We don't even have to go back into the past to see these examples. We just need to look at the mess happening right now in Venezuela and all the tragedy that it is causing. Vous savez, c'est aux conservateurs de transmettre ce message. Pour nous, une élection garantie n'existe pas. At a time when the establishment elites are doing everything they can to defeat us. At a time when dozens of groups like Lead Now and Unifor pay millions of dollars to run ads against us and bash our policies. At a time when the mainstream media bias in this country has never been more clear. In times like this, it is up to the Conservative Party to unite Canadians instead of allowing the left to divide Canadians. At a time when our kids, when young people have never been taught the value of those free market principles, where they've actually been taught that there's something wrong with free markets and individual liberty. In times like these, it is even more important for every single Conservative to stay united and do everything you can to work together to spread our message of hope. So it doesn't matter what kind of Conservative you are. Our party needs all of you, and we need you to go out and find more people who share our beliefs. Please stay involved, be bold, think, challenge the mainstream media. Don't take their narrative as fact. Check out smart, independent, objective organizations that are growing all the time, like the Post-Millennial or True North. There are other places to get information. Let's stop being the silent majority. Don't be afraid to challenge leftist professors or public figures. Millions of Canadians share our Conservative values. They just don't all know it yet. Now, I know that we can win the next election. Quand je suis devenu chef du parti en 2017, nous avions 99 sièges. Today, I am leaving the next leader with 121 amazing MPs from coast to coast. In 2015, we won around 31% of the vote. In 2019, we won 34.4%, won the popular vote, and formed the strongest opposition in Canadian history. I'm also proud to say tonight that the party, the Conservative Party of Canada, is officially debt-free. We are in an excellent position, but we cannot be complacent. Our party's unity has been tested in the past, and media love nothing more than writing about disgruntled Conservatives. So we cannot give them that opportunity. For the last few months, the different candidates and their supporters have been highlighting the differences between them. After tonight, let's all come together and focus on the things that unite us. We must stay squarely concentrated on working together and focusing on the many things we share in common. Les différences entre les libéraux et les conservateurs n'ont jamais été plus claires. Ils utilisent une crise pour récompenser leurs amis. Nous nous concentrons sur l'aide aux Canadiens qui travaillent fort. Where they will use the pandemic as an excuse to reward their friends, Conservatives will clean up their corruption. Where they will play the politics of envy, we will spread a message of hope and opportunity. Where they will attack our energy sector, we will champion it and celebrate the prosperity it creates for all Canadians. Where they will demonize people for having different views on issues facing Canadians, we will not attack people for their deeply held positions, but instead look to find the common ground. Alors qu'ils vont diriger une fédération centrée sur Ottawa, nous allons respecter les compétences provinciales et la nation québécoise. And when they let Canadians down, as they always do, we will be ready to offer them a Conservative government that puts people first. And after tonight, let's all rally behind the new leader and do everything we can to make sure that the next leader of the Conservative Party becomes the next Prime Minister of this great country. Serving in this role has been the greatest honor of my professional life. I want to thank all the members, all the volunteers, the member of our fantastic team so much. This has been such an honor. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for all the support that you've given to me and my family, and we will get them in the next election. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Leader. Okay, so I know that you are all anxious to hear the ballot results, and we're almost there. I am now pleased to turn things over to our co-chairs for this evening, the Honorable Lisa Raitt and Dan Nolan, for the news that I know everyone is waiting for.
Thank you, Jamie. We'll start with a short explanation of the process that brought us here today. À la date limite de l'adhésion du 15 mai, notre Parti conservateur comptait un nombre record de 269 469 membres. Les bulletins de vote ont été envoyés par les entrepreneurs agréés par l'intermédiaire de Poste Canada entre le 3 et le 13 juillet. Voting was by preferential ballot, and members could rank 1, 2, 3, or all 4 candidates in order. Members were required to return their ballots along with a signed declaration form and a copy of their identification to the offices of Deloitte here in Ottawa prior to 5 p.m. on Friday, August 21st. Starting back on July 20th, we began processing ballots as they were received, and over the last month, we succeeded in processing a record number of ballots for a Canadian leadership race. 174,849 ballots were verified. Once the validity of the memberships and the identification was confirmed, the ballots, which remained in their secrecy envelopes, were set aside in sealed bins. This morning, these bins were opened, and we counted the ballots using tabulators certified and supplied by Dominion Voting Services. From the tabulators, Dominion Voting Services will produce the first ballot results, which are then verified by Deloitte and then approved by the Chief Returning Officer. If subsequent ballots are required, the same process will be followed. Each of the 338 electoral districts or ridings are worth 100 points, and these points are allocated to candidates based on the percentage of valid votes in that riding. To win, a leadership candidate must receive 16,901 points, which is 50% plus one of the 33,800 points available. À chaque étape du processus, nous avons assuré une transparence totale aux candidats et à leurs équipes. Les scrutateurs ont pu être présents lors de la manipulation des bulletins de vote et tout s'est fait sous le regard attentif et avec les conseils utiles de Deloitte. Speaking of watchful eyes, many members also turned into our live 24-hour webcams that monitored the ballots and processing centers from the moment it opened until this morning. This was all done to ensure a process that was accurate, transparent, efficient, and fair for our leadership candidates and for the members of our party. We'd like to recognize the members of Leadership Election Organizing Committee and thank them for their service. Valérie Assoulin from Quebec, Shearer Barsley from Ontario, Jay Batty from Ontario, Lois Brown, former MP from Ontario, David Connolly from the North, Tanya Corbett from British Columbia, Stephen Delansky from Alberta, the Honourable Diane Finley, who Lisa will be talking about further, from Ontario, Marc-Olivier Fortin from Quebec, the Honourable Linda Frum from Ontario, Marie-Josée Garrett from Quebec, Scott Lamb, the President from British Columbia, Sam Magnus from Saskatchewan, Judy Manning from Newfoundland, the Honourable Don Plett from Manitoba, and Kevin Price from beautiful New Brunswick. Lisa.
Dan, I don't think the people at home know that you did not have the provinces next to the names that you just listed out. So I'm very impressed with the fact that you know where everybody is from. And I know that everybody likes to know the representation across the country. Now, before we walk you through how this night is going to unfold in terms of the election results, I want to take a minute to pay tribute to a dear friend and a colleague of mine who has just announced she will not be running as a Conservative candidate in the next election. The Honourable Diane Finley from Haldimand, Norfolk, who, as you just heard, is also on the Leadership Election Committee, has been our rock in the Conservative caucus since 2004. She's been a loyal friend to many, a strong mentor to caucus and staff alike, and she's always equipped with a dry, witty joke to brighten the mood. When Stephen Harper formed government in 2006, he entrusted Diane to run several senior portfolios, where she developed the universal childcare benefit, retired and replaced the aging Sea King helicopters, and secured citizenship for thousands of lost Canadians who came here after World War II. I can tell you from experience that Diane was always well briefed and prepared at the cabinet table, and her staff and officials, and some of my cabinet colleagues, can tell you that briefing notes and memos always came back filled with commentary, further questions, and the occasional grammatical edit. Diane was also the first person to send a care package to every new female MP that was elected to our caucus, containing little practical items to help make the job easier. Now, I'd be remiss if I didn't thank Diane for sharing her late husband as well, Senator Doug Findlay, with our party for so many years. Diane was Doug's rock, and he tirelessly planned and implemented victorious Conservative campaigns in 2006, 2008, and 2011. Diane applied some of the lessons that she learned from Doug over the last 5 years as she conducted election reviews across the country, served as our party caucus liaison, and was a vital member of the last 2 leadership election organization committees. Diane, thank you for your service to our country, to our party, and to Haldimand Norfolk. We're really going to miss you in Parliament.
Yes, thank you, Diane, from our part as well. Okay, so we've lined up an impressive group of high-profile Canadian Conservatives from across the country to help us make tonight's announcements. They'll be coming to us from their home provinces, and we'll read out the unofficial ballot results by province for each candidate in ballot order. Nous avons réuni une brochette impressionnante de conservateurs bien connus provenant de l'ensemble du pays afin d'annoncer les résultats ce soir. Ils sont chacun et chacune de leur province respective et ils donneront les résultats non officiels du scrutin par province et dont l'ordre de parution des noms des candidats sur le bulletin de vote.
Now, obviously, Dan, they're not going to be giving us the results right away because we're still going to be waiting for the last of the processing to happen for us in the votes. But when they are ready to give us the votes, they're going to be getting a call from the auditors at Deloitte, and those results will then be read out to the rest of us.
Oui, c'est vrai. Ils vont recevoir un appel de Deloitte qui se trouve dans la salle dépouillement sur des suffrages, là où les résultats vont être affichés. Les candidats et vous tous entendrez les résultats pour la première fois. Merci. Lisa?
Yep. As I said, these folks are going to receive a phone call from our Deloitte auditors in the results room, where the ballot results will be pulled later. The candidates and you will be hearing these results for the first time right here together. We'll be checking in with the candidates when Dan and I announce the official national results at the end of the provincial results. If we go to multiple ballots, we may do this 3 times.
And we'll announce the total points for each candidate only. Official riding by riding votes and percentage will be posted immediately on the party website once they're announced to comply with our constitutional requirements. Nous annoncerons uniquement les points obtenus par chaque candidat, mais les points, les votes et les pourcentages officiels pour chaque circonscription seront publiés sur le site web du parti dès leur annonce.
Okay, so one more time. The magic number is 16,901. There are a total number of 33,800 points up for grabs tonight. Each riding has 100 of these points, so the first candidate to reach 16,901 points, which is 50% plus 1, will be the new leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. We will go through this again when we get back to you when we're going to be announcing the results. But for now, let's take a look and see who we have gathered from across the country. And Dan, let's start with BC. James Moore is a senior business advisor at the multinational law firm Dentons and a public policy advisor at the global firm Edelman. He served as Member of Parliament for Port Moody, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam for 15 years and served as a member of Stephen Harper's cabinet.
James Moore est conseiller principal en affaires dans le cabinet juridique multinational de Dentons et conseiller en politique publique pour la firme internationale Edelman. Il a été député de Port Moody Coquitlam et Port Coquitlam à la Chambre des communes pendant 15 ans et membre du cabinet de Stephen Harper.
Joining James tonight is Cathy McLeod. Cathy McLeod has served as the Member of Parliament for the riding of Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou since 2008. She is the current Shadow Minister for Natural Resources, Forestry and Mining.
Cathy McLeod est députée de Kamloops-Thompson-Caribou à la Chambre des communes depuis 2008. Elle occupe présentement le poste de ministre du cabinet fantôme pour les ressources naturelles.
So let's
Cathy?
check in with you there, James. And Cathy, how are you?
So Lisa, Dan, it's certainly a delight to join you here tonight. And of course, we're in beautiful BC where we still are also enjoying some sunshine. So an advantage to have Pacific Standard Time today. And typically in an election night for British Columbians, we turn on the TV when our ballots have closed and the results are already over. I am so pleased tonight that British Columbia is going to get to go first, and so it won't be a fait accompli by the time we're announcing the results. So again, very pleased to join you tonight and looking forward to a great evening.
It's great to be with you, Cathy, as well. And Dan and Lisa, thank you for your leadership on this, like everybody else. Looking forward to the results. Autour du Canada, on est prêt pour les résultats du premier scrutin de vote pour notre course du leadership du Parti conservateur, parce qu'on est certain que le prochain chef va certainement devenir le premier ministre du Canada. Alors, on y va, on attend les résultats et je suis très content d'être parmi vous aujourd'hui et ce soir.
Thank you very much, Dan. Thank you very much, James. Sorry, I was going to talk to Dan next. Now, it's good to mention to everybody that out there in British Columbia, we hold 17 out of 42 of those seats. In fact, we're the largest federal party in British Columbia.
And we're about to go to Newfoundland, which is 9 hours in the air away and 4.5 time zones. And interestingly, Flight Australia is only 15 hours, so it's a remarkably big country.
Over in Newfoundland, we have Judy Manning. Judy Manning practices law in historic downtown St. John's, a founding partner of the Manning-Bradbury firm. She's a former Minister of Justice and Public Safety and the Attorney General for the province of Newfoundland and Labrador.
Judy Manning est société fondatrice du cabinet Manning-Bradbury et pratique le droit dans le centre-ville historique de St. John's. Elle a été ministre de la Justice et de la Sécurité publique et procureure générale de la province de Terre-Neuve et Labrador.
Sharon Vokey has served as the Executive Director of the Newfoundland and Labrador PC Party. She is currently President of the Bonavista Burin Trinity Federal Riding, where she is also the current Conservative candidate of record.
Sharon Vokey a été directrice générale du Parti conservateur de Terre-Neuve et Labrador. Elle est présidente de la circonscription fédérale de Bonavista Burin Trinity et est également le candidat officiel du Parti conservateur.
Welcome, Conservative friends, from Canada's youngest province, Newfoundland and Labrador, specifically St. John's, the far east of the Western world. Judy Manning here, and I am delighted to join you as we usher in our new Conservative leader to right this ship that is our great nation. It's been a privilege to serve on the Leadership Election Organizing Committee. Now I'm very eager to shed this neutrality and get back into campaign mode with our new leader at the helm. I am joined tonight by another ardent campaigner, my friend Sharon Vokey, from the village of Trinity on Newfoundland's northeast coast. During our last federal campaign, Sharon hopped aboard her RV, combing every corner of the riding of Bonavista Burin Trinity. In excess of 16,800 square kilometers, rallying enough votes to double our share of the vote. Got that RV fueled up and ready to go, Sharon?
Thank you, Judy. And yes, I'm just waiting for the call. And I'm so pleased to have this opportunity to work with you again. And like you, I am absolutely thrilled to be a part of the 2020 Conservative leadership race. You know, from coast to coast to coast, to all across our beautiful country, our Conservative family are all excited and united. There's a lot of work to be done, but we know, given the caliber of our 4 outstanding candidates, that the country is going to be in good hands. And I'm just very pleased to be a part of all of this evening.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thanks, Sharon. Thanks, Judy. So just as a reminder to folks when we're getting into the results, as we are putting up the provincial results, we're not going to actually be providing the tally. That's for you and I to disclose at the very end of hearing what's happening across in the provinces.
Yep, so everybody's going to need to get their pens and paper and calculators out just to keep track of what's going on. But
absolutely,
we will have the results hopefully soon.
That's right. We're going to move now to Alberta. Much like Newfoundland does go to Alberta an awful lot, that's exactly what we're going to follow in this one. We're so delighted to have Minister Sonia Savage. Sonia Savage was elected as the MLA for Calgary Northwest in 2019 for the United Conservative Party. She has lived in Alberta all her life and been involved in the Conservative movement for over 30 years. And as I
to those who have been watching from the get-go and earlier on in the show, to True North Live. This is the Conservative Leadership Results Show. I'm Andrew Lawton, joined by my friend and colleague Candice Malcolm, as we count down to the Conservative Party of Canada leadership results that were supposed to be in about 3 hours ago, but are still promised to us soon, as we just heard from Lisa Raitt and Dan Nolan, the co-chairs of LEOC, which is the Leadership Election Organizing Committee for the party, which has been responsible for the rules and procedure of this race. Right now, what's happening is they're introducing some of the dignitaries that are going to be involved in reading the provincial results from coast to coast to coast. And just because it gets a bit repetitive and we're going to be hearing from these people later, we're going to go away from that and cut back in when they have results or something else. But if you see in your screen, you'll still see what's happening there, and we're monitoring it. Our team is on it. So if something starts happening, we'll switch back to that immediately. So do stay tuned. But I want to talk, I don't know about you, Candice, but I want to talk about that speech from Andrew Scheer. A lot of good stuff in there that I think we need to pay attention to. But one in particular that we'd be remiss to not pay attention to, which was a line that I'm going to read directly verbatim. Challenge the mainstream media. Don't take their narrative as fact. Check out smart, independent, objective organizations that are growing all the time, like the Post Millennial or True North. There are other places to get information. Quite an endorsement and something that obviously we're grateful for in the national spotlight.
Honestly, that was surprising to me, and I was very pleased to hear. Andrew, I was watching the speech and I was thinking, yeah, this is pretty good. Thinking of coming back and being a little bit critical, though, and hitting him back on, things that he was saying now that he wasn't saying in the campaign or anything. But then, as soon as he said something nice about True North, I just decided
all
to
of the credit. That's what it takes to buy your support in this particular case.
Exactly. I'm kidding, of course, because, of course, all of the mean girls, as Ezra likes to call them in the mainstream media, were very quick to tweet out, their dismay at the idea that the Conservative outgoing leader would give props to organizations like True North and Post Millennial. We are, I guess, the sworn enemy of the mainstream media at this point. So you can see them all sort of, tweeting angrily, coming across as being a little bit jealous. But no, of course, we'll still be critical of politicians, even if they say nice things to us. I think that Andrew Scheer did a good job, though, all in all. Whenever I hear him give these speeches, he sounds very ideological and very, very conservative. And I wish we had seen more of that on the campaign trail. Andrew, what was your takeaway aside from his nice remarks about True North? What did you think about that speech?
Well, to be honest, the one thing that really jumped out before the True North shout out was the comment he made about people always choosing freedom. And he had said in very vivid imagery that no one was shot climbing the Berlin Wall into East Germany, that no one dies paddling a raft made of Javex bottles towards Cuba, that people are fleeing these regimes. So why should any country, any society, any civilization want to emulate the failed policies of the unfree world? And I thought that was quite a beautiful analogy and something that, again, really cuts at what we needed to see from Andrew Scheer up until this point, which is really driving why conservatism doesn't need to be diluted to be sold, why conservatism is the answer to the problems that face societies and the problems that face governments. And that was so important. And it's an ideological position. It's somewhat philosophical, but that idea of standing up for freedom was not something we heard from him during the election. And it was really, I'd say, refreshing, albeit, yes, you could say a bit belated, to hear him talk about why unequivocal conservatism is what the Conservative Party and what the conservative movement needs to be striving towards.
Oh, I absolutely agree. I mean, we talked about it a little bit earlier with our panel with Aaron and Sam about how the Conservatives need to just put forth, something fresh, something new, a positive image of what conservatism can be. I think Aaron Gunn mentioned something about how we need a bold vision for a conservative leader, something like John A. Macdonald, and a national plan, something that can unite all Canadians. And again, it is a little unfortunate because when you look back to the 2019 campaign, I don't even really know what Andrew Scheer's platform was based on. It was sort of a, hey, look, we're not the Liberals, they're corrupt. Look at the SNC-Lavalin scandal, and more or less the same kind of stuff that we had in Canada under the Harper Conservatives, where I think that a lot of Conservatives would have wanted something new, something fresh. And again, Andrew Scheer did bring up some great points. Where he said it's not compassionate to be a leftist. The left thinks it's compassionate to always have bigger government. I mean, government doesn't necessarily help people. I completely agree that the more compassionate worldview is conservatism, because it seeks to unlock the powers of individuals and their freedom to do things and have more opportunities. And even if it is helping out our fellow man, it's through private charity and churches as opposed to these big bureaucracies and government programs. I don't think there's anything, great about what big government does, because it's not very generous. And as we see in real life, oftentimes it turns into things like the WE scandal, where even though it's supposed to be a charity and it's supposed to be about getting young people to volunteer, it's really more about organizations driving their own self-interest. So I wish that Andrew Scheer had been more of that sort of genuine conservative point, creating a big picture idea. I also want to say one other thing, Andrew, which is that I think it's unfortunate that the Conservatives really did a really good job in the last election. They won the popular vote. Andrew Scheer gained seats in every region of the country. He had a very good showing, and I think it's sort of bad precedent for the party that if you lose one election, you're gone. And it would have been great for continuity. Canadians are now more familiar with Andrew Scheer. We could have gotten to know him more. We could have encouraged him to come out of his shell more, talk more about his conservative beliefs, his philosophy. Maybe he'd be more comfortable. Maybe doing it a second time, he would have done a lot better. And who's to say if we really are going into a fall election, as some people are speculating, again, we'll have a new candidate that doesn't have the same kind of name recognition to Canadians. So I'll just put that out there. There's nothing you can do about it now, but it is a bit of an unfortunate precedent that if you lose one election, you're kicked to the curb and the next guy comes in. Well, what if that happens again? Then at some point, you're just constantly rebuilding internally and you're not really gaining grounds in the country.
Yeah, and when I sat down with Andrew Scheer for an exit interview of sorts a couple of weeks ago, there was a very candid moment where he had said, and I don't know if conceited is the right word, but he had said that, he really felt in retrospect that his personality didn't shine through in the last election. And I think that in this particular speech, he was being authentic. And one of the explanations he gave for that in our interview was that, at a certain point, you have nothing to lose. And he thinks perhaps there's a bit of a lesson in that you should be a lot more authentic when you're running. And it's interesting to your point, Candice, about would he have reached that conclusion had he not stepped down? And that's the whole thing. Is he only this version of himself because he has nothing to lose? Or would he have kind of come to terms with the fact that the best path forward was to be himself if he had stuck around as leader and was gearing up for an election? And we'll never know. It's academic in many respects. But I will say, on the note of his shout out to us, and beyond just the fact that, we were mentioned and we like it, I think his point about the mainstream media is proven by the mainstream media's response to that. So David Aiken has gotten upset with it. Justin Ling has gotten upset with it. Dale Smith, who's in the Parliamentary Press Gallery, has gotten upset with it. All of these mainstream media reporters are tweeting out very snarky things about that, which proves the point that they aren't there for conservatives. And let me just say, I found out from Paul Vieira, who I believe is with the Wall Street Journal, that CBC is cutting away from its coverage of the leadership results to go to a hockey game. And I realize hockey is important to Canadians, but I would say that for the most part, conservative Canadians don't feel that the mainstream media is really interested in covering their stories, which is why alternative media is important. And I think it's why Andrew Scheer realizes that conservative media or alternative media is the only path to conservatives really getting a fair shake in the future. And I have been very critical of Andrew Scheer, as have you. So this is not about being sycophants. He knows that we've been critical of him. It's that we've also given him a fair shake, which is something that the mainstream media doesn't do always.
Absolutely. And I mean, to the point about going to hockey, I mean, look, there's private TV stations that cover these hockey games. You can go watch hockey on any channel. The whole idea, we have a state broadcaster, is to tell Canadian stories and is to provide Canadians a voice and a mirror of what's happening in their society. The fact that they can't even be bothered to show the Conservative leadership race, the person who very well likely will be the next prime minister, is exactly what is wrong with that institution. And as far as all those snarky journalists, I'll just point out that they're all in the parliamentary press gallery, all of those people that you just named. And here they are, not only, being snarky about the fact that Andrew Scheer mentioned us, but calling us names, belittling us, mocking us. I mean, that's not really what you expect so-called objective reporters to be doing. They're there to report the facts, tweet out that Andrew Scheer said, go watch True North. But you don't have to be snarky and bitter about it. And again, I think that's just, they see the writing on the wall. They know that they are not seen as legitimate by so many Canadians, particularly by conservative-leaning Canadians who struggle to understand how these journalists have the authority when they're actually paid for, essentially, by the Trudeau Liberals, by the government in their various bailouts and various payments and forms. So I think that this is not a good night for those mainstream media journalists, especially the ones who work for CBC that can't even be bothered to play the leadership election results. It's pretty telling sign and pretty embarrassing for those networks.
Yeah, it really is. And I mean, this is a point that I've raised, and it's a point that came up in the Independent Press Gallery fireside chats, that the next Conservative leader is someone who needs to embrace independent media. And I've been by and large very happy that 3 of the 4 candidates have. My hope is that the 4th will, if he's successful in it. But my goodness, I mean, I look at this and say that there is a story, and I look at our coverage right now. I mean, we've been getting more views by my count than a lot of other mainstream media outlets. And it's not just about view count, obviously, but I do think there has to be a recognition that conservatives have, in a lot of cases, tried to filter their experience through the mainstream media lens. I mean, how many times have we seen stories where a conservative insider has leaked some story to the Toronto Star, to CBC? I'm saying, if you want to leak a story, why are you not leaking to the media that are not going to embrace it because of the salaciousness, but rather because they want to advance a certain policy or advance a discussion about a policy?
And I think that's the problem with some of the more establishment people in the Conservative Party, is that, the people who run some of these campaigns are populated by lobbyists who live in downtown Toronto, and they just happen to have friends who work at the Toronto Star and the CBC because they run in the same social circles, and so they pass the stories on to their friends over at those networks. I've been very critical of this practice. I've actually spoken to a couple of MPs and Conservative leadership hopefuls about this, and they all kind of agree that it's a problem that Conservative voters don't go to the Toronto Star or the CBC for their news. So there's no real point in giving news stories to them, to those outlets, when they're going to kind of torque whatever it is and put a spin, an anti-conservative spin. Much better off coming to journalists that at least have the same philosophical basing and beliefs, and they're not going to torque your words and try to paint you as being something that you're not. So I think that organizations like True North are gaining a lot of ground, and I guess we'll stop tweeting our own horn here, but it was nice to hear a shout out from Andrew Scheer. So Andrew, what do we expect here? So we're still going through and hearing from all of the various people across the country who are going to be announcing the results. I believe Lisa Raitt said that they are not going to give us the tallies as they go. We're going to have to wait to the end. Do we have any kind of a timeline for when we're expecting to hear hear the news of who won at this point?
I think one thing this evening has told us is that we can't expect a timeline for anything. All I'm grateful for is that we don't have a country with 50 states. So the time it takes to go through 10 provinces is easier than the time it would take to go through it in an American system. Right now, I believe that's Randy Hoback I see, which means they're on Saskatchewan, although that doesn't help me because I don't know where they are in the overall order. And that's Kelly Block right now, who is there, who's I don't know if she's a sitting MP, certainly a former MP. She may be still there. My encyclopedic knowledge of who's in the caucus has not been updated in a few years, so you'll have to forgive me there. But the one thing I will say is that it seems like the party is on track to announce a leader tonight. So it's not, I think, the nightmare scenario, which is where they would have to just completely hold things off and delay. Right now, I'm trying to kind of keep tabs on a number of sources, and it sounds like the party is hoping to have results in at 10. The process, as Lisa Raitt has said, is that they're going to announce each province's overall score in order and then go back to Lisa and Dan, who are the co-chairs of LEOC, for a national result. And I know we have a couple of guests lined up. We'll work on getting some of them into the mix here. But in the meantime, I want to throw to one particular clip that had jumped out at us when we were going through our archives and talking about the issues and themes that have really emerged here. And I just want to preface this by saying, I know we're playing a lot of the Independent Press Gallery clips and other things like that. This one's from the official party debate, where they talked a bit about immigration, and Derek Sloan had brought up his plan to lower immigration levels, which is unique because he's the only leadership candidate that has done that made that pledge. And we have a clip of Derek Sloan addressing why he wants to lower immigration levels. And I want to play this and talk about it after, because it sets him apart from his party. And I want to discuss whether that is because, as Candice mentioned earlier, there's a bit of a fear there, or if it's just because the party thinks immigration is a bit of a different animal than how Derek Sloan is describing it. But let's roll that.
Follow up.
On immigration, you've pushed for an overall reduction. The Stephen Harper government had a manageable and steady increase in immigration numbers, and I don't think you've said, or I certainly haven't heard you say that that was something that overtaxed Canada. So I guess the question would be, if you can do smart immigration, prioritize economic immigration, vet people as you've talked about, why does the number have to go down if you're vetting, as you mentioned a few moments ago, individual immigrants?
Well, So I don't believe there's any reason to be very rigid on numbers. I mean, I believe right now that lowering the level to what I said would be best for the country, but obviously you monitor it and you change things if things need to be changed. But I do believe that the immigration levels that we have and the numbers of people that are settling, for example, in Toronto year after year, are just many more than the new housing units that we have. And I looked at these stats earlier today, and we had roughly last year about 150,000 people settling in the census area for the GTA, and we had 27,000 new housing units come online. So obviously more than one person can fit into a house, but you can see that the supply, or the demand rather, is greater than the supply, and that's part of the issue. But I just believe our rise in housing prices over the last decade or so has been unnatural. And it's not allowing our families that live in the GTA and other areas to afford to buy houses. And I think that's a problem.
And Andrew, I mentioned this a little earlier when we were doing our panel, but one of the things I thought was so refreshing about Derek Sloan, even though he's a sitting MP and two of the other leadership candidates are not, he comes across not as a polished politician. I say that in a very good way. He's very authentic. He sort of just says what he believes and doesn't worry too much about, whether or not that's politically correct or whether or not that's been poll tested. One of the things that really irks me is how polished so many of these politicians are. It's like when they answer a question, it's not necessarily what they believe. It's not based on their convictions. It's not based on their worldview. Instead, it's just based on, whatever the latest poll told them or whatever a campaign aide is whispering into their ear, and it just doesn't feel authentic. Whereas Derek Sloan was not that way at all, and I really appreciate him. With any other criticisms I might have about him, just his frankness and his openness in discussing the issues, and immigration was certainly an example of that. I think he was really the only one who mentioned something different about immigration, who said he would do something different, even at a time like this where it's so obvious that a lot of the economic justifications surrounding immigration, the idea that we need it to boost our economy at a time when unemployment rate is at a record high as it is, it doesn't really make sense to be importing people from other parts of the world. So anyway, it was just a bit refreshing to hear that, and I was grateful to have Derek Sloan as one of the candidates in this race, because he was one of the ones that was really pushing for a more honest and robust debate on the issues.
Yeah, for sure. And just to give you a heads up, everyone, on where we are right now, we are still watching the Conservative leadership stream right now. They're still going through the dignitaries and notable figures from the various provinces. So the second we have results or something else in the program, we will go back to it. But in the meantime, we're continuing our analysis, commentary, breaking everything down. And we have another guest joining us. Candice, why don't you introduce our next player in this great discussion?
Yeah, sure. So as everyone watching knows, we've just sort of thrown this show together. We're now in our third hour of True North Live, and we were only expecting to do about 25 minutes. And
no, this is our fourth hour. We started at 5:30.
Oh yeah, you're right. I can't even keep track of the time now. But yeah, we were initially expecting to do a little bit of a show, and now we've got a solid 4 hours of content. And so we brought on another one of our friends, Vitor Marciano, who is out in Alberta. He's a longtime conservative activist and worked on many campaigns in many different roles. So Vitor, thank you so much for joining us here tonight.
It's my pleasure to be part of, I guess, the chaos that this evening has become.
Right. Well, and we sort of found ourselves at sort of the center of the chaos, not just because we're putting together this live broadcast, but because Andrew Scheer gave us a little bit of a shout out during his speech, and that made all the mainstream media journalists on Twitter very angry. So that's been fun too.
There were heads exploding all over Canada. They now have another reason to hate Andrew Scheer.
Right. And to hate True North if they didn't already. Well, Vitor, you've worked on a lot of campaigns and you've really been an insider. And so I'm hoping you can give us some perspective on a campaign strategy. I know, this has been a very different kind of campaign just because of COVID and the inability to travel and do live events. So, coming from that perspective of running a campaign, what kind of insights can you give us about how this campaign is?
My apologies. I have a very yappy little dog that's having an issue. We'll solve that in a second.
They're upset the results aren't in yet too.
Yeah, totally. He's whining a little bit about it too. I have no idea what he's barking at, but I'll close the doors.
All right. Well, in the meantime, we'll just let you all know again that we are continuing. We're joined by Vitor Marciano. Oh, there we go. He's back already. All
Perfect. Right. I know it just took a second. These campaigns are really interesting because it ends up being 300 and some campaigns. You essentially have to organize provincially, but then organize almost riding by riding. And frankly, because of the way the system is built, the weaker ridings become really, really important. In a riding that's only got 60 or 70 members, impressing 20 people really matters. And this becomes an exercise in building really strong teams and working really hard to be good everywhere in the country. So, as an Albertan, sometimes I get frustrated with the fact that it's not one member, one vote. But for everybody who always made the argument that all ridings being equal puts a premium on the winner having a good, strong national organization, well, it's true. Everybody ends up chasing, northern Quebec ridings with 23 members and ridings in the north, and it becomes important. And you end up doing different types of campaigns. So in rural Ontario or rural Alberta, where you have thousands of members per riding, it becomes finding a way to do a mass conversation with the actual members. But in Yukon and Nunavut and Nunavik and, Mount Royal in Montreal, it becomes an exercise in finding those 65 people who are the members and really connecting with them at a personal level, so that you can maximize your points out of that riding.
We spoke earlier in the show to Lisa Raitt, and one of the points that she had made in this campaign is that because everything was moved for most of the campaign online, a lot of Zoom events, virtual campaigning, phone banking, not coffee houses, not travel, it almost served as a bit of an equalizer, whereas candidates that are lesser known, that don't have the fundraising capacity as Aaron O'Toole and Peter MacKay do, in Leslyn Lewis and Derek Sloan, they were almost able to run the same type of campaign, which was from a hunkered down location. And I'm curious for you as a campaign guy, how would you feel if you had a lesser known candidate or a candidate that didn't have as much of a leg up on fundraising and the pandemic hand was the one you were dealt?
Well, I have to tell you that, if the candidate's attractive, if the candidate has an ability to connect with the members, it's an incredible opportunity. And I think that's what you've seen with Leslyn Lewis. She's got an interesting message. She is a non-traditional delivery device for that message. So she gets everybody's attention. It's like, a Black immigrant woman from Toronto. Okay, I wanted members all across the country wanted to hear what she had to say. And then she impressed them. So COVID, by equalizing the dynamic and by removing the advantage of early money in a big way, allowed Leslyn to get going and then allowed her to raise an awful lot of money. I mean, she's raised more money than the New Democrats have nationally. That says something. And the fact that we aren't all talking about it, the fact that the mainstream media isn't doing 5 Leslyn Lewis stories for every one Kamala Harris story, tells you how disgraceful our media is in Canada. But this is one of the really neat things about politics in Canada. And then this time, one of the really neat things about running a campaign in the middle of a pandemic that equalized a whole bunch of things.
It's a really great point, and I'm glad you raised it. I was going to ask you who you were sort of most impressed by and who you thought ran the best campaign, and you kind of alluded that Leslyn Lewis did such a great job. So I'll ask you that question. You can answer, Vitor. But on top of that, I also want to ask you, you're as connected as it gets to the grassroots of the party, and you know a lot of people in sort of what's the conservative heartland in Alberta, but also around the country. You traveled a lot and campaigned a lot. If conservative Canadians can't trust the mainstream media, and increasingly they can't, where are they getting their news? Where are they getting their information? Is it straight from the candidates? Is it through mediums like True North, or where do you think Canadians are really going? Grassroots conservative Canadians are going to get their news.
Let me start with the second question first. More and more, they're getting their information from alternative media, the new media, True North, other sources like that. Still not enough. Candice, I think this is really sad, but I'm willing to bet that less than 1/3 of Conservative Party of Canada members know that True North exists. And we need to change that over time. Frankly, less than 1/3 of Conservative Party of Canada members probably could name any member of the alternative or the new media. So oftentimes they're not really getting information. But they've trained themselves to be very, very skeptical of the mainstream sources. So they oftentimes look at what CBC says, or Post Media, or Global, or CTV, and they go, okay, if they say it, I better take it with a grain of salt. And so you get a very convoluted situation. But the other thing that's happening is that I think, as a whole, the membership across the country, the grassroots members, as opposed to, say, the hardcore activist, they probably found this race to be very frustrating. It was hard to stay on top of the race unless you were actively working at it every single day, because COVID made it a telephone town hall, email race, as opposed to both of the front runners or all 4 of the candidates are going to come to my town and I'm going to get to go to a breakfast or a lunch and see them speak. So the fact that we couldn't do these communal things made things very complicated. And the truth is, for the average grassroots member, these face-to-face events are really important, because they end up being able to sort of figure out who's on which team and who's backing which horse. And oftentimes the opinions of activists and key opinion leaders are like a shorthand that different members of the grassroots say, well, if so-and-so likes that candidate, I can feel good about being with that candidate. This was much harder to do. And so, transitioning over to your first question, you actually get something very odd. I think Leslyn Lewis was incredibly successful. She massively exceeded expectations in raising money. I don't think her campaign was all that great. I think she could have done with a little bit more prep time and a little bit more writing talent in her group. And you were just having this conversation a moment ago about the authenticity of scripted versus unscripted candidates.
Mm-hmm.
It's always important that a candidate be authentic, but it's even better when they're authentic and well scripted in the context of they've sat down with the people who help them write and get speeches ready for things. They've poured out their heart to a small group of people who do a bunch of the preparatory writing, and then they can appear in places and they can, flip to their notes, and their notes reflect who they are, but they're also a wonderful aide memoir so that they can put themselves out there at their best. And there were moments where Leslyn Lewis came across as not quite ready for prime time. But there were also moments where she came across as honest and authentic, serious, committed conservative, completely what a lot of conservatives weren't expecting. And the party as a whole, the grassroots especially, are incredibly generous. And I think they found her a very interesting candidate. So I think she's going to exceed expectations. I still don't think she's going to win, but I think she's going to be one of the big stories out of this. And I think, 3-4 years from now, the story will be the person that won and how this was Leslyn Lewis's coming out party.
Let me ask you about a topic we covered earlier on in the show, Vitor, but I know you're very involved in not just politics in Canada, but specifically the Alberta discussions that are going on. In fact, I ran into you last in Calgary a few weeks ago at the event where Alberta alienation and independence was being discussed. And we've had some discussions on this show and throughout the campaign of the fact that not a single leadership candidate hails from Alberta. You've got some that are still, I think, more aligned with the Alberta sensibility than others are. But do you think that someone like an Aaron O'Toole or a Peter MacKay or a Leslyn Lewis or a Derek Sloan can get a lot of those Alberta conservatives that are on that fence on separation back on board and feeling that, yeah, we might have a future in Confederation?
I'm really nervous about that. I think Alberta's on a knife edge. Lots of Albertans are feeling like the rest of Canada wants to push us out of Confederation. And it's going to be a tough exercise for MacKay or O'Toole to capture the interest of those people and demonstrate that they get what's going on. Right now, Alberta's the economic driver of Canada and has been for quite a while. And we drive Canada's biggest export industry, which has been energy. We have Canada's biggest tax-paying industry, which is energy. We have Canada's biggest industry in terms of being able to percolate out across the rest of the country, which is energy. So much of what happens in the Alberta energy market comes from other provinces, either with workers or with manufacturing that sustains the Canadian energy. And then we have a government that has signaled that they don't care about energy anymore and that they actually want to signal to the world that they're getting out of energy. Well, that's a really big problem. Over and above that, Albertans feel like they're landlocked inside Canada. And so just this week you had, UCP MLA Drew Barnes from Medicine Hat writing a column that said, Alberta would be less landlocked as an independent country than it is landlocked as a province, because as a province, we can't do anything about the rest of Canada treating us badly. But as an independent country, we could be really nasty to the rest of Canada and put ourselves in a better negotiating position. That attitude is becoming very, very common in Alberta. I'm not saying that it's the majority attitude right now, but it's a very important attitude. I will say that you can poll Albertans on the question of, is Canada broken? And 80% of conservatives will tell you that Canada is broken in Alberta. But the part that blows my mind is 40 to 50% of New Democrats, Alberta New Democrats, will tell you that Canada is broken. So when you get this perception that the country's in trouble and it percolates at different levels of intensity across the political spectrum, that's a big deal. And, you know, I'm not sure it would make for great politics for Peter MacKay or Erin O'Toole to talk about that on the national stage. But should they script themselves and come up with a message that works for Canada and form government, that becomes probably the unspoken thing from the campaign that becomes the instant top priority of a new government. Because if we get a Conservative national government and it doesn't do anything to waylay this sense of alienation in Alberta, that's going to be a huge problem. So this is not the immediate problem facing whoever wins tonight, but this is probably the biggest potential problem and the one that will be attached to their name 25 years from now when the history of the 2020s is written.
You raised so many good points, Vitor, and unfortunately, these are the conversations that haven't really happened in the mainstream media, in the discussion around this Conservative leadership race. One of the things I worry about, people say, you know, we've got Peter MacKay, he's electable, he's moderate, whatever that means, and maybe he'll pick up some seats in Atlantic Canada, maybe some more in and around Toronto, but at what expense? And will that come as a result of further alienation among Canadians in Western Canada, specifically Albertans? Of course, Canada is broken. I mean, how can you say it isn't? We spent the first month of the year without the ability to get rail, anything moved by rail. We don't have any pipelines going, so we're moving oil by rail. And then all of a sudden, the country shuts down. You keep in mind that in the 2019 election, we had a huge resurgence of the Bloc in Quebec. And also the rise of Wexit, which, there's nothing electorally to show for it, but you certainly hear a lot about it on social media, online. Just looking at our live chat on our YouTube here, you keep seeing Wexit every few posts. So certainly a lot of people are talking about it, and there certainly is that sense of fear around, what will happen if we get an East Coast guy running the country and he doesn't really care about what's happening in Western Canada.
It's right now, the Liberals are the only truly national party. And by that, I mean that a BC Liberal really has very few differences from a Saskatchewan Liberal or a Manitoba Liberal or an Ontario Liberal or a Maritime Liberal. There is actually quite intense uniformity of opinion and worldview inside the Liberal Party as you cross the country. But the truth of the matter is, and this is going to be a big problem for whoever wins tonight, that there are multiple actual Conservative parties in this country. And there are very intense, distinct worldviews amongst those parties. And whoever wins is going to have a really tough time dealing with the fact that the Conservative voter base in the Maritimes is dramatically different than the available Conservative voter universe in Quebec, and there is one, or the Conservative voter base in Ontario, which we already do well in rural Ontario, and we only have to turn it up a couple of notches to start moving back into the suburbs and doing okay, which is different than Manitoba, which is dramatically different than Alberta and Saskatchewan, which is different than BC. In some ways, the fact that we're all one big party and the leader has to say things, the same thing, to Alberta and to Quebec and to Ontario and to the Maritimes is actually a disadvantage for assembling a broad coalition of Conservative voters to win federal elections.
No, I think that's a very key point. And I guess the one thing I'd ask you, Vitor, is, is it possible to take on that national unity role and to win over the support of disenfranchised Albertans and Westerners without alienating people in other parts of the country?
I believe so, but it's going to require incredible courage. I think the way you do it is to head back into the late 1980s, early 1990s and reopen the Constitution And I think it involves discussions about, supply management, which is going to offend a whole bunch of conservatives. But that is a trade-off relative to protecting seasonal workers, which offends a whole bunch of conservatives, but drives political decisions in the Maritimes, relative to not landlocking Alberta and Saskatchewan, which offends a whole bunch of conservatives in British Columbia. There are some difficult, complicated issues facing this. And I think ultimately, to hold the country together, we either need to accidentally stumble into a global boom, and then everybody is rich and maybe they stop complaining about things, but that's very, very unlikely post-COVID. Or we need to reformulate the country probably a little bit closer back to the model in the terms of union. Like you almost have to go back to pre-Confederation. The meetings in Charlottetown, the terms of union, the agreement that got Upper Canada and Lower Canada together, that then got them together with the Maritimes and BC, which was the suggestion that Canada was a business arrangement. We were all going to go into business together, and we all agreed that by being together, we'd be stronger than if we were apart, and we weren't going to do anything together that damaged each of the parts singularly. Part of the terms of union was, by uniting, we weren't going to screw over any of the subparts of Canada and close off their access to their markets. And right now, what we have in Canada is that, the federal government won't allow Western Canadian energy to go east. BC won't allow Western Canadian energy to get to tidewater on the Pacific coast, which means we can't sell to Korea or Japan or China or India or Indonesia or Vietnam, all people who want to buy our heavy oil, which is incredibly useful in the world. Heavy oil is what everybody wants. We have it, but we can only sell it to the Americans. They're the only people who are allowed to buy our heavy oil. We sell our heavy oil to the Americans, and we sell a little bit to Eastern Canada by shipping it through the United States. Canada doesn't understand this. We are one crazy court decision in Michigan away from Ontario and Quebec having oil shortages because they can't get Alberta oil because a Democratic politician or a crazy judge made a weird decision in Michigan and cut off line 3 or line 6 or line 5. That's nuts. But that's the country we live in.
That is nuts, and maybe that would serve as something like a wake-up call, Vitor, to folks in Ontario who just don't hear about these issues, they don't know about them. I know we at True North, we produced a documentary a couple of months ago, we released, called Calgary in Crisis. I flew out to Calgary and did a whole bunch of interviews, not just with sort of politicians and leaders, but just with everyday people who were telling me stories about how they lost their jobs. I felt like it was eye-opening for me. And look, I used to live in Alberta. I went to university there. I have a lot of friends and a lot of connections to Alberta, but I didn't know the extent to which the problem was. And I think so many other Canadians don't. So maybe it would take a crisis like that, Vitor, not saying that that's what we want. And it really does show the deep problems. It's great that you've thought them through and that you have ideas, but I'll just have to say that I think a lot of Canadians are just not even tuned into these issues at all. And that's definitely a major problem.
And it is. And kudos to True North. Kudos to the new media and the alternative media for starting these discussions, because nobody at CTV, nobody at CBC, nobody at Global Television is actually talking about that. Where Ontario does not realize that it gets its Canadian oil, like that Sarnia is fed through the United States. I mean, these were political decisions made in the 1950s. We had the pipeline debates in the 1950s where we rushed through a natural gas pipeline north of the Great Lakes so that Alberta natural gas could power and heat the rest of Canada. And then because that pipeline debate was so painful, the Liberal government of the time said, yeah, we're not doing that again. We'll just ship stuff through the States. Well, it's nuts. We're a country that actually isn't attached to each other. And then because we're not attached to each other, we're not actually thinking about that we're all in this together. And the risk about that is, and this is going to be a huge issue for whoever wins tonight, is that if we're not holding together, we might come apart.
Well, absolutely. And that's been a theme throughout our show tonight. Just wondering about what post new leader will look like, what the unity question will look like. Vitor, we thank you so much for your time and your insight. Really, it's great to talk to someone from Alberta. Just one final question. Do you have any predictions for tonight?
I think it's going to be ridiculously close. I expect Peter MacKay to get between 43 and 45 on the first ballot. I think he has a maximum of 8% growth. So 43, 45, 8% growth, he wins. If he's at 41, 8% growth, he doesn't win. I think if Peter MacKay doesn't win, then it's Erin O'Toole's for sure to win. Unless something odd happens, and that is that Sloan outperforms and his people all go to Leslyn Lewis, and Leslyn Lewis somehow manages to bump O'Toole. And then at that point, that opens the door to possibly Peter MacKay doing something odd. Because I think that unlike the O'Toole activists, the O'Toole voters, probably an awful lot of them have Peter MacKay as their second choice. I mean, realistically, for the non-activist members of the party, there's not too much difference between the two of them. So I think, I think MacKay is the odds-on leader to win tonight, but there's 3 or 4 models that could see him losing.
Well, interesting.
I have to say, Vitor, we've asked like everyone else tonight about predictions, and they all go, "Oh, I don't know, it's going to be a good night." You don't just give a prediction; you give percentages, which means you are the most precise tonight. You might be the most wrong, you might be the most right, but I appreciate that you took a swing at it in a true political campaigner way. So, thank you.
I was neutral in this race, so I can actually run the numbers and put out what I want. Thank you so much for having me on. It's been a real pleasure. Keep up the great work.
Thanks very much. And I will just say we have standing by, or not standing by, but we're waiting to dial in a couple of people that we've spoken to earlier in the show, but obviously things have changed a fair bit in the last 5 hours. We'll be speaking with someone from Leslyn Lewis's campaign very shortly, and also Erin O'Toole's campaign. I think we are also going to have someone from Derek Sloan's campaign on as well. So we'll try to get as many of these voices on as we can. Just to give you a little bit of context here, the official Conservative Party is not, well, the party stream is still standing by and waiting for results. Apparently there are still 1,000 or several thousands left to be counted. So this is the infamous ripped ballot problem that the party is dealing with here. And just to give you a little bit of context and background on this, the party is still saying that we're going to have a result tonight. So with all the changes and delays, they're still saying we're going to have a result tonight. I'm looking at some of the latest details. They're now up to 98% of ballots counted, and they're still going to go through the same announcing by province. So they're not deviating from that plan to do just one dump. And I should also tell people that the party is going to have a press conference after the leader is announced. They're going to be announced. They're going to give a speech, and then there's an optional press conference. And this is something that the Conservative Party of Canada, a communications person, had said to me is not a guarantee. They don't have to do it. They might not do it. So I don't know if that was just being cautious, or if that was because one or more candidates said we don't want to do a post-event presser. But now that we're already at 10 p.m. Eastern time, the idea that we could even have a leader, let alone an acceptance speech and a resulting press conference, seems a little bit unlikely. Candice, I mean, just as this goes on more, do you think that there's anything to read into this about the closeness of it, or do you think it is just about ensuring that every ballot is counted?
Well, I think that they want to be extra careful at this point. They don't want anyone contesting that the results aren't completely accurate. And, it's really going to come down to the wire, especially in terms of if we get into second and third ballots there. So I think they're just trying to be as careful as possible. But I can't imagine them wanting to drag it on much, much longer. I mean, it's already 10 p.m. here in Toronto, later over on the East Coast. And, you know, again, this is their evening. They're in the spotlight, the Conservative Party, everyone's watching. You know, you've got all the mainstream media people there making comments and paying attention. And I think that the longer that this thing goes on, just the more embarrassing it gets. I mean, come on, we want to find out who's the leader of the party. We want to, tomorrow's Monday morning, we want to get going, you know, be able to start fresh with a new week. And obviously whoever the leader is going to want to hit the ground running. So, you know, I think that they're in a tough position because everyone wants to know. People are going to start tuning off soon and going to bed or going to do something else. And if they don't come out with something soon, it's not going to be good for the party. What do you think, Andrew?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of getting flashbacks to the 2016 U.S. election when John Podesta comes out at like 3:30 in the morning and says, you know, we're still, you know, going to wait and see, come back tomorrow and we'll have a position. Because, I mean, in that case, it was a campaign that didn't want to accept that it had lost, even though there was a result. I'm looking at now the fact that it seems like leadership races are just never going to be as smooth and clear cut as they're supposed to be, because this race is not all that distinct from the Ontario leadership race in 2018 or the Conservative Party federal leadership race in 2017. Although I will add that the 2018 Ontario PC leadership race was a lot better because they were planning on announcing a lot earlier in the day. So when they eventually announced later, at least it wasn't, you know, to the point that we're at now. So I'm just looking at a couple of the, you know, the things that are coming across on Twitter, and a lot of people just, again, just want to get down and deal with it. I think there are some people that obviously want the result, but I do think, to your point, Candice, that everyone understands that there is a reason that they aren't announcing. So I don't think people want them to jump the gun and just end it early, because again, if you have all of a sudden a party making a determination that a couple of thousand ballots aren't needed, you create other problems. So whether it was avoidable or not, I don't know. I do think that there is a timing issue here, in part because the Conservative Party is bound, and I'm going to get a bit geeky here, so I apologize, bound by its constitution to have mail-in votes. So other parties have done things that are a lot more streamlined and a lot easier, but the Conservative Party of Canada has to have a mail-in ballot. So the idea of doing online voting just wasn't available to them. But I do think when we talk about that term earlier, Candice, modernizing the party, perhaps a constitutional amendment that opens up different types of voting might be permissible.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, just given, you know, the different dynamics of the campaign, the fact that, you know, we had COVID, you couldn't really go and do these kind of live events. And now with voting, you know, trying to just figure out exactly how to make sure that everyone's vote is counted. It's really kind of interesting. And Andrew, I wanted to get your quick take on, you know, we just had that interesting conversation with Vitor. You know, he was much more open about the issue of how divided Canada is, and we talked about it a little bit throughout the show about how, you know, there aren't any candidates from Western Canada. The issues that are really important to Alberta are so different than the issues that are important to the media and to folks in Toronto and across Ontario. You know, do you think that he was onto something when he talked about how divided Canada is and how we really need to have a complete restructuring, or do you think that that's sort of an overstatement?
I think it's a bit of both. I do think that we are at a pivotal point where, when a lot of the West is saying they want out of Canada, that also means they want out of the Conservative Party of Canada. So if the Conservative Party of Canada is still fixated on this vision that, you know, we need to stand up for the whole country, which is a valid one, and that is at odds with what a lot of Alberta Conservatives want, there's going to be a big problem. So I think there needs to be a unity challenge, not just within the party, you know, whether you were on the McKay campaign or the O'Toole campaign or the Sloan campaign or the Lewis campaign, but the different regions of the party. I mean, Aaron O'Toole, as one example, had a Quebec-specific platform. He didn't have an Alberta-specific platform. So, I mean, these are some of the challenges.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, I think we've got another guest. I'm very pleased to welcome our friend Steve Outhouse. Steve Outhouse has been involved in working on the Leslyn Lewis campaign. So Steve, welcome and thanks for joining us.
Hey, thanks for having me, Candice.
So can we just get your quick take on the sort of chaos of the evening? I mean, it's now 10 p.m. Andrew and I started our live broadcast at 5:30, thinking that we were going to be on for 15 minutes or so, and we're now in hour 4, hour 5.
Stay hydrated.
Yeah, we're trying. So what's going on from your perspective, and how come this is happening like this?
Yeah, well, none of our plans have worked out the way that we thought they were going to this evening. We were also expecting a bit more of a brief evening, and now I'm here and holding a phone up in my hotel room to speak to you because I can't even get my computer to work. It's been that type of night here for me. So, yeah, we're just look, we're being as patient as we can be. We would obviously love to have the results come out as soon as possible, but I do think, I mean, you and I know, as people who've been around this a while, it's more important that it get done properly than it be rushed, because people need to have confidence in the results and know that it was done well. So we're just waiting. We don't have a lot of updates for what's going on, but we hope to start to hear results. We've heard it could be as early, well, I was going to say as early as 10 p.m., but it's 10:07, so
10 p.m. Pacific time, perhaps.
Yeah. No, Andrew.
I will ask you, Steve, because we've been hearing for the last several hours rumors about, this candidate's doing well, that candidate's not doing well. Is there any way that these rumors have a source in the ballot room, or are they just that, baseless rumors?
I would see them as baseless rumors, frankly. I mean, there's no way that anyone. So the only time there was an exit of scrutineers would have been around noon or so, when, I mean, the exercise was literally removing the ballots from the envelopes and putting them in piles so that the machines could count them. If someone thinks that they're going to be able to kind of stand at one sorting table and get a picture of what's going on in 338 ridings across the country, more power to them, but I don't think that that's really realistic. So of course, at the beginning, it was a pretty clear explanation from the party that, it was due to these sliced ballots. And then sure enough, sort of as hour by hour went by and time needed to be filled and people had time to speculate about every conspiracy theory, we're now hearing every rumor imaginable that someone's won, someone's lost, there's legal challenges, there's not legal challenges. And so we have no way to communicate with our scrutineers in there. So for anyone to claim that they have, credible information, I mean, if they did, that would be a clear violation of the rules, and that starts at a minimum fine of $100,000 from their security deposit or their compliance deposit. So if you have information, turn that in.
Interesting. That's a good point. Now, this is a little bit of an insider baseball question here, Steve, but the deadline for ballots was Friday evening. It's now Sunday night. The broadcast was supposed to start at 6 p.m. We didn't hear word of the delay until 5:45 or something like that. Wouldn't they have known in advance? I just don't really understand why they didn't let us know this, on Friday evening or Saturday or even earlier in the day on Sunday. Why did it come down to the wire like that?
Yeah, so I mean, that's a great question, and maybe I can clarify that a little bit. So it was interesting because from what we've been told, it's not actually an issue of that there's too many ballots or anything like that. It was, what happened was on Friday, like they stayed until late Friday evening, and they were actually done opening all the ballots. There was nothing. Originally, they had told all this, the scrutineers, so we had all our people on standby to be in for the normal processing. So the first way, and if we're going to go inside baseball, let's go ahead and we'll get into all the details so people know.
Let's do it.
I mean, the way it works is that every day our scrutineers would go into the room where the counting was happening, and what they do is they open up the first envelope and they see, okay, Bob Smith from 123 Main Street in Calgary Center, and then they match him up with the database, and they see the ID is good, it has a name, a photo, the attestation has been signed. Okay, that's all good. So now Bob's ballot, who we don't know who Bob voted for because it's still in the secrecy envelope, goes into this pile here. And any ballots that they couldn't tell, like sometimes people would stuff all of their ID and everything into the secrecy ballot, so they would have to then escalate those, open them up with scrutineers watching to see if, in fact, the ID was in there and the attestation was signed, and if they were, then it would go in for counting. If it wasn't, then it would have to be shredded and their ballot would be spoiled. So as of Friday night, all of the ballots, the 174,000 plus or whatever the number was, were opened, like from the outside envelope, the ID was checked, and all of the ballots that were to be counted on Sunday were all put in the vault and ready to go. And so then what the issue happened today was the first process when you go to count these ballots is you have to physically remove them from the secrecy envelope. So they're slicing, there's a machine that's there to slice the envelope open. And for whatever reason, and we've heard things from like, oh, the paper was too thin, or they're trying to make it a little bit lighter so it would meet all the Canada Post, guidelines, and it wouldn't have to pay extra postage. When they were slicing them, it appears to be, and I've only heard this number in the media, I haven't heard it directly from the party, of 3,000 to 4,000 ballots. And so that only would have happened today, which is why they would only have had that information today. So maybe that answers a little bit of that question.
No, thank you. I appreciate the insight, just because we haven't had anyone explain that thoroughly to us. So we appreciate it, although it was a little technical, but that does help kind of clarify why it is that we're going so late. So
Yeah.
Steve, one of the things that we've talked about, one of the stories, big stories of this campaign has really been the ascent of Leslyn Lewis. She was relatively unknown, or completely unknown to most Canadians just a few months ago. And now she's got this huge star power, lots of momentum. Even if she doesn't win tonight, she's still one of the big stories of the campaign, and could potentially finish a lot higher than people expect. So I just want to ask you what initially connected you to her? What did you see about her campaign that excited you and got you involved in the first place?
Yeah, so I had originally, my wife and I had talked it over, and we've had enough, we've been involved with a lot of campaigns, and she had said, maybe we could sit this one out. And I agreed to do that I agreed to do it, agreed to sit it out. And then I had a good friend, it was a few months later, and I was still on the sidelines. As a political person, you get a little bit twitchy, you kind of want to be engaged. And I had a friend of mine say that, it was, you should really talk to Dr. Lewis. Like, she's the real deal, and I think you would connect with her well. And I had some conversations with her, and I have to say she was very impressive. For myself, I am a pro-life individual. I guess I fall into the social conservative camp, and I have a real drive to help social conservatives put forward positions, in particular on the pro-life issue, that are respectful and reasonable. And I believe that it's important that we continue to have this debate in our country. And whether people agree with me or not, I think it's an important debate to have. And so that was primarily kind of the first thing that drew me to her, was just that this is something that's important to her. But it wasn't something that she was looking to kind of drive a hidden agenda or force people to believe what she believed. And I really resonated with her approach. And so when she kind of put out the no hidden agenda approach of here's the 4 things I would do, I really was glad to have the chance to work with her on that. So that was kind of at the core what drew me to her. But overall, I mean, just her, I found her to be a very very strong candidate who I thought could do a good job leading both the party and the country, and that I wanted to help out.
You and I spoke earlier in the day, Steve, when we were both so young and full of hope that we'd all be in bed right now. But the one thing I have to ask you
Remember
about...
when?
Yeah, because you and I spoke a little while back, of course, with the Independent Press Gallery debate in which Leslyn Lewis was ill and couldn't make it. And you were very gracious and trying to make it work. And you were there. And we heard tonight from Andrew Scheer a real support for independent media. We've heard talk from a number of the candidates about the importance of independent media. And I guess no matter what happens tonight, do you think there's a hope that the Conservatives can really turn a page and start pushing back a bit against the mainstream media after tonight?
I hope so. I mean, I hope, I think, and I've shared this, I think, with both of you, just in personal conversations, like, I think there's a whole new media landscape forming in Canada, and I think it's a good thing. I think more competition and more ideas, and people being able to kind of have access to different platforms that want to, provide conservative ideals. And also, I think on the left, like, with Press Progress and others, I think there's room for all of this out there, and that we shouldn't be boxed into sort of kind of what's been the more traditional media. And so I think, I mean, working with Dr. Lewis, I mean, I know she's very much into both, free speech and debate. And I do think that we need to be more comfortable just when people sort of, try to put us on our heels on these things, and say, no, like, conservative principles are solid. they're sensible and they make sense. And yeah, let's have this discussion about it instead of just seeing someone being able to just point at you and call you a name, and everyone kind of back away in fear that you're going to get called another mean name. It's like, so yeah, I hope that that's sort of where we're getting to this place. I think some of that movement, in particular on the left, it's starting to go too far, and even people who might even naturally sympathize towards kind of leftist views, even some of my friends who are on the far more left side of the spectrum are starting to really kind of question it and say, whoa, where does this make sense? So I think that they're probably kind of overshooting, and it's starting to kind of create I think there's a bit more of an appetite in Canada to just respectfully push back on some of these things.
Well, there certainly is a credibility issue. I have critiques of the CBC that go at so many different levels. It's not just about their editorial position being left wing. I mean, one of the stories that we broke at True North last week was the fact that Kamala Harris, who's running to be the second place, the deputy, the vice president for a party in another country, got 500% more headlines than Leslie Lewis did, who's running to essentially be prime minister in Canada. And so it's such a disconnect. You see it so much where the CBC is supposed to be covering Canadian news and telling Canadian stories, but instead, they're obsessing over what's happening in the United States. Or tonight, we're told that they're playing hockey games instead of covering the conservative convention here. So it's like, they're not even doing what their mandate is to do. Steve, we really appreciate your time and thank you for joining us. I don't know if Andrew asked you this before in your interview. I can't remember, but I'll just ask you quickly. Do you have any predictions for the rest of the night, or how do you think this is all going to play out?
No, I have zero predictions. I anything I felt I knew at the beginning of the day as we've gone on and played this waiting game, I have no confidence in anything. No, I just think we're going to wait and see what
He hasn't changed his non-prediction from earlier.
Fair enough. Well, thank you so much, Steve, and hopefully eventually this we learn some news and we can all get to bed at something like a reasonable hour. So thanks so much for joining us.
Great. Thanks to you both for the job you're doing. Take care.
Thank you. That was Steve Outhouse, campaign manager for Leslie Lewis. And since we're revisiting the highlights from earlier in the show, 7 hours ago or so, very pleased to welcome back Tanya Granick-Allen, who's moved indoors now because that beautiful natural light you had earlier is no longer there. We are past 10 p.m. now, still awaiting results from the Conservative leadership race. Tanya Granick-Allen, not officially on Derek Sloan's team, but as I mentioned earlier, did her due diligence, interviewed, vetted the candidates, and ended up endorsing Derek and was doing some get out the vote stuff with him in the past week. Tanya, thanks for coming back on.
I'm sorry I have to be back on. We should be in bed by now.
Oh, we're having some trouble with your audio there, Tanya. So we'll try to get that resolved. Hopefully, we could hear you only very faintly. So I don't know if the issue is that you're muted or the microphone isn't fully connected, but we'll try to get you back on there. I hear it clicking, so that could be a good sign. No, unfortunately not. We'll try to get that resolved there. The reason I think it's important to talk to the Derek Sloan campaign and Tanya Granick-Allen from that campaign specifically here is because one of the dominating themes of certainly my coverage and a lot of the coverage when you look at the system of voting is the down ballot support. So if Erin O'Toole is running as being the most sympathetic to social conservatives, then that means that when you have two people that are running on a socially conservative platform in Leslie Lewis and Derek Sloan, if they do really well, they bring in a lot of new members, that support is more likely to go to Erin O'Toole than Peter MacKay. And this is how we get that scenario that a lot of people have theorized about, that Peter MacKay could be in first place on round one and even round two. But, if a lot of that support from other candidates goes towards Erin O'Toole's the winner, or if it works in other ways as well. I don't want to predestine the final outcome here. But I guess I'll ask you, Candice, while we're waiting and troubleshooting with Tanya there, do you think that the social conservative vote will be the determining factor in that race? Or do you think it's too simplistic in some respects?
Well, I don't know if it will be the determining factor, Andrew, but certainly does have a big impact. And we saw that back when Andrew Scheer was elected. I think we mentioned it on the show a little earlier that Maxime Bernier had the number one slot throughout every ballot. He was number one. And I think that ultimately a lot of the votes went to Andrew Scheer, mostly, partially because he's a nice guy and he's not objectionable. He doesn't he's kind of a middle of the road kind of person. But of course, he did come across, and many people did perceive him as being pro-life and more of a social conservative. So that certainly helped him. And I think that could have an impact. But, thinking back to what Vitor Marciano said earlier, he's the only one who really gave us a very detailed prediction of what he thought. And, his idea was basically that Peter MacKay is going to come in first on the first ballot, but that he won't get any of the lower ballots. So he won't get any support from Derek Sloan and Leslyn Lewis, which is a presumption that they will come in fourth and third. And therefore, that would all go towards Aaron O'Toole and give him enough momentum to bump forward. And I think that would definitely be based on Peter MacKay's positions, not just on social issues, but a number of the stuff that we've been talking about throughout the whole program. Andrew, his lack of ability to connect with the base, his sort of fear of coming and doing interviews with conservative media outlets, his lack of appeal and lack of energy, especially in Western Canada, and this perception that he is sort of part of the Laurentian elite establishment and that he's not really among the grassroots conservatives. So I think all those things would go against him. Again, that's just based on Vitor's prediction. Vitor could be completely wrong. But I do think that there is something to that theory, and that kind of does seem like the way that the direction we're headed right now.
Yeah, and there's a tweet from Elias here. He says, social conservative feels like a bad word in Canada. Could be why we once had the PC party at the federal level. I do think a lot of that perception comes down to when there are candidates who have socially conservative views, they tend to equivocate about them and not own up to them. So they get hammered on the media for being socially conservative, and they get hammered by social conservatives for not being socially conservative. And this was one of the prevailing criticisms against Andrew Scheer, is that people who were pro-life were saying, hey, you're selling us out, and people who weren't didn't like him because he was pro-life. So this is I think in many respects, if you feel that way, own up to it and hope that your authenticity will carry you. I think we have Tanya Granick-Allen back on. Let's see if we can fix that. Tanya, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you as well. Thank you very much for coming in. You're a little bit quiet, so if you could speak up, it would be very much appreciated. I mentioned earlier that you did a pretty extensive vetting of the candidates, and I want to note for people, this isn't you as a campaign manager. This is you as an advocate, as an activist. Why did you do this, and what was your vetting process like?
Well, I suppose because I ran in the 2018 Ontario Conservative leadership, that I guess I established myself as a voice of conservatives in Canada, and I feel, I guess, an obligation or a responsibility to that effect. And, different candidates call me at all times asking for my support or endorsement. And, 3 out of the 4 leadership candidates reached out to me. And I thought it's important to ask them, what I like to call the tough questions on issues that I think are important for Canadians. Yes, fiscal issues. Yes, energy issues, but also things that affect the family that sometimes get swept under the rug, or as some people will relegate as social issues, and they're not as important, but in fact, they really are important to Canadian families.
Tony, one of the things that always sort of bugs me is that, the word social conservative, like Andrew just said, kind of gets considered to be a bad word. But, really what we're talking about is just policies that put the family at the center of public life. I spent a bunch of time in the US, and it seems like the issues that define Canadian conservatives as being social conservatives, those are just kind of like mainstream conservative values in the US. So why do you think that these ideas have become considered like so toxic in Canada when really they're not, and so many Canadians agree with the issues? But why do you think that the concept around them is become so negative?
Well, I don't think that they should be considered toxic, and I don't think although I don't necessarily like that moniker, social conservatives, I don't think it should be received with toxicity. I sometimes think that we do that to ourselves. And when I say we, I mean conservatives, that we relegate social conservatives, or that phrase social issues, to the side and say, oh, those are not as important. They are second tier issues. Let's not talk about them. But when we start censoring and applying our own filter on issues that grassroots conservatives feel are important, then I think we're doing a disservice to the movement. I think rather we should embrace all these issues and say, hey, you know what? Clearly, this is impacting Canadian lives. These are issues which matter. If you look at the past several leaderships, the 2017 federal Conservative leadership, look at the 2018 provincial Ontario leadership, even look at the Jason Kenney leadership, it's very clear that time and time again, it is these, again, quote unquote, social conservative voters who determine the leader and the outcome of these leaderships. So I don't think it's appropriate to relegate a big chunk of the base, and some people suggest it's up to 40% of the Conservative Party federally, their base, to the sidelines. And rather, we should embrace these issues and say, hey, clearly these matter to the grassroots. They must matter to Canadians.
Oh, Andrew, I think you're muted here, but I think you're trying
Thank
to
you.
talk.
I went the whole night without doing this, and then I ended up doing the thing that we expected we'd have to tell the guest to not do. Sorry about that. I think it's an important point when you talk about the grassroots, because oftentimes there is this huge divide, Tanya, between what the grassroots members and grassroots Canadians feel, and also what the members are told are acceptable positions by the media, by the party elite, other stuff like that. So I do think this is an important aspect. I guess the question is, how do we break through that?
How do we as grassroots, or how do we as
Well, how do we as free-thinking people break through that divide when you have a portion of the party, of the country, of the movement that's being told their views don't deserve to be entertained?
Well, anytime someone has told me that my view doesn't deserve to be entertained, I usually double down. So what I would encourage grassroots members of the party to do is, if there's an issue that's important to you, be it pipelines in Alberta or social issues, double down and get out and raise those issues at policy conventions and in nominations. I think it's important, again, that we elect candidates or leaders that respect the grassroots and reflect the positions that we elect them to have, which is through our policy process. And it's important that our leaders of our party respect the policy process and adopt those policies as their own, because that's what party leadership is about. It's about respecting the grassroots and listening to their will and advocating for them. And I think the sooner that we stop apologizing for being conservative, for stop this weakness and just embrace our values and embrace the conservative freedoms, then we will be miles ahead of the opposition.
That's a good point. We've been talking about this a little bit on the show too, this sort of what seems like a gaping divide, an increasing divide in all of our society, but it's also evident within the Conservative Party between the sort of elites or the experts or the establishment. And then on the other side, you kind of have everyone else. And, you see the rise of populism, but also just sort of grassroots surge. So I'm curious, just in the context of this specific leadership race, Tanya, have you felt like grassroots voices were included? Were you happy with the way that the candidates discussed issues? I know you ended up supporting and endorsing Derek Sloan. Do you think he was given a fair shake? And what's your take on this sort of divide between the sort of establishment elites and everyone else?
Well, I'm a huge softie at heart, but I believe maybe in a utopian idea of what a leadership should be. But I believe truly that every candidate should have had the opportunity to run. And Richard Descaries was denied running. Obviously, Jim Carahalios had that happen. It was twice prevented from running, and some encountered financial barriers to entering into the leadership race, like Rudy Husney and Marilyn Gladue. I think the more the merrier. That's what a big tent is about. So I do think that the addition of all of those voices would have improved the race. I think it was a fine field the way it is. Obviously, there's a candidate that I felt strongly enough to endorse, that I felt his positions were excellent. I did not like it when there were the rumblings that perhaps the caucus was considering Derek Sloan's participation within their caucus. Again, we're conservatives. We love our grassroots democracy. We want our members to make those. So I think there's always room for improvement. Was this process perfect? No. Was there room for improvement? Absolutely. And I hope that there will always be lessons learned. But again, I think we're going to have to wait to see what the outcome is of this leadership, and see who the leader is and how well they're going to be able to unite all people within the party, including those who were not able to have their preferred candidate even appearing on the ballot.
Very well said. Tanya Granick-Allen, former Ontario PC leadership candidate, the president of Parents as First Educators, and supporter of Derek Sloan in this race. Tanya, thanks so much for coming back on. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, and hopefully we'll be over soon enough. We'll have the results
Yes,
soon.
we can only hope. And on that note, I should share with those of you who are tuning into the live Conservative results show here on True North that the party is now saying first round results will come in at 10:30 p.m. Eastern time, which is particularly significant because it's now 10:31 Eastern time. And so far, the Conservative Party of Canada's official feed is still the starting soon. So we'll continue along with our coverage and analysis, bringing in some of the people from the Conservative movement and also the Conservative Party of Canada leadership race. And I can bring in, I believe, Fred Delory. I don't know if we have Fred on the line. I see a headshot. I don't know if we can get him on video there. But Fred Delory, we spoke to earlier in the show. He is the campaign manager for Aaron O'Toole. And we chatted with him this afternoon when we thought we were doing just a little 30-minute pre-show. And now here we are several hours into this, 5 hours since we started. Fred, good to have you. Thanks very much. Oh, we've got a black screen for Fred. All right, we'll get to Fred once. Oh, there we go. Fred, thanks very much for coming back on. I know it's been a long day turned into a long night, so it's good to have you with us right now.
Well, I'm used to these long nights. I remember in 2018, I was campaign manager for Percy and Elliott when we were very delayed in that process as well. So becoming used to this.
We spoke about this earlier in the evening with Steve Outhouse from the Leslyn Lewis campaign. Obviously, we've had different rumors that have been circulating about which candidates are up and which candidates down. And the question I'll put to you, are these just rumors, or is there actually information that's coming out of the ballot room from scrutineers or from other sources? Oh, we've lost Fred there, so we'll get Fred back on the line. And if you are still standing with us, we managed to make it through the first 4.5 hours without any tech glitches. So I hope you'll indulge these in the last few moments here. A lot of moving parts to the coverage tonight. I will ask you, Candice. I mean, do you find that, because in politics there seems to be the two major currencies, money and rumors. So do you find that just people in politics need to believe in a rumor just to be doing something? Because that's the fear here when you start talking about all these different scenarios and they may or may not be rooted in reality, but we have to fill our headspace in the absence of official numbers with something.
Yeah, there might be a little bit of like confirmation bias as well, because if you are someone who, wants Leslyn Lewis to do really well and wants to see a strong showing for her, then you're definitely more likely to believe the rumors that she's doing much better than expected. But I think to Steve Outhouse's point, no one's left the room since noon today, so anything that we are hearing can't necessarily be true, although who knows, because there always are leaks, as we know from our profession in the media. But certainly this kind of program where you have pundits and journalists filling up hours and hours of airtime on election night is just pure speculation. The morning comes and you wish that you could take back all the things that you predicted because they never come true. I've certainly made predictions. I thought that Stephen Harper was going to win in the 2015 election. I didn't think Justin Trudeau stood a chance. And then boy, was I wrong. I remember watching the 2016 results come in down in the US. I was actually in San Francisco at the time. And, I definitely, no one was expecting Donald Trump to win. So we've been wrong many, many, many times. And that's why I'm avoiding making any predictions tonight. But certainly rumors are part of, what keeps pundits and journalists busy on nights like this is just talking about things that they hear and speculating into that, Andrew.
So it looks like we had or have Fred back on. If the video's not working, we'll talk to you by audio, Fred, because I am curious to hear if you're okay. No, apparently we're having a bit of an internet issue there, so we'll deal with that and get Fred back on when we can. So we thank you very much for sticking with us. It is live. This is what live media is all about, and this is what independent media is all about. And I do think it would be incumbent upon us right now, and I'll actually hand over to Candice for this, to tell people how they can support us, because I've seen a few messages come in of people that are fans of True North that like what we're doing, and also people that came because they heard from Andrew Scheer about True North.
Well, gee, that's really nice. And to anyone who's watching, for the first time, welcome. Just to tell you a little bit about True North, I started the organization back in 2016. I write for the Toronto Sun. I'm a columnist over there, and I've been doing that for a while. And initially, when I started True North, the idea was that we're going to do research and look into the immigration issue, national security, immigration, terrorism, an issue that's really, really underexplored and discussed in Canada, but increasingly important. One of the things that we found, we're entirely grassroots driven, meaning that our income comes entirely just from supporters like you Canadians who watch our programming, enjoy what we do, appreciate what we contribute to the media landscape. They encouraged us to do more and more of the journalism side, more investigative journalism, more reporting, more digging. We brought on Andrew Lawton, who's a very well-known conservative commentator and longtime radio host from London, Ontario. And since then, we've sort of pivoted more and more towards journalism, more and more towards original reporting. I think that's where the demand is. And so here we are now as a full-fledged media company. We employ journalists across the country. We give you scoops, breaking news. We have podcasts and videos that come out every day. Andrew and I do a live show every Friday afternoon. Andrew also does his own podcast radio show on Mondays and Wednesdays. We produce a lot of content. So we produce documentaries. We're really busy, and we do a lot of great stuff. And so again, we're funded entirely through donations. And I think that's really the new business model for media. Traditionally, media always relied on advertising that made the media landscape kind of more neutral and more boring. Canadian media is very traditionally just very boring. Everyone has the same opinions. And the idea when you're backed by advertisers is you can't upset anyone. So you have to remain kind of in the middle, and you can't really have too many people outside. I think that model is gone, and what you're seeing now is more of a niche media driven towards people who want to see stories that sort of reflect their experience, want to hear from voices that reflect what their worldview is. And so we try to offer something that's just totally different from the mainstream media. We're much more connected to the small c conservative base in Canada. That's sort of the worldview that many of us present. We're nonpartisan. We're not at all affiliated with the Conservative Party. In fact, we do interviews all the time with other politicians. I sat down with Maxime Bernier a couple of weeks ago. Andrew, you had Salim Mansour. You've spoken with him and did a profile of him during the last election. Mm-hmm. We reach out to politicians of all stripes. Andrew tried and failed many times to get interviews with Liberal campaigns and MPs during the last campaign. All that's just to say, we try to provide something different, and where our finances come from and how we fund our entire operation is just from the support of Canadians who appreciate what we do. So, if you're new, welcome. We invite you to check out our programming. tnc.news is our website. We have lots of new content all the time. And if you're so inclined and you appreciate what we're doing, we really do encourage you to chip in. Even if you're just donating something really small, $5, $10, that's really what drives our organization and helps us to, hire young reporters, hire journalists, create all this content. We have producers, we have videographers. We try to keep our budget down. Obviously, we're not the CBC. We're not spending money left, right, and center. We're really a startup mentality, and we keep things tight. But the fact that we have donors from all over the country, we have hundreds, or I think thousands of Canadians that give us money every month. It really shows that what we're doing is good. We listen to the feedback from our audience. We listen to what people say. We read every email that comes in. We try to respond. We don't always respond to every email and every message, but we read them all, and we sort of provide the content that Canadians want. So I think we're much more connected with our audience and with our base than the mainstream media. That's why they're so out of touch. So it was great to have that shout out from Andrew Scheer. We did an interview earlier with Vitor Marciano, and he sort of said, I think that probably a lot of conservative activists know about True North and know who you guys are, but of the party membership and of the people who are members of the Conservative Party, which is hundreds of thousands of Canadians, he said probably only about a third actually knew about True North and knew who we were. So we've got our work cut out for us still, Andrew. We've got a lot of room to grow and a lot more work to do to try to reach our audience. Our audience isn't just conservative members as well. I get emails every day from people who say, I disagree with you about politics, Candice, but I appreciate the reporting that you do, or I appreciate, the way that you stand up for yourself and the way that you stand up for your organization, or the way that you expose the mainstream media. So again, we're not just limited to people who share our exact same worldview. We don't even all share the same worldview. We disagree on issues amongst, the fellows all the time, but that's just, part of the media landscape. So all that's just to say, we're really excited about the work that we're doing at True North. We invite you to take part, to watch, to donate if you can, to join our Insider Club, which gives you all kinds of different content and ability to connect with us. We do. What kind of content do we offer, Andrew, for insiders? We've got some sort of. We used to try to do live events, but can't really do that anymore.
Well, we plan to do live events at some point in the future. I know we've also talked about really revamping the clubs and trying to build a community there and have opportunities to, kick back with you and I and talk on Zoom and that stuff we've wanted to put into effect. And I think after the conservative leadership race, we'll be rolling potentially into an election mode. So there will be a lot of opportunities for, bonus content, I think, along the way. But, the one thing that I would really say that is important is that the people that support the work that we're doing, they're doing it because we don't paywall our content, which I think is really great for people. They're doing it not because they want to buy access to this story or that story, but simply because they like it and want to keep it open and accessible. And I really like that that's a big part of our vision. I mean, I know of outlets that, and I don't begrudge anyone for coming up with their own business model, but outlets that have all this great content and it's not accessible to people unless they pay. Whereas I love that, my show's out there and your show's out there and all our stories are out there. I think that's so important because we're not trying to speak just to an echo chamber. We're trying to speak to Canadians.
But also I think, again, just try to provide something different. I think that the issue with the mainstream media, we were talking about this a little bit earlier when we were interviewing Steve Outhouse with Leslie Lewis campaign. It's not just a problem that the mainstream media is too left wing. There's so many issues about them. The way that they're funded, the way that they produce the news, the way that they're not transparent about their own biases. Like, we're supposed to believe that they're just completely neutral, people. Whereas, we know that they don't vote conservative. We know that they probably don't have any conservative friends. And if they do, they're resentful because they came from a conservative family and don't like them. We know all these things about journalists and they're not open about it themselves. They pretend to stand up there and be neutral and pretend that they didn't all vote for Justin Trudeau or Jagmeet Singh. When we know that's not the case. And again, with the CBC, part of the main problem with them is that they are supposed to be there to cover Canadian stories and to reflect the Canadian experience. But we know you turn on the National and half the time the top 2-3 stories are all about Donald Trump and Joe Biden and US stories. And it's like, well, why are we paying our taxpayer dollars to hear more and more fawning over Kamala Harris when they're completely ignoring the phenomenon that is Leslie Lewis is happening in their own backyard? And so part of what True North tries to do is just be different than that. We stand up to the cancel culture mindset. We stand up to the idea that, every story has to come back towards like, oh, look at how evil Donald Trump is. It's like, no, there's a whole bunch of Canadians out there that have a different perspective. We're unapologetic about the fact that we do have a small c conservative outlook, or at least I do. And Andrew, I think you do too. And so we try to provide the news from that perspective, more honest about it. I don't try to lie and pretend that I'm completely neutral and apolitical. I'll say, I don't have a membership in the Conservative Party, but I am a small c conservative and I broadly support what the Conservatives are doing. And at least we're transparent about that.
Yeah, I think that's very important. And we'll pick back this conversation up on the other end of this. I believe we do have once and for all Fred Delory joining us by phone. We don't get to see his smiling face after hours and hours in a ballroom, but we will talk to Fred about where things stand now. Fred, thanks for your patience on this. Maybe I spoke too soon. Oh, there we go. Can we?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we have you at long last.
Right,
Thanks very much for sticking with us here. So let me ask you, without having any information coming out of the room here, has the confidence that you expressed earlier changed one way or another? Because you said unequivocally you're thinking a third ballot victory for Erin O'Toole. Is that still the direction that you're headed?
Yeah, nothing's changed. Like, so we were exit polling throughout this campaign. We did a tremendous amount of polling and research, something that's never really been done before in a leadership race from my experience or my knowledge. We really put a lot of effort on that in this campaign, and we could really sense where the membership was going and who they were supporting. I'm very confident in our numbers that we're going to be first place on the first ballot, and we'll lead all the way through, and Erin will become leader of our party tonight.
Well, that's a bold prediction. And so one of the things that we heard from one of the other campaigns, Fred, is that it's not really possible to know at this point who's winning because everyone's been stuck and locked away. So are the leaks that we're hearing and the rumors online, is there anything to that, or is that sort of just speculation?
No, what's going on inside, it's pure speculation. What we're basing our predictions on, or my bold prediction, as you say, is our exit polling, right? So every day the Conservative Party would give us a list who has voted yesterday so we can knock it off our lists for get out the vote purposes. So what we've done is we pulled that list every day for the last 20 plus days. And that's where our numbers come from. We don't have real insight of what we're hearing dribs and drabs. You get a bit of information what's going on inside the room, but nothing's been counted yet, or it's being counted as we speak right now. It's being put through the machines. So we don't know the actual result, but our exit polling, we had over 51,000 members of the Conservative Party tell us who they voted for. So we have a good sense from that.
When you say 51,000, that is, basically out of, I think, 172,000 ballots cast, you've got a little over a third of the entire sample then.
That's right. So usually when you pull a riding, if you're trying to get a sense, you want 1 to 3%. We are around 30%. So it's a massive, massive sample, and that's where a lot of our confidence is based in. So we feel very good. Of course, you never know. We're sitting here and we're waiting like everyone else. We'll see what the results are, but we do feel we're in a good spot.
Well, that's great. So what do you think it was, Fred, that if your polling is accurate and you think you're confident that your candidate's going to win tonight, what was it? Tell us a little bit about the campaign that you ran and what you felt like your candidate's real strengths were.
Well, look, Erin's a tremendous communicator. He was able to talk to our membership. It was interesting. One thing we noticed when the main party debates that we had, the English and French one, which feels like a lifetime ago, when those debates happened, all the media and all of the pundits said Peter MacKay won. And I watched those and I felt, okay, shoot, everyone's saying he won. That wasn't good for us. But then we saw a spike in our polling. Because we've been polling not just exit polling, we've been polling our membership list every week, constantly, aggressively. So we saw a spike in our polling. So I actually went back and watched the French debate in particular, and I noticed Erin was the only one actually speaking to our members. Peter was speaking to media, he was speaking to pundits. He wasn't speaking to Conservative Party members in his tone and his direction. Erin was. And I think, though, people said Peter won the debates, I think we'll see it was actually Erin who won those debates.
That, I think, is an interesting dynamic, because I know that oftentimes you get candidates in campaigns that think there's a lot of emphasis on the debates and the advertising and stuff like that. And you have other campaigns that are in the school of thought of it's just, simply a membership drive and a voter drive. With the high numbers in this race for how many ballots cast, as I said earlier, over 170,000, do you think that the high turnout is an overall reflection of engagement, or do you think that's really coming down to specific campaigns that brought in members for that campaign rather than people that just joined up on the party and said, I think this is a good race to get involved in. I'm going to join and listen and then cast a ballot for someone eventually?
So based on our tracking and based on what we can, gather from the other campaigns and our conversations with them, the biggest, when the membership sale period was going on, the number one, there was 4 campaigns selling memberships. it was the Conservative Party of Canada who crushed us all in membership sales. Just people generally getting involved in the party and buying a membership and taking an interest. I know other campaigns about spinning that they sold an insane amount. It wasn't them. It was the party who sold on its own organically a tremendous amount. And I got to say, like, we crushed records this summer, fundraising records, donor records, membership sales, and voters. No political party in the history of this country has had more people vote in a leadership race than what we have seen this Conservative Party race. And we're doing it in the middle of a pandemic, in the middle of summer. So I think it's very real. I think our party is incredibly strong. And I do believe the leader of our party is going to be Prime Minister and will be Prime Minister soon.
Well, I think that's definitely, Fred, a reflection of the times that we're living in. I mean, just look at what's going on in Ottawa over the last few weeks, just a total storm of calamity for the Trudeau Liberals, and just learning the extent to which not only the ethical scandals with regards to but just how much money they're handing out left, right, and center. You know, their own bureaucrats are saying they use loosey-goosey logic and it's just money, no problem, winky face. Like, just seeing the extent of chaos in Ottawa, I'm sure motivated a lot of people who might be on the Conservative spectrum to join and get a membership to get a new leader. Just want to hear your thoughts on what you think about the idea of a general election. Do you think that's something that is coming down soon? Do you care to speculate on what might happen after the throne speech in September?
Look, I believe Trudeau is going to take every opportunity he can to seize more power. He's going to look at this and he's going to come in with some kind of speech from the throne and budget with measures that he think will get him reelected. I think Trudeau's going to try to orchestrate his own defeat or call an election himself. I think that's very real. That's very possible. So we as Conservatives need to prepare for that, regardless of who wins this leadership race. We all need to get behind that person and start preparing for that for that potential scenario.
I know one of the big, I'll say, talking points, and I don't mean it in a negative or judgmental way, but it was in fact deployed by the campaign and by Aaron O'Toole, is that Aaron O'Toole was ready to hit the ground running with a seat in Parliament if he's successful. What does the role of official opposition leader look like for Aaron O'Toole if he is successful tonight, given that Parliament has been prorogued? What's the priority for him if he's successful starting tomorrow over the next month?
Well, we need to build our campaign team. We need to build the party. We need to build the leader's office. There's so much work that needs to be done. And if Aaron wins, and I do believe he will, we go to work tomorrow morning. There's no day off. There's no time. There's no vacation. We go to work tomorrow. I've been working 8 months straight on this, 7 days a week. I took yesterday off because the polls closed Friday night. We've been, this was our break and we go right back to work. Taking a leadership of a political party is a responsibility to our country, and we have a lot of work to do, and we need to take it serious, and we're going to go right at it.
Well, one of the questions that I had for you, Fred, was we heard earlier Lisa Raitt talk about how usually, campaigns are hard fought. Usually you're fighting them against ideological opponents. When it comes to leadership race, you're fighting against fellow Conservatives. And usually a convention is a time where everyone can come together and feel united and reminded of how we're all sort of, in it for the same thing and that ultimately you're all on the same team. But because this year it's all done digitally, that might not happen, and that bridging those divides might be tough. I know it has been a pretty vicious campaign at times, particularly between your campaign and Peter MacKay. So I wonder if you could speak a little bit about how that divide has happened and what you think the path forward for unity of this party is.
Well, look, I mean, political campaigns or leadership campaigns are the political equivalent of a civil war. It's friend versus friend, brother versus sister. I have very close friends on the MacKay campaign that I have not spoken to in many, many months. We're fighting for what we believe in. We go full tilt. At the end of the day, after tonight, 4 leadership campaigns become one. We unite, we join together, and it takes time. We'll have to sit down over the next few weeks. But look, when we win this campaign, this leadership race, we will absolutely reach out to the other camps. We want the best and the brightest. We owe that to Canada. That's our responsibility. It's not just about if our team takes over. It's we unite and make a new team of all of us together to take on the Trudeau Liberals, and that's how we're going to win the next election. If we can't divide ourselves. We can't act like it's just us who won. It's we all have to come together.
One question I want to put to you just before we let you go here, Fred. This is from a tweet from Steve Pake, and he says that an Aaron O'Toole campaign official is saying that the Peter MacKay campaign is challenging virtually every single outstanding ballot, which is significantly adding to the delay. He followed up with a tweet that says the Peter MacKay campaign says they're not protesting. What's going on in there?
Look, I don't have insight. This is the first I've heard of this. I know the MacKay campaign has very good scrutineers who are doing their job. So I don't call and question what they're doing. They're at this point without any information. But if they're if they're concerned about a ballot, they're gonna fight it. But at the end of the day, we have all the campaigns have scrutineers. There's party officials that are well practiced in this. I think, we're going to get a result soon, and it'll be a clear result.
Well, excellent, Fred. Thank you so much for taking the time to join our show. I know you joined it earlier, and now you're joining in again. Hopefully, we will be learning the results very soon, but we thank you again for your time.
No, look, anytime. Love you guys and what you guys are doing. I think this is an incredibly important initiative that you guys have put together, and you speak to a very important part of our country that doesn't get the coverage that is usually needed. So thank you for everything you guys do, and thanks for having me.
Thank you very much. That is Fred Delory, campaign manager for Aaron O'Toole, joining us as we go through the highlights of people that we spoke to earlier, just with all that's changed here. And as far as updates in the actual official dynamic of things, not much has changed since we gave you another update. But if you are just tuning in, this is the True North Conservative Leadership Results Show, co-hosted by me and Candice Malcolm, my colleague and friend here. And just again, I mean, this has been a very long evening. We started about 5.5 hours ago, and it's not to say that we are deserving of a medal or anything. I think you watching it for 5.5 hours, if anyone, certainly is deserving of a medal. I will point out that the party is still committed at this point to a province by province announcement of the ballots. And just to put this into perspective, if we do not have a winner on the first ballot, that's going to add probably another 20-30 minutes to each round. So once they start with the results, there still could be a significant delay. At this point, Candice, do you think they should just kind of dispense with the ceremony and just give a straight reading of the results?
Yeah, we were talking earlier about how in 2016, when they were announcing the winner of the U.S. election, it took until 3:00 in the morning. But there was just so much at stake. That was the leader of the free world. That was the president of the United States. You need to count every ballot. It's not up to anyone at the central HQ. This is a little different. This is, the leader of a party. It's all internal. They have the information. They don't need to do the ceremony and the pomp at this point. And I think that, it's 11 o'clock in Toronto on the east, in the Eastern time zone. It's even later out on the actual East Coast. And most people just don't really want to stay up all night to hear from each and every province and their delegate to find out who won. So I think that it obviously would be a lot better if they would just announce the winner. We want to know. And I'm hearing from conservative sources that it's going to happen soon. Party sources say it's going to happen soon. I feel like we've heard that one before, Andrew. But yeah, I think that at this point they should just announce the winner and let us get on with it. What do you think?
Yeah, especially since there is still going to be a speech from the winner after. And again, we mentioned earlier a potential for a press conference even after that. So that would be, depending on how long the speeches go, and then they are politicians, you never know, could be an extra 20-30 minutes. So that is, I think, a very interesting decision by the Conservative Party of Canada. Again, when they come back, they could change it. There was a CTV News report that said they are down to the last 800 votes. And I won't even pretend to do math on the spot about how long it took from when they were at the last 6,000 votes to now. But depending on how long it takes them to go through that 800 vote gap that they may have, which again is from a report that I haven't seen, we could be dealing with a little bit of time left, especially if this is going manually. I thought it may be good while we are waiting to revisit some of the highlights from earlier in the evening. And one of them, I think, was a section of Andrew Scheer's speech where he certainly singled us out by name in a favorable way at True North. But I would say, generally speaking, singled out press freedom in relation to independent press. And this was a great moment. Let's roll the clip of Andrew Scheer's outgoing speech as conservative leader earlier this evening.
In times like these, it is even more important for every single conservative to stay united and do everything you can to work together to spread our message of hope. So it doesn't matter what kind of conservative you are. Our party needs all of you. And we need you to go out and find more people who share our beliefs. Please stay involved, be bold, think, challenge the mainstream media. Don't take their narrative as fact. Check out smart, independent, objective organizations that are growing all the time, like the Post Millennial or True North. There are other places to get information. Let's stop being the silent majority. Don't be afraid to challenge leftist professors or public figures. Millions of Canadians share our conservative values. They just don't all know it yet.
I know Candice mentioned earlier, I think, the importance of supporting True North and supporting independent media and the work that we're doing. And I will say it's incredibly important that politicians recognize it. And it's not out of vanity. It's not just because, they said our name. It's because of, I think, the space that we're filling in the Canadian media landscape, that recognition and equal access are important. And again, I know we talk about that independent press gallery event that was supposed to be a debate, but one of the points that I brought up with Aaron O'Toole there is that the Aaron O'Toole campaign had actually made, as part of its platform, granting equal access to the independent press gallery what the parliamentary press gallery has now, and actually bolstering access for independent journalists to government events. And remember, the Conservative Party of Canada during the last election had banned David Menzies from Rebel at one point of covering it. I believe Rebel was barred from covering the convention in Halifax a year or 2 years ago. So the Conservatives' record is not exactly unblemished in this area. So the fact that candidates are actually making a point of raising this issue now, or at least responding to it, I do think is encouraging.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that, it's just a changing landscape, and it is so important that we continue to talk about these issues and raise these issues. And look, Andrew, we've been going live here for 4 or 5 hours now, and we really couldn't continue to do this. We've got a whole team behind us, so it's you and I that are on air, that are at times struggling through this long wait with filling in with interviews and stuff. But we have a whole team behind the scenes that we would be remiss if we didn't thank. So I just want to quickly say thank you to Oliver McKenzie, who is our producer, Phil Trin, who is really running around behind the scenes to help us line up interviews. We had Devin Drover on earlier. He's our sort of correspondent out on the East Coast. We have Cosmin Georgia, who's a reporter for us on the West Coast, who's doing a lot of our social media. We really do have a whole team of people here. We had Sam Eskenazi join us to do some punditry earlier. We had Anthony Fury as well. So we've got a great team with True North, and it's great to have that. Again, great that there are so many Canadians out there supporting us. And, for all the people supporting us, Andrew, there's a whole bunch of naysayers. I've been focusing on the broadcast, so I've barely been on social media, but I went on to my Twitter feed, or not even my Twitter feed. I just went onto Twitter and saw that Andrew Scheer was trending. So I clicked on it, and I realized that one of the top tweets that's making him trend right now is a Maclean journalist who's making fun of me, saying that most journalists I know would be ashen-faced if a partisan leader bashed most media and then singled out their organization. And then he said, but most journalists didn't come up through a party's comm shop. So I guess he's saying that I shouldn't have shared that clip of Andrew Scheer because I should have been embarrassed. Well, I do recall during the last federal election, Justin Trudeau going out of his way to single out the CBC, saying that the Liberal Party always supports the CBC, and then gave a journalist a plate of poutine. And, I don't remember all the mainstream media journalists getting up in arms over that. I know a lot of conservatives were and independent people were, but apparently the fact that Andrew Scheer gave us props and gave props to post-millennial is so horrific to these mainstream media journalists. And just to fact check this Maclean's journalist, I've never worked for the Conservative Party. I've never ever worked for them. I was a Conservative political staffer about a decade ago working for Jason Kenney, but I never worked for the party, and I didn't work in their comm shop. So fake news over there at Maclean's. Maybe you should fact check your tweets before sending out nonsense like that. But we definitely did hit a nerve with the mainstream media, Andrew, and I think that they probably feel threatened by the fact that a lot of people are tuning out of the mainstream media and tuning into more independent voices.
Very much so. And I mean, this is coming at a really important point when people saw firsthand the contrast between conservatives and the mainstream media journalists in an interview, and a clip of that interview that went viral between Natasha Fatah of CBC and Andrew Scheer. And I think I know Natasha. I know her as well. And I'm not friends, but professionally, I've always had a good rapport with her. And I think she is fair and very reasonable. And the questions that she was putting to Andrew Scheer in this interview, I don't think were necessarily offside, because she was giving him the opportunity to respond to them. And boy, did he. So while we wait for the results to come in, and we're talking about media bias and mainstream media and its role in covering conservatives, we have to play this clip by popular request of Andrew Scheer on CBC this week.
I totally hear that, sir, but allow me to push back a bit on that with the fact that you've brought up Leslyn Lewis being a Black woman running for leadership of the party. If she were to win the leadership, she could very well become the Prime Minister of this country. So if you compare the amount of energy and momentum around her story, which arguably was very little, versus someone like Kamala Harris in the United States, there was so much energy around her identity and gaining momentum for the Democrats by putting her in a high-profile role. What's the disconnect here? Why was Kamala Harris lauded and celebrated, and one could argue Leslyn Lewis was somewhat forgotten in the conversation?
That would be a great question for me to ask you and ask your network. Why you spend so much time talking about American politics and highlighting American candidates. Here we have a Canadian candidate. Here we have a Black woman who's running for the leadership of the party. And as for the conversation around the energy around it, you can't look to the CBC to find an accurate reporting of what's going on in the Conservative Party of Canada. There's a tremendous amount of excitement. I think you're going to see Leslyn Lewis placed very, very strong in many, many regions. I'm not going to predict the outcome of the race, but she's generated a tremendous amount of excitement. When you look at what how she's tackled some of these issues based on conservative principles, there is, I'm not surprised that the mainstream media in Canada is downplaying her candidacy while focusing so much time and attention on American politics. It's always been frustrating for me as a Canadian taxpayer that the state broadcaster in this country, CBC, spends so much time and energy covering American politics, using taxpayers' money to cover politics in another country, when they ignore and downplay many of the things happening here in Canada, especially within the conservative movement. So I'd love to hear an answer to that question from your own network.
All right. So we'll put that question to the public broadcaster for you.
I mentioned earlier at some point this evening that conservatives have this id-like quality in them that wants conservative politicians to push back against the mainstream media. And that the politicians all want to, but I do genuinely believe they've been suckered into this mentality that you have to play nice with the media. You have to be respectful of the media and of the role of the media, and understand that their role is to criticize, but that doesn't mean you have to accept the media's premises. And that's, I think, the key part of this. The media is not used to being called when they show their bias. They're not used to being called on that. So I think that's why that was such a masterclass in political interview.
Yeah, and I'll just say it again. I said it earlier on the show, but we might have different people watching. Natasha Fatah is a class act, and she's probably the best journalist over at the CBC. So I definitely don't fault her for asking this, and maybe she didn't even notice. I mean, I think a lot of conservatives pay attention to these things. A lot of conservatives really roll their eyes when they see so much attention and so much fanfare and so much energy from the Canadian media, first focused on U.S. stories, but also the sort of devotation, obsession that the media has with Democrats, painting them as if they're these like godlike figures there to save us from the evil Donald Trump. You know, Kamala Harris is not running for president. She's running as VP, and maybe she'll end up being president if Joe Biden wins and can't fulfill his duty as president. But really, you know, the media is obsessed with Kamala Harris. And at the same time, you know, there's another woman who's very impressive, very fresh, very new, very energized to the conservative base, who the media are just ignoring. True North had a report that showed that 500% more headlines were written about Kamala Harris just in the past, 2 weeks, than about Leslyn Lewis. And Leslyn Lewis is running to essentially be prime minister in the country. She could very well be the next leader of this party in the morning, and yet the mainstream media is not really paying attention to her. So certainly CBC deserves to be called out on that. And I applaud Andrew Scheer for finally doing that. I wish we'd seen a lot more of that from him. But as we talked about a little bit after his speech, Andrew, you know, now the pressure's off. Now he doesn't have to perform. He can kind of relax and maybe be himself a bit more. You know, we heard during that speech that he gave earlier tonight a lot more about sort of principled philosophical conservatism, really painting the argument that conservatism is the more compassionate worldview, and how conservative policies and values and ideas have really helped to create the freedom and prosperity, and that there's a moral argument towards that worldview. It would have been great to hear more of him talk about that during the campaign, but hey, I'm happy that he's sort of hitting his stride now and saying things that are true, that need to be said and deserve to be said.
Yes, and one very interesting thing about Andrew Scheer that is easy to forget, because we tend to view politicians not really in terms of who they are as individuals, but he's very young. He's younger than Justin Trudeau. He's I think 40 or 41. He's not an old man at all. And that means that he's still got a huge amount of life left in him, and potentially political life as well. And a lot of the times when you think about politicians that have stepped down, they're at a point where they can kind of transition into being more ex officio members of the Canadian political class. Whereas Andrew Scheer, I mean, could easily do a lot of other things. And I don't know what those things will be. I did, when I was speaking with him a couple of weeks ago, unearth that he plans to stick around as a member of parliament. He wants to run again in 2021 or 2020 or whenever the next election is. So he wants to continue serving. So he could be a cabinet minister conceivably. But I also wouldn't be surprised to see him go as, you know, premier of Saskatchewan in the future, or to take on another role somewhere else. And again, I mean, it's purely theoretical at this point. We don't know what the future is going to hold for the Conservatives or for Andrew Scheer. But it is important to note that this is not necessarily the goodbye that it is for some other politicians who are a lot older.
Well, I'm sure that many in the media are wishing it's a goodbye. And, you know, it's actually kind of funny because Andrew Scheer is just kind of trolling the media right now on social media, which to me is just so enjoyable. Usually it's me that's making fun of all these idiotic, self-important journalists. But right now it's Andrew Scheer. So just a few examples. The tweet that I mentioned from the Maclean's reporter, a guy named Jason Markusoff, who was saying that I came up through the party's comm shop, which is false, fake news, not true. Andrew Scheer replied to that, saying yes, and they are ashen faces when their organizations cash in checks they receive from a liberal bailout fund. You know, the one that this guy with this guy on the board. So then he posts an article from Maclean's of Jerry Diaz kind of embracing Justin Trudeau. So Andrew Scheer is there replying to these journalists who are making fun of him and True North. Same thing, Paul Vieira from the Wall Street Journal said, Scheer suggests Tories should read Post-Millennial and True North instead of the mainstream media. And Andrew Scheer replied, not just Tories, all Canadians. So good to see Andrew Scheer punching back in real time trolling all the mainstream media who are mocking them and mocking True North. It's kind of funny, Andrew, because obviously we weren't expecting Andrew Scheer to give us a shout out like that. And it just really seemed to hit a nerve with the media. You know, he gave a long speech. It was very detailed. It was full of interesting things. He made one comment about how, you know, you shouldn't just take the fact of the mainstream media. You should do research. You should look into other areas. You should look to new independent outlets like Post Millennial and True North for your news. And all of a sudden you have all these mainstream media journalists like, you know, the media party, or the mean girls in the media, as our friend Ezra Levant likes to call them. And these journalists all start freaking out. And so here again, you have Andrew Scheer trolling these journalists. This is someone from the Toronto Star saying partisan endorsement's clearly okay with the Post Millennial. And they post the same image of Scheer making that comment. And then Andrew Scheer replied back with a Toronto Star article saying liberals are the best choice for Canada. So, you know,
that is captioned so weird, eh?
So weird. So good to see Andrew Scheer having a good time with these journalists who probably are not used to a politician pushing back. And again, I guess this brings me to an earlier point I made, Andrew, which is that, you know, it's too bad that Andrew Scheer got pushed out after one election, because he did have a good showing. You know, it was it was an uphill battle. He didn't do as well communicating some of the social conservative issues as we wish he had. He stumbled a little bit in his explanations and pushing back to the media. He was a little bit too polite and too cute, and, you know, tried to be funny at times when he should have been firmer. In some ways, I just wish that maybe he would have had a second opportunity, because he's becoming more known. He's becoming more comfortable. You know, in some ways, he would be a great leader now. Although that's not what's happening. But, you know, the idea that you lose one election and you have to go, I think that's tough precedent going forward.
Yeah, so we have a couple of updates from Ottawa. Apparently, they have 100 ballots left, and the party has given campaigns a 20-minute warning. Now, we are with you for the long haul. The Andrew Scheer resignation speech or farewell speech is just under 14 minutes, so we're going to share that speech with you again, because it was very popular. The media is not happy with it, although, as Candice just mentioned, Andrew Scheer is not backtracking at all from that. So we're going to play that. We are still with you. We are not throwing in the towel on this. If the party starts its broadcast before the speech ends, we'll cut away and we'll come back. But the results may be happening within 20 minutes. But let's go to Andrew Scheer's farewell speech delivered earlier this evening.
Folks, the Honorable Andrew Scheer.
Well, thank you very much, Scott. Thanks, Lisa. Thanks, Dan. Bonsoir tout le monde. What an incredible 3 years. I have been so honored to serve as leader of the Conservative Party of Canada and as leader of the official opposition in the House of Commons, leading our amazing team. Je suis très honoré d'avoir été chef du parti et de l'opposition officielle à la Chambre des communes et diriger notre excellente équipe. Looking back on where we started in 2017 and all that we have accomplished together, I am struck by the determination, strength, and resilience of our party. In 2017, no one thought we could win the next election. The media establishment was predicting that Justin Trudeau would easily win 2 or maybe even 3 majority governments. He would be Prime Minister for as long as he wanted. But we rolled up our sleeves and reminded voters that Conservatives are the only party fighting for hardworking Canadians. The fact that anyone even considered the 2019 election winnable is because of the incredible success of our entire team. And while we didn't get the result we all would have liked, we did reduce the Trudeau government to a minority and formed the strongest opposition in Canadian history. There are so many people I would like to thank. First off, my House leadership, shadow cabinet, and caucus teams. Merci pour vos conseils et votre soutien pendant mon mandat. One of the most frustrating parts of not forming government is stopping to think about what a great group of ministers we would have had if we had won. I know that Canadians would have been far better served during this pandemic had there been a Conservative government in power. and I look forward to the many great things that our next Conservative team will accomplish. J'aimerais aussi remercier Joan Bayliss, Hamish Marshall, Kenzie Potter, Marc-André Leclerc et toute l'équipe qui m'ont encouragé à me présenter comme chef et qui sont restés à mes côtés. Ça a parfois été difficile, mais je ne peux pas imaginer un meilleur groupe de personnes pour le faire. To the Office of the Leader of the Opposition and party headquarter teams, thank you for all your hard work over the past 3 years and throughout this leadership race. I know that the new leader will be in good hands with all of you. I'd also like to thank our entire Conservative caucus, National Council, Party President Scott Lamb, and all of our thousands and thousands of party members and volunteers. Each of you contribute so much to our movement and are vital to our success. But most of all, I would like to thank my incredible wife, Jill, for her love and support, without which none of this would have been possible. Jill, I love you so much. Thank you for all the sacrifice that you and the kids made over the past few years. I can honestly say that I have never been prouder to be a Conservative or to be a Canadian. La pandémie nous a mis au défi, mais elle a aussi montré le meilleur côté des Canadiens partout au pays. Les voisins s'aidant les uns et les autres, les entreprises trouvant des façons innovatrices de servir leurs clients, et les proches se réunissant pour célébrer des moments importants, même de façon virtuelle. Pendant cette épreuve, notre équipe conservatrice s'est concentrée sur l'aide aux Canadiens. We have improved the government's response to the pandemic and have never backed down in our fight to keep our parliament open during this crisis. As we look forward to the recovery, Canadians will be faced with a fundamental choice. You see, the left is offering the same failed policies that they always do. Bigger government, more government intervention, and less individual freedom. Mais un gouvernement plus gros et plus omniprésent nuit aux gens. The lie of the left is that the very people they claim they want to help are hurt the most by their policies. They pretend to be motivated by compassion, but there's nothing compassionate about big government intervention. Ever increasing intervention in the marketplace rewards big corporations who can afford expensive government relations experts. New rules and laws make labor costs so expensive that low-income workers and new entrants into the workforce lose their jobs first. And little by little, fundamental rights and freedoms are eroded. In the 1980s, the Soviet bloc and Eastern European countries all had the same rhetoric. Their policies were supposed to help the poor and promote equality. The exact same rhetoric that the left is using today. But all it caused was misery. Le défi pour les conservateurs aujourd'hui est que beaucoup de gens ne comprennent pas l'économie de libre marché, la liberté individuelle, un gouvernement limité et plus de choix individuels. Today's voters didn't grow up. Many of today's voters didn't grow up watching the wall come down or looking at the bread lines in East Berlin. So we, as a party, need to constantly be looking for new ways to make the case for the core conservative principles we all believe in: freedom, limited government, and unlimited potential. Our values and ideals have stood the test of time. For generations, they have guided Canadians through adversity, and they will once again. See, the Liberals are all candy before supper. They make superficial promises and hope you don't blame them for the consequences. Then, all you're left with is a stomachache and a serious case of buyer's remorse. Conservatives, on the other hand, we believe in a balanced meal. We look at the whole picture, and we see the harm and the misery that the policies of the left cause. The Liberals put all their faith in government. They believe that bigger government and more state intervention will somehow solve all of the world's problems. Conservatives fight for those who don't have powerful lobbyists getting insider deals. We fight for the men and women who don't have well-connected friends in Ottawa, who are too busy raising their families
and working hard to attend the cocktail circuit. We are your voice. But the biggest risk to freedom and liberty is when people empower government to do more and more for them. It may be tempting to use the government to address the challenges society often faces, but once invited inside, the government is a terrible house guest. It may feel good to vote in a party that is going to overstep the limits of government in order to do something you agree with. However, that invitation is quickly used to justify all sorts of actions you might never have considered. It is far better to keep government within strictly defined limits and leave the rest of society to fulfill its proper role. That is why conservatives put their faith in people. We know that there is more to society than just government, and that free people within a free market, working hard and enjoying the fruits of their labor, free to express themselves and live their lives the way they want. That is the recipe for success every single place it's been tried. When given a choice between societies where governments control more and more of their citizens' lives and those where freedom and opportunity are protected, people will always choose freedom. After all, no one ever got shot trying to jump the wall to get into East Berlin or paddle the raft to get to Cuba. We don't even have to go back into the past to see these examples. We just need to look at the mess happening right now in Venezuela and all the tragedy that it is causing. Vous savez, c'est aux conservateurs de transmettre ce message. Pour nous, une élection garantie n'existe pas. At a time when the establishment elites are doing everything they can to defeat us, at a time when dozens of groups like Lead Now and Unifor pay millions of dollars to run ads against us and bash our policies, at a time when the mainstream media bias in this country has never been more clear. In times like this, it is up to the Conservative Party to unite Canadians instead of allowing the left to divide Canadians. At a time when when young people have never been taught the value of those free market principles, where they've actually been taught that there's something wrong with free markets and individual liberty. In times like these, it is even more important for every single conservative to stay united and do everything you can to work together to spread our message of hope. So it doesn't matter what kind of conservative you are. Our party needs all of you, and we need you to go out and find more people who share our beliefs. Please stay involved, be bold, think, challenge the mainstream media. Don't take their narrative as fact. Check out smart, independent, objective organizations that are growing all the time, like the Post-Millennial or True North. There are other places to get information. Let's stop being the silent majority. Don't be afraid to challenge leftist professors or public figures. Millions of Canadians share our conservative values. They just don't all know it yet. Now, I know that we can win the next election. Quand je suis devenu chef du parti en 2017, nous avions 99 sièges. Today, I am leaving the next leader with 121 amazing MPs from coast to coast. In 2015, we won around 31% of the vote. In 2019, we won 34.4%, won the popular vote, and formed the strongest opposition in Canadian history. I'm also proud to say tonight that the party, the Conservative Party of Canada, is officially debt-free. We are in an excellent position, but we cannot be complacent. Our party's unity has been tested in the past, and media love nothing more than writing about disgruntled Conservatives. So we cannot give them that opportunity. For the last few months, the different candidates and their supporters have been highlighting the differences between them. After tonight, let's all come together and focus on the things that unite us. We must stay squarely concentrated on working together and focusing on the many things we share in common. Les différences entre les libéraux et les conservateurs n'ont jamais été plus claires. Ils utilisent une crise pour récompenser leurs amis. Nous nous concentrons sur l'aide aux Canadiens qui travaillent fort. Where they will use the pandemic as an excuse to reward their friends, conservatives will clean up their corruption. Where they will play the politics of envy, we will spread a message of hope and opportunity. Where they will attack our energy sector, we will champion it and celebrate the prosperity it creates for all Canadians. Where they will demonize people for having different views on issues facing Canadians, we will not attack people for their deeply held positions, but instead look to find the common ground. Alors qu'ils vont diriger une fédération centrée sur Ottawa, nous allons respecter les compétences provinciales et la nation québécoise. And when they let Canadians down, as they always do, we will be ready to offer them a conservative government that puts people first. And after tonight, let's all rally behind the new leader and do everything we can to make sure that the next leader of the Conservative Party becomes the next Prime Minister of this great country. Serving in this role has been the greatest honor of my professional life. I want to thank all the members, all the volunteers, the member of our fantastic team so much. This has been such an honor. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for all the support that you've given to me and my family, and we will get them in the next election. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Well, here we are. It is now, we're in our 7th hour because we've done 6 hours, which means we're in our 7th hour of the True North Live Conservative Leadership Results Show. I'm Andrew Lawton, joined by Candice Malcolm. And again, we've had a lot to get through, a lot of back and forth on where things are in the result process and the counting process.
Folks, the honorable.
But we are supposedly down to double-digit numbers of the number of ballots that are remaining. So the latest was about 100, and that was, I think, 15 minutes ago or so. Results are supposedly going to be coming within the next 10 to 15 minutes. Again, I mean, you have to take with a few grains of salt anyone who has claimed to have knowledge of the specific time, because this was supposed to start at 6 p.m. Eastern, and it's now just after 11:30 Eastern time. If you are in Atlantic, Canada, if you're in Newfoundland, it's right now 1 a.m., so you've probably tapped out. If you're in BC, it's 8:30, so you're just getting started. If you're in any other part of the world, I don't know what time it is, but regardless, thank you to all of you who have been watching. This has been something that was actually, I should say, Candice, a bit of a, not necessarily an experiment for us. We've done live shows with our weekly True North update, but this sort of a anchored live show around an event was a bit of a new one for us. So I don't know if, I mean, obviously we want them to be a bit shorter next time, but I'm so far actually happy, all things considered, about how it's gone.
Well, we've learned a lot together, haven't we, Andrew? Initially we were going to have a 30-minute broadcast prior to the results coming in. About half of that was interviews that Andrew had done. So we've been live here for 7 hours. We did a pre-show for an hour before. Andrew was doing interviews all day. So we've really been nonstop. And, unlike our friends at the mainstream media, we don't have a huge budget. We don't have huge production teams. It's basically just us with Oliver, our producer, and Phil, our producer, executive producer, behind the scenes, putting this all together. And so, huge thank you to you guys behind the scenes for that. If we're over at the CBC, we would have interns bringing us coffee and people bringing us different interesting tidbits to talk about, and we'd have all kinds of clips that we could throw to, and we life would be a lot easier. But the life of an independent journalist isn't quite as glamorous as the life of a CBC journalist, I guess, Andrew. But all things considered, I'm pretty happy with our broadcast. I think we still have a couple thousand people watching across the mediums between Facebook and YouTube, which is great for a very small outlet like us. And I think the numbers have been higher at other points of the night. So we're very happy with it. And we thank you, to each and every one of you who's stuck with us and watched all of our interviews and this entire show. Really, really appreciate it. We are still growing and learning and trying to get our message out there and trying to provide the kind of coverage that Canadians are looking for. I'll just say it again. We replayed the speech from Andrew Scheer. It was great to hear to have him push back against the mainstream media in his speech, tell Canadians specifically to, question the facts that are coming from mainstream media, because they're not always true, and to look to alternative sources of news and media. And he said specifically Post Millennial and True North, which obviously is a huge compliment for us. I'm not going to pretend that it isn't, but apparently to some of the journalists watching and commenting on Twitter, it was very unbecoming of us to share that clip, Andrew, because we should have been embarrassed and humiliated by the fact that a partisan politician mentioned us instead of actually, sharing that message and supporting it. So I guess that's part of the reason why they just don't consider us real journalists over here at True North.
Yeah, and one of them was from a member of the Parliamentary Press Gallery, who many of our viewers and supporters know we've had a bit of a battle of sorts with, because it was the Parliamentary Press Gallery that was instrumental in barring True North from covering the election debate. So when people in this exclusive club that has, by government mandate, a greater access to practice journalism than other people is kind of snarking at the recognition of independent media, there's a big problem, and that's why it's important to fight for it. So this is, I guess, proving that no timeline can be taken for granted or taken at face value. About 15 minutes ago, we were given the 20-minute warning. And as per our friend Brian Lilly, he just tweeted a moment ago that the 15-minute warning didn't apparently start right away. The 15-minute warning had a delayed start time. So there was actually a 15-minute warning for the 15-minute warning. So according to Brian Lilly, the 15-minute warning went into effect at 11:30 Eastern, which means at 11:35 Eastern, which is what the time is now, we are supposedly 10 minutes away. So at this point, I don't even know why we're bothering with the times, but we are giving you the information as we get it. That's the fun of a live show. And we are, as I said, at this point, we're committed to it. We've had a lot of support from people on social media. And while we are waiting, I guess let's actually put an invitation. I mean, I'm watching Twitter right now more than anything else. So if you want to tweet me at Andrew Lawton, your thoughts on the race, predictions, questions, we can turn this into a bit more of a not necessarily casual, but a bit more of an informal conversation now, just as we wait for the results to start. So if you have any questions, you can tweet me at Andrew Lawton, and we'll get to a few of those. But I do think of, as far as the takeaways from the race and from the evening are concerned, the one thing that I would very much say everyone seems to be on board with, regardless of what side of the Conservative Party they're from, is that Leslyn Lewis has become a real star of the race. And to go, even if you're not a fan of hers or if you didn't vote for her, to go from being a political unknown who has no elected experience and not much political experience in general, to being the potential, I mean, under some scenarios, winner of the race, or at the very least, the kingmaker of the race, that is a real achievement. And Candice mentioned those fundraising numbers earlier. To raise $2 million when a few months ago people were thinking you wouldn't be able to raise even the $300,000 entry fee is quite substantive. And it still is a bit odd in a way, and not at all as a knock against Leslyn Lewis, but oftentimes politics is very closed off to newcomers. And there are a few exceptions to this. Obviously, we had Kevin O'Leary last time, but he came in with some celebrity, so that helped him do well. And ultimately, he didn't think he was going to win, and that's why he bowed out of the race. So I don't know if what Leslyn Lewis did was something that could be replicated, or if it was just the right candidate, the right team, the right strategy at the right point in time when there wasn't a lot of other options stepping forward.
Well, it's interesting because the rules sort of changed last time around. It seemed like there's sort of course correction on behalf of the Conservative Party and the people who run these kind of things. Because, in the race to replace Stephen Harper after the 2015 election, that I guess it was in 2015, 2016, we had so many candidates. We had, I think there was 18 candidates or something like that, and they didn't have any kind of a cutoff. So I was always kind of expecting, half the ballots to drop off and then have a smaller race near the end, the way that the Republicans sort of do it down in the US, where the group gets smaller and smaller. I guess at that point they wanted more people, more ideas. In some ways, that leadership race, Andrew, was much more about ideas. You had different kinds of conservatives putting forth different ideas. You recall you had Maxime Bernier, who really was a libertarian and kind of morphed into this new populist leader in Canada. But we also had people like Kelly Leach, who were proposing just something a little different with regards to immigration, integration, talking about having some kind of a values test for people coming into Canada, which of course the media blew that out completely out of proportion. But all that's just to say that there was a lot more people involved, or a lot more regions represented, and different kinds of Conservatives. This time, I think they wanted to avoid that large field of just so many candidates and sort of lack of focus. And, I think it ended up taking 14 ballots or something to determine that Andrew Scheer was, became the leader. And so this time around, they made it more restrictive. There was a higher barrier in terms of the amount of money raised. And it's no easy feat. I mean, Leslyn Lewis said it herself that she didn't think initially that she would have enough support to be able to raise that $300,000 threshold. Well, she ended up raising $2 million, which is a huge amount of money for a new candidate in Canada. It's a relatively small country. We don't have as much money in our politics as they do in the US. It's all just sort of small money, grassroots campaign donations and contributions. So, regardless of what the results are, I think Leslyn Lewis really, really did accomplish something spectacular. And I think that the Conservatives should really continue with that momentum, make sure that Leslyn Lewis is in a key position, that she runs in a riding that's relatively safe, that she can win, she can have a seat in Parliament and be a strong voice going forward for Conservatives, because I think she's got a great tone, a great message. She appeals to a lot of people. One of the criticisms about her is that she didn't have a very well scripted campaign, or that she wasn't necessarily ready for prime time or as smooth as she should be. Well, look, she's brand new to the game. She's got a lot of time to grow, and I hope that she does have a future in the party and also in the broader Conservative movement in Canada.
We asked for your questions on Twitter. We'll read a couple that have come in. And by the way, a lot of tweets that have come in from people that aren't even questions, just congratulations. I mean, I'm honored and quite humbled by this. We're having a good time doing this. So thank you very much for your support. Kelly Creek Dairy says, thoughts on the next leader of the Conservatives not running against Trudeau, but another leader of the Liberals like Freeland. And there was another tweet along a similar vein. What's the deal with the mainstream media hailing Chrystia Freeland as some kind of new savior? This is, I think, interesting. And I thought that when Justin Trudeau won the last election, that he was kind of phoning it in the first couple of months of his premiership. And I think was probably ready to hand over the reins to someone else, because he had downloaded so many of his responsibilities to Freeland. And then the pandemic hit, and all of a sudden we need to have the prime minister. We need to have someone stepping forward. So I think that has renewed his relevance to his party and his relevance to his government when he was trying to backtrack. He said the other day at a press conference that, yes, he's going to be on the ballot next time. But what are your thoughts, Candice? I mean, do you think the Conservatives need to be abandoning the strategy that seems to have been there since 2015 of just running against Justin Trudeau?
Well, I think that was certainly part of the problem for Andrew Scheer. During this last campaign, the SNC-Lavalin scandal was so devastating. And for folks that were really tuned in and paying attention to sort of, political insiders like you and I, Andrew, it seemed like it was, that was going to be the end of the of the Liberal government, the end of Justin Trudeau. I remember there was a really devastating cover on Maclean's magazine calling him the imposter. And it just seemed like, okay, the mask has fallen off, the emperor has no clothes. Once the mainstream media turns on you, there's not really anything there with Justin Trudeau. There's no substance. And so if he doesn't have the loving admiration of his friends in the mainstream media, what does he have? But clearly that wasn't enough. Canadians weren't as tuned in to the SNC-Lavalin scandal. Maybe it was more complex. Obviously, Trudeau got downgraded to a minority government. He didn't win the popular vote. Andrew Scheer got more individual votes cast for him. And so I thought the Conservatives actually did a pretty good job last time around, but they didn't get the coveted government. Obviously Andrew Scheer wanted to become prime minister. So I think that there is a lesson learned there, which is that you have to offer something different. You can't just say, we're not them. Canadians want to have a strong alternative. They want to understand what it is that is going to be the next government, what the platform is, what the values are. And instead of just running about what we're not, you have to really put forth something. And I think we've talked about it a little bit throughout the podcast, Andrew, which is that, there is a really tremendous story to be told. The conservative worldview needs to be emphasized, and it's such an easy story to tell that you need someone who's really unabashed, unafraid, willing to tell that story. And just cultural at this moment in time, we're living through some really strange times, not just with COVID and not just with all these scandals in government, but just more broadly speaking, where we see the rise of cancel culture, these woke social justice warriors who are trying to say that, if you don't believe exactly the same things that they believe in, and you don't agree with their extreme ideology on every point, you shouldn't have a platform, you shouldn't exist. That, they go out of their way to try to cancel and remove platforms from any conservative in Canada that has a platform. They've done it to Rex Murphy, they did it to Barbara Kay, to Conrad Black. We saw Stockwell Day get kicked off the show at CBC just for saying something really mild that wasn't ill-intended at all. And so I think more and more Canadians are looking at this trend with concern, and they want someone who's going to push back and provide sort of a common sense appeal. And that's really where Conservatives can step in and be the counter voice to this sort of woke, out of control leftist madness that has really captured the imagination, not just of the Liberal Party, but also the mainstream media and so many other mainstream institutions in Canada. It's time that someone pushed back against it. I think Conservatives are well positioned to do that. So I think that all this is just to say the Conservatives have a lot going for them. They should really try to communicate that more to Canadians, what they do stand for, what they believe in, and not just hey, look, Trudeau Liberals are corrupt. Yeah, we all know that, but we've got to do something more, I think, in order to replace the government.
So I'm hearing from a source in one of the campaigns right now, just so you all know, that 35,000 ballots were sliced by the machine and had to be fixed. So earlier we were told that it was somewhere in the range of 4,000 or 5,000. Now we're being told 35,000 ballots. Now, again, this is coming from a campaign, so take that with a grain of salt, although this doesn't seem to be anything that is particularly biased or partisan. This is just a statement of fact. So again, it puts things into perspective. And what was interesting, I mean, a lot of people, yes, of course, were complaining about the delays. And I count myself in that category, not as complaining necessarily, but certainly pointing it out. But ultimately, even the people on the campaigns that I were speaking to were saying, we've got to get it right. I mean, a rushed result would be worse than a delayed result when it comes into questioning the integrity of some of the information. So that is one of the details, and all the more impressive that they seem to be down to at least the final few ballots, if not completely done right now. The latest estimated start time for results was 11:45 p.m. Eastern. It is now 11:46 p.m. Eastern, so perhaps it's going to be bumped back again, or perhaps we'll actually be looking at a result that's coming in the mere moment. So we are monitoring that, and we'll throw to it the second that we have that available. I mentioned earlier in the show that I think one of the challenges here is the Conservative Party's required usage of mail-in ballots. And I think I'd suggested offhandedly online ballots. And I actually got a lot of pushback from that. People saying that online voting only makes the integrity question more of an issue rather than less of one. I would love to find a secure way to do a vote that's a little bit more modernized. I don't know what that would look like without compromising security, though. Do you have any ideas, Candice?
Well, I remember looking into this some time ago, back when I was a political science student, and reading what the sort of leading people in the field at the time were saying was that basically there was just no way to do these kind of elections, either digitally or through mail-in ballots. There's all kinds of security and fraud issues. I mean, it's already difficult as it is, just given that. Well, Andrew, you've broken stories in the past of people showing up to vote without any ID, people who may or may not even be Canadian citizens trying to vote in general elections, people who are, in Canada as permanent residents or refugees even that haven't even had their paperwork processed that are being invited to vote. There are all kinds of issues with integrity. And so when you move it away from in person and you put it online and into mailing ballots even, there's just so many security concerns. So I at this point, I wouldn't be too confident. I haven't read the recent literature. Maybe they've found ways to make it more secure, but I would certainly be skeptical of that. I think that the best way to vote is still good old-fashioned in-person voting. Obviously, given the situation with COVID and everything, that wasn't possible. And this is the reality with something like a mail-in ballot. I'm a little disappointed with the Conservatives for not being more forthright. I mean, how many times have we heard a new time tonight that just hasn't come true? It's like, hey guys, politicians already have a reputation of not being trustworthy. And, when they say things that they're not really telling the truth, this is exactly an example of that here, where we're told it's going to be 6 o'clock, then we're told it's going to be 8 o'clock. Now we're told 11:30. Actually, we're told very precisely 11:42. And then that was clearly not the case. So the campaigns are being told that they are given 15-minute notice before the results are supposed to come in. We've been given that 15-minute notice a couple of times now, and we still don't have the results. And the fact that they're now saying that it was 35,000, or we're now hearing that it was 30,000 RIP ballots and not the 2,000 that we were initially told, it's like, well, what's the story here? Just tell us it straight. Tell us the truth. Don't give us these half answers that turn out to be not true. That's exactly why people don't really trust politicians and political parties in the first place.
Yeah, at this point, I think it's gone on long enough. Stacey Abrams thinks she's the winner of the conservative leadership race, which is eventually what happens with any delayed election. So we have to be very mindful of that. She might show up for question period when Parliament resumes. I do think that, it's so interesting because obviously candidates and campaigns have to be optimistic and they have to be confident. But I go back to the point that I raised earlier, which is the level of confidence from the O'Toole campaign. I mean, I don't know if it's bravado or ignorance or genuine reliance on their data. I mean, we heard the numbers from Erin O'Toole campaign manager Fred Delory earlier saying that they did exit polls of 51,000 people, of 51,000 voters out of 172,000. If those polling results are accurate, and this is not predictive polling, but exit polling, as in how did you vote? If that's accurate, yeah, I'd be inclined to trust the O'Toole campaign, but we all know campaigns seem to have a blind spot for their own data and for their own results.
Absolutely. I mean, every campaign that I've spoken to says that they think their candidate is going to win. Obviously, when we had Steve Outhouse from Les and Lewis campaign, he didn't want to make any predictions, but definitely, when you speak to them off the record and on background and stuff, they all think their people are going to win. So I don't know if it's just optimism of a campaign or selective information that they choose to consume, but at this point, you kind of wonder, like, what's the benefit in saying that your campaign's going to win? You're going to turn around if that's not actually the case.
Because you look really bad if you're wrong, and you look really good if you were humble and, well, I don't know, we hope to win. Like, so it's a high stakes game when you act this confident even after the votes are in.
Yeah, exactly. And again, there's nothing really to gain other than just to, say that you believe that your campaign did a good job or whatever. But yeah, no, I think that there probably is something to their polling, and I wouldn't be surprised if that is how the results come out. Even some of the things that we're sort of hearing about how the McKay team is challenging each and every ballot, well, that would sort of indicate that they're behind, they're trailing, and they're trying to catch up and make up for votes, which is why, again, we're told that perhaps, the speculation that that's why we're so delayed is because the McKay campaign is questioning a lot of the results and wanting to double check everything. And again, that would indicate that they were behind. But again, you don't want to speculate based on half true information or based on things that you're hearing and that kind of thing. So it doesn't really benefit you in the end. Well, Andrew, I know this wasn't really the night that we expected at all.
We still have our staff meeting scheduled for tomorrow morning.
Yeah, we do a True North Scrum every Monday morning, bright and early. And so Andrew and I might be a little burnt out for that call, just to any True North staff paying attention right now. You might have to carry the call tomorrow. But we did a pool inside of True North where we predicted the outcome, just a little friendly internal poll among True North staff. And I was pretty surprised. I think that most people who work for True North predicted that Erin O'Toole would win. Most people predicted that Peter McKay would come in second. Given that McKay is supposedly the front runner, he's the one that had the most name recognition. He's got the thickest resume, and he was one of the founders essentially of this party. Andrew, why do you think that so many people on our team were leaning more towards thinking that Erin O'Toole was going to win?
It's tough to say. I think a lot of the discussions that I had with some of our friends and colleagues were really coming down to the ranking. I think people seeing a lot of support for Sloan and Lewis, and just not seeing Peter MacKay as having that 50% threshold that he would need to win without down ballot support. And I think that's what it came down to. And by the way, predictions are not endorsements. I mean, a lot of people on our team were somewhat agnostic, or certainly aren't members or voting members. And they still were just kind of looking at where they thought things were going with it. And a lot of us had the same results, but very different paths to get there.
Yeah, that's right. And different people who they thought would, come in second or come in third, different percentages and all that. And certainly not endorsing any candidate or anything like that, just predicting it. It's kind of always fun to see these office pools. I think only one person on our entire team had Peter MacKay winning. So if MacKay does pull it off, that one person will walk away with a lot of bragging rights and a little bit of cash too. So it should be interesting. Keep the night interesting, I guess.
Yes. It is 11:54 p.m. Eastern time, and I will point out, not to gloat, but the Conservative Party of Canada did say earlier that it would have a leader tonight. Now, if I'm getting technical here, I don't know if they said tonight Eastern time or just tonight. I mean, it's still going to be for a little while. I think in the in Guam, I think it's still going to be tonight for a good 10 hours or so. But ultimately speaking, this is 5 minutes away from it no longer being tonight, and we don't have a result just yet. Although I'm seeing a couple of things here. Steve Paikin has tweeted that the lawyers for Peter MacKay have left the counting room, where they've been locked up for 18 hours. We have another tweet here saying that this is from someone else, Western Standard, saying that Aaron O'Toole has been told that he has won. Now, the reason I share that with you is because we were told by the party that when the results are broadcast live, the candidates will be hearing them for the first time. So if he has been, as they say, told he has won, it might not mean by any official source, but rather by scrutineers in the room that are just saying, yeah, we think you've won. So I take that with a grain of salt if you see it circulating, but I share that just to give the context that the party has said unequivocally that candidates will not be given advance knowledge of a win.
Interesting. And yet we were told that they were going to go to a press conference. So I guess the winner would just find out spontaneously, which I guess is pretty much what happens, when these results are delivered live at a convention. But again, I don't even really know at this point, Andrew, if they're going to just announce the first ballot and then we're going to have to wait for the second ballot. Are they still going province by province, or have they just scrapped that? Do we know anything about what the ceremony is going to look like once they finally do come back?
The last I heard was that they're still going to province by province. Now, I mean, we heard how long it took to do the introductions of the people from the various provinces that were going to be doing their their announcements. So I don't know if they have those people on retainer and they have to stick with the province by province analysis. But I do think that at this point that has not changed officially, though. Once the parties come back, we may see a little bit of a change. So just if you're tuning in, again, I'm getting a bunch of people asking about this tweet that said Aaron O'Toole has been told he won. The party has said that candidates are not being told in advance. So if a candidate has been told that they are victorious, it would have to have been from a scrutineer. And I don't actually know if scrutineers have the full numbers. I they could be keeping their own ballot counts, of course, but as I understand it, they'd be just looking at individual ballots. I don't think they're getting a final tally that they're leaving the room with. So take this all with a grain of salt. I know I've used that expression a few times tonight, but I think we need that much salt with a lot of the information that's coming out, because the longer it goes, the higher the stakes are. And I think the easier it is for things that are, in some cases, rumors. Maybe it's a half truth or just something that's entirely untrue, to be able to get around. So that's my my TED talk on this, if you will.
Well, it is good to know. And again, yeah, there's lots of circulation, and with anything, social media media, you hear rumors and you don't know how true they are, where they're coming from. Andrew, I'll ask you a bit of a more, not a personal question, but a professional question about this race. You've gotten to sit down and interview all of the candidates except for Peter MacKay, who for some reason didn't want to. You interviewed them at the start of the race and then again near the end when we did the fireside chats. Was there anything that sort of surprised you from what the candidates had to say in your interviews? What was the sort of biggest thing that you learned from sitting down with them?
It's actually an interesting question. I would say that nothing surprised me really about the interviews that I did. I think in some cases I was really what's a good way of putting it? I was very pleased with how the candidates carried themselves in the face of criticism. And to look at the most recent interviews, the Independent Press Gallery fireside chats, both Erin O'Toole and Derek Sloan were in the hot seat. And it was a bit of a distinct experience for us because we were planning on doing a debate. But ultimately, what we were looking to do was showcase the candidates and showcase the campaigns. And we did that in a different format. And in a one-on-one interview, there's nowhere to hide. Your talking points won't save you. Sound bites won't save you. If you don't answer the question, I was pressing them on it. And both of them, said things that I might not like or whatnot, but they both, I'd say, composed themselves very well. And when they were pushed, when they did have pushback from me, I thought they did very well. Now, I don't think it's fair to compare interviews later on in the race with at the beginning of the race, because candidates, especially newer candidates, grow. Leslyn Lewis, I sat down with once very early on, and I didn't think she was exceptional. I thought she was good, but I've also seen her improve throughout the race. I mean, even from some of the earlier interviews she did to the English language debate to some of the later interviews, she really rose to it. And Derek Sloan as well. I saw him do a couple of speeches actually a few weeks from one another. And even between the first and the second, he had improved a fair bit. So for Peter MacKay and Erin O'Toole, I mean, they've been in politics for a while. What you see is what you get. But I was really interested to see how Leslyn Lewis and Derek Sloan really continued to improve throughout the race, even though it was a challenging race. And for Leslyn Lewis, especially, who's not a member of parliament, a relatively new experience.
Absolutely. And so unfortunately, you did not get the opportunity to sit down with Peter MacKay. He's the only one who declined to take up our invitation to come and do a one-on-one interview. And unfortunately, again, he didn't show up to the Independent Press Gallery's debate that we held. But Andrew, you did get a chance to ask him a question, which was after, I believe it was the English leader debate that was held through the official Conservative Party. So we have that clip of you asking a question to Peter MacKay on his position on hate speech. Let's go to that clip now.
Good evening, Mr. MacKay. In the previous Parliament, the Justice Committee had done studies on potentially reviving a new version of the old Section 13, which was the part of the Canadian Human Rights Act that went after online speech. And the new version that ended up being recommended was something that would look at putting liability on social media companies that have what the government determines as hate speech, and also bringing back some of those mechanisms that allow the government to use human rights legislation to go after online hate speech. Do you support something like this?
What I support, Andrew, frankly, is greater emphasis on protecting children from online abuse, from luring. And we tried to do that when I was in government. When I was Justice Minister, one of the bills that we brought forward that is now part of the Canadian Criminal Code that I'm very proud of was designed to protect children from online bullying and the non-consensual distribution of intimate images. That type of legislation, when it's used to protect rather than to be pernicious or to limit free speech, I do support that type of legislation. This bill that you're talking about, I have not seen the details of it, but in general terms, I'm not for punishing people's thoughts or expressions or putting limitations on their speech. I am very much in favor of protecting children, in particular from some of the online activities that are going out that I find to be very pernicious, very evil, quite frankly, and they go after vulnerable people, children who are highly impressionable. I also do believe on the same subject that we should be doing more to ensure that those big internet service providers have requirements to operate in Canada, to provide Canadian jobs, and to not be exempt from the taxation, quite frankly, that they are exempt from currently under the rules.
One of the unfortunate things about, unfortunately, the fact that Peter MacKay wouldn't sit down with a True North journalist, that we couldn't interview him, is that we didn't really get the chance to get to know him. I felt like the interviews that you did, Andrew, were so illuminating about the candidates. I really learned a lot from watching them, particularly the fireside chats. There were some elements, even that late in the campaign, that we just really didn't know. I think that you really helped us clarify what Aaron O'Toole's position was about carbon taxes and climate change. We learned that Derek Sloan supported supply management of dairy. I had no idea that was the case. I just kind of assumed, because he was this like authentic true blue conservative, that he would take the conservative position on every issue, and then obviously on that one, he was on the side of the supply management of dairy. But unfortunately, because Peter MacKay didn't allow you to have access to sit down and talk with him, we didn't really learn that much about him. And even now, I sort of struggle sometimes to think of, what does Peter MacKay really want different for the country? What is his vision for Canada? What does he believe in? What would Canada's role be on the world stage? What would our fiscal situation look like? We hear a lot that he's a red Tory. What does that even really mean in the context of today's politics?
Mm-hmm.
Because Justin Trudeau is so far to the left. His government is basically a socialist government. We've seen spending never before seen before. I think that the current deficit is 7 times larger than any other deficit in Canadian history. Well, typically a red Tory would be someone who's more social, more fiscally liberal, more open to big government programs. But would that mean smaller government compared to Justin Trudeau? So then wouldn't he sort of become more of a fiscal conservative in today's environment? There's so much that we didn't get to hear from Peter MacKay, that we didn't learn about him. And I think that that's ultimately to his detriment, that he's the one that loses out, because conservatives want to get to know someone before they consider putting their name on the ballot, whether it's in the first place, second, or third. And it is really too bad that Peter MacKay failed to do that. You did get that opportunity to put the question to him after that leadership debate, but do you feel like there's something missing from Peter MacKay that you would have liked to learn more about him? Any specific policies or anything like that, Andrew?
To be honest, I think national unity was the key thing I wanted from him. How do you reconcile, your identity as an Atlantic Canadian, as a Torontonian, with the Westerners and a lot of those old Reform Alliance types that are very uneasy about a PC leader? I would have asked about how you bring social conservatives and other conservatives that feel they're alienated from his vision of the party in. And I have to say, I've had some criticism, especially in the last few days, from Peter MacKay loyalists and supporters that think I have a vendetta against Peter MacKay because I've been critical of him. And I would defend that by saying 2 things. Number one, I've had to be critical in the absence of any opportunity to ask a question beyond that one question at a press conference after the debate. And the fact that we've offered numerous opportunities to interview, to debate, to do more interviews, we couldn't even get a campaign official from MacKay on the show today, which would have been a very light, easygoing, friendly interview just about the campaign. So I've had to be very critical because of the disdain that MacKay has had towards us and other independent journalists that are trying to cover the race. And I mean, the dirty little secret I'll let you all in on is that I've had nothing against MacKay. In fact, I had a lot of respect for him when he was in cabinet, and I've had pleasant interactions with him in the past, years ago. And when the race started, despite thinking, maybe I'm not a fan of the red Tory thing, there are lots of red Tories that I sat down with and had great chats with, like Rudy Husney, like Marilyn Gladue, and I would have happily done the same thing with Peter MacKay. And as we've said, given everyone and every candidate a fair shake. So my frustrations with MacKay have had more to do with how he's treated media during the campaign than any of his policies. And as I believe you mentioned earlier, when I was prepping for the debate and when we were prepping for the debate and the fireside chats and looking at the platform, there wasn't anything really objectionable in Peter MacKay's platform. It really just comes down to his conduct. And I think there is a cautionary tale there for MacKay and for other candidates, that it isn't just about your values, your beliefs, your platform, but the way that you engage with people and the way that you don't engage with people. And that remains to this day my only issue with the MacKay campaign and with MacKay.
Those are really good points. I've said it several times. I try to keep an open mind with Peter MacKay, and if he does win tonight, I think that I'll have to, take another opportunity to try to get to know him and to keep an open mind about what he could stand for. But what you talk about is his sort of reluctancy to go into rooms where he's unfamiliar and to go in and engage with different kinds of conservatives. That does seem like a big red flag, especially given in light of some of the conversations that we've had tonight with guests and just among ourselves about this issue of not just unity within the party, but national unity. And there are some really, really big questions and problems on the horizon that the leader will have to really, really, invest themselves into addressing and understanding and trying to solve. And what we've seen from MacKay is sort of a reluctancy to engage with the grassroots of the Conservative Party, be it independent media like us, or going into other rooms where people might not be as receptive to him and trying to win people over. And it doesn't really seem like that's something that Peter MacKay has been all that willing or interested to do. Now, maybe if he wins tonight, becomes leader of the party, he'll be forced to do that and to branch out and to broaden his appeal, not just to the more establishment-y kind of mainstream Laurentian elites in Ontario and Quebec, but also really doing things that resonate with the grassroots, trying to connect with people in other parts of the country and really trying to understand a little bit more, what's going on in Western Canada, what's going on in Alberta, how can we create policies that bring this whole country together, and not just Conservative voters, but all Canadians.
Very much so. And I would point out as well that with Peter MacKay and Erin O'Toole and all of the candidates in the race, I said something on my show that I think bears repeating to this audience as well. A candidate is never going to be more conservative than when they are seeking the conservative leadership. They're never going to be more accessible to conservative media than when they're seeking the conservative leadership. They might maintain, they might get a little bit less so, but they're never going to be more so. And I think that's hugely important for a few reasons. Number one, if someone isn't going to do an interview with conservative media when they are only seeking conservative votes, it's very difficult to imagine circumstances under which in a general election they would take the time to speak to conservative media. So that's a big issue with Peter MacKay. And by the way, I mean, if he is the winner tonight, we're going to send an invitation to his campaign for a sit-down interview at 9 a.m. tomorrow. And that invitation will be genuine and it will be a frank, candid, open discussion. But I'm just not optimistic that they would accept, given that they haven't up until this point. And I think there is something in that to learn when it comes to policies. When leadership campaigns are giving you red meat policies, you're probably not going to get everything in a general election platform, but you're going to get some things. If a campaign is not giving you any of those things, they're never going to get more conservative and more bold. So you have to understand that. And the idea of the safe, cautious route, if they're doing that this early, it's not going to get any better after the leadership is over.
Oh, absolutely. And, one of the things that was sort of a knock against Peter MacKay was that the fact that he was endorsed by, the fringe far left or the sort of most hated figures among conservative, including, the Toronto Star gave him an endorsement. Charles Adler, longtime radio host, who used to be a strong, reliable conservative voice, but who's recently really gone off the rails in a sort of strange direction where he really believes that conservatives deep down are these truly awful people. He seems to have a really big problem with Jason Kenney, Premier of Alberta, and really doesn't have a lot of good things to say about any conservative idea or value. Well, he's out there endorsing Peter MacKay, and so I think that's part of the reason why a lot of conservatives don't like him, is just because of the people who do like him are not the kind of people that we typically align ourselves with. I say I try to keep an open mind about Peter MacKay because maybe it's time that there's a conservative leader that's just really likable to the mainstream media, that's really palatable, that sort of can break through in a way that other conservatives haven't. But then, of course, the counter, the flip side of that coin is that, if you're resonating so easily with the mainstream media who hates conservatives, you're not really resonating with your own side of the team. And how are you going to keep the party together? How are you going to keep conservatives energized and excited to go out and vote for you? Because, the people who ultimately are going to help a conservative leader win is having mass support and excitement around a candidate throughout the country, in particular in Western Canada. You can't start jeopardizing some of those seats in Alberta just because you think, it's a shoe. And we're seeing other parties make a lot of inroads in Alberta. Alberta is not the solid blue bloc that it used to be. And so I think any Conservative leader should be mindful of that.
I would agree. And when you talk about people like Charles Adler lining up to support Peter MacKay, and a lot of people I know who are on the left, Liberal or NDP, that are supporting Peter MacKay, there's an important dynamic here that I have to talk about for just a moment, because this is what leads into that idea of the electability myth, which is, I think, what it is. If you see in a leadership people that aren't Conservatives that are saying they support them, that proves that, oh, well, in a general election, it means they're going to be bringing in all this other support. And there are two issues with that. Number one, if you pick up support from the left at the expense of support from the right, there has to be a question asked as to, are you actually a conservative? And if a conservative wins by shedding their conservatism, I don't think it's a real win overall. But the bigger question that I would raise is that even going to hold up? Because I find that the left generally loves certain conservatives up until the point that they're actually the leader. And you get this all the time, whereas people will say, oh, well, if so-and-so was the leader, I would vote conservative. And when they are, they become the new Hitler. They become the new worst person in the world and this far-right bigot and all that sort of stuff. And if Peter MacKay, who right now is a darling of the media and of a lot of centrist and center-left people, were the leader, I have no doubt that he's just going to be this far-right former Harper sycophant, and that love that he had from the center is going to be gone.
I completely agree. It's interesting because sometimes we even see it the reverse. And this is what happened. I think this is part of the way that the reason that paved the road for Donald Trump to become president of the United States is that, when you had sort of a more mainstream, moderate conservative running for the position of president in Mitt Romney, he was painted as this awful misogynist. Everything that he said was sort of taken out of context. He was really painted as this like mean, horrible person. I remember there was one clip that was taken from a debate where he was talking about how he wanted to populate his cabinet with women, and he wanted to appoint women into all these different positions, which is, that's what the left wing loves. That's what Justin Trudeau said and did. But Mitt Romney kind of said it in an awkward way. And he said, I've got binders full of women that I want to fill. And the mainstream media took that to mean something like totally different than what Mitt Romney was saying, to try to say like, oh, look at this sexist guy. He thinks that women live in binders or whatever. It became this whole meme of the campaign. And it's like, no, obviously that's not what he was talking about. That wasn't his intention. That's not what he meant, but that was sort of the way that they took it. So, when you do have these moderate conservatives, to your point, they're painting them as these horrible, awful, far-right figures. And then after the fact, now that Mitt Romney is sort of an anti-Trumper, an ever-Trumper, and comes out frequently to criticize Trump, the mainstream media love him and elevate him and pretend that he's this like noble voice that speaks for all conservatives. It's like, well, first of all, why didn't you treat him this way when he was running for president back in 2012? And how are we supposed to trust your judgment? Like, you just can't be a conservative seeking strange new respect from the media, because no matter what, the media is just going to, use what you say against you, or they're going to paint you in positive light in some circumstances and then stab you in the back later. It's really a fool's errand, Andrew, to try to go after the love and admiration of the mainstream media, because they're not your friends, especially if you're a conservative. They're just going to, do something to stab you in the back. So I think that Peter MacKay, should proceed with caution if that's his strategy and that's his approach.
Well, yeah. I mean, did you ever think you'd see the day when people in the media and on the left were saying, why can't all Republicans be like George W. Bush? Like, I remember when he was a war criminal, and then in the era of Trump, it's, I miss Bush. He was great. Why can't they all be like Bush? And again, I look forward to the fact that in 15, 20 years, some liberal columnist is going to be the first person to say, if only Republicans could be like Donald Trump. And we've forgotten, because the cycle keeps going and going. I mean, Michael Chong, who in the 2017 leadership race was pretty much the furthest to the left of the field. He was the only one of the 14 or so that was in support of a carbon tax. If he had somehow won, he would be subjected to that same sort of song and dance that we're talking about now. And I think it really speaks to Derek Sloan's point throughout the campaign, and to some extent Aaron O'Toole's and Leslyn Lewis's, that you have to just be yourself. And at the very least, then if you go down, it'll be on honest terms.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I will say I haven't yet seen the mainstream media come around for Stephen Harper. I haven't heard them say, you know, we only wish that we had a guy like Stephen Harper. So I think we're still a couple of years away from that. But surely it'll be interesting if the media ever does look back positively at a Trump administration in any regard. Andrew, I think we have another clip that we're going to play. This one is about Derek Sloan talking about how conservatives need to campaign on their values. Let's play that clip.
Conservative campaigns have historically been about aversion to risk, as you've seen. And I think a focus on, we heard the term throughout the Harper years of boutique tax credits and focus solely on pocketbook issues. I know that you've put forward a vision that deals with economic, fiscal issues, social issues, foreign policy. Do you fundamentally disagree with that idea that when you're asking Canadians to vote for you, to vote for your party, that the economics are where it's at?
Well, okay, so let me put it, so yes, I guess I disagree with all of it, but in a more nuanced way than how you phrased it.
Please, how do you phrase it?
Well, here, so I definitely disagree with running on a platform of boutique tax credits. However you run, it needs to be in a big, bold vision and not, you know, hey, Andrew, if you put your kid in soccer, I'll save you $200. You know, like in this last election, we had people like literally like, okay, I'm going to save 25% of my cell phone if I vote Liberal. I'm going to get $100 if I put in green lights or you know, environmentally efficient lights. So it can't be about that. It has to be about values. And I've said, listen, we need to run on a freedom platform. In the BC debate, we saw a poll that was done online from people.
We are back, and now we go live to Ottawa for the Conservative Party of Canada's results.
This goes through okay, and I just want to clarify something. The issue with the ballots, it's all about making sure that the ballots and the members' intention is being recorded properly, and that's why it's under full scrutiny of all the scrutineers for all the campaigns and under the scrutiny of Deloitte and everything. So c'est pour ça qu'on fait ça, pour être sûr que les résultats sont une représentation exacte de ce que nos membres veulent voir.
Excellent. So now the moment we've been waiting for, Dan. Remember, ladies and gentlemen at home, the number is 16,901.
All right.
And the first place we're going to go to, do you want to repeat en français for me there, Dan?
En français, les résultats sont en tête 16 901.
Excellent. And the first place we're going to go to is British Columbia. How are you doing out there, Kathy and James?
We're doing
Excellent.
well. Thank you. Finalement, oh, hold on.
You're up.
Finalement, on a des chiffres. Merci beaucoup. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Lisa. You can hear me all right?
Yes, thank you, James.
Very good. La province de la Colombie-Britannique dispose un total de 4200 points. Par ordre alphabétique, chaque candidat a obtenu le nombre de points suivants. Leslyn Lewis a obtenu 1047 points. Peter MacKay a reçu 1281 points. Aaron O'Toole a reçu 1255 points. Derek Sloan a reçu 617 points.
So there are 4,200 points available in the province of British Columbia. Leslyn Lewis has earned 1,047 points. Peter MacKay has earned 1,281 points. Aaron O'Toole has earned 1,255 points. Derek Sloan has earned 617 points, and that's from British Columbia.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, James.
Okay, merci. And now we will go, on va aller à la province, la belle province de Terre-Neuve et Labrador. Judy and Sharon, are you there?
And for those of you looking at home, you can see that the British Columbia results have been posted on your screen.
Judy and Sharon, are you there to give us the results for Newfoundland?
We're here.
Excellent.
Great.
There are 700 points available in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. In alphabetical order, each candidate has earned the following. Leslyn Lewis has earned 118 points. Peter MacKay has earned 282 points.
Aaron O'Toole, you got me. Aaron O'Toole has earned 240 points. Derek Sloan has earned 61 points.
Merci. Les résultats de Terre-Neuve sont les suivants. Leslyn Lewis a reçu 118 points. Peter MacKay a reçu 282 points. Aaron O'Toole a reçu 240 points. Et Derek Sloan a reçu 61 points.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Dan. Now, we are now going to go to Alberta. So Sonia and Dustin, tell us the results.
Well, thanks, Lisa and Dan. And in Alberta, we have a total of 3,400 points. And in alphabetical order, Leslyn Lewis has earned 957 points. Peter MacKay earned 826 points. Aaron O'Toole earned 1,084 points. And Derek Sloan earned 532 points for a total of 3,400. Over to you, Dustin.
Et en français, Leslyn Lewis a obtenu 957 points. Peter MacKay a obtenu 826 points. Aaron O'Toole a obtenu 1084 points. Et Derek Sloan a obtenu 532 points. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Dustin. Thank you very much, Sonia. And there you have the results for Alberta put up in front of you again. Our next place that we're going to be going to is the province of Nova Scotia. And we're looking for Tara and Chris.
Hi there. There are 1,100 points available in the province of Nova Scotia. In alphabetical order, each candidate has earned the following.
La province de Nouvelle-Écosse dispose au total de 1100 points. Par ordre alphabétique, chaque candidat a obtenu le nombre de points suivant.
Leslyn Lewis has earned 160 points.
Leslyn Lewis a obtenu 160 points.
Peter MacKay has earned 710 points.
Peter MacKay a obtenu 710 points.
Aaron O'Toole has earned 142 points.
Aaron O'Toole a obtenu 142 points.
And Derek Sloan has earned 88 points.
Derek Sloan a obtenu 88 points.
Thank you very much. And now we will going to Northern Canada to David Connolly. Et maintenant, on va aller au nord du Canada à Monsieur David Connolly. David, are you there?
David's going to be announcing, of course, for Nunavut, for the Northwest Territories, and for Yukon.
Of course.
So the three will be included in one announcement with David.
Okay. David, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right, go ahead.
Good evening from the north, and thank everyone for their patience in hanging in there this evening. There are a total of 300 points available from the combined three northern territories of Nunavut, the Northwest Territories, and the Yukon. Leslyn Lewis has earned 90 points. Peter MacKay has earned 111 points. Aaron O'Toole has earned 65 points, and Derek Sloan has earned 35 points. 34 points, I correct, 34 points. Pour les trois territoires du Nord, le Nunavut, le territoire du Nord-Ouest et le Yukon disposent ensemble de 300 points. Leslyn Lewis a obtenu 90 points. Peter MacKay a obtenu 111 points. Aaron O'Toole a obtenu 65 points. Et Derek Sloan a obtenu 34 points. Merci beaucoup et bonsoir.
Merci beaucoup, David. On apprécie ça. Et là, la prochaine province qu'on va, c'est la belle province de l'île du Prince-Édouard. Next, we are going to the beautiful province of Prince Edward Island, and we're going to Pat Binns and Gail Shea. Are you there?
We are, and there are 400 points available in the province of Prince Edward Island. In alphabetical order, each candidate has earned the following. Leslyn Lewis has earned 96 points.
Peter MacKay has earned 206 points.
Aaron O'Toole has earned 55 points.
And Derek Sloan has earned 43 points.
Merci beaucoup. Et en français, Leslyn Lewis a eu 96 points. Peter MacKay a eu 206 points. Aaron O'Toole a reçu 55 points. Et Derek Sloan a reçu 43 points. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Our next province is, we're going to the province of Saskatchewan, where we're going to be hearing from Kelly Block and Randy Hoback. So Kelly and Randy, do we have you on the line yet?
Thank you, Lisa. In Saskatchewan, we have 1,400 points in play, and the results in alphabetical order are Leslyn Lewis, 554 points, Peter MacKay, 224 points, Aaron O'Toole, 369 points, and Derek Sloan, 252 points. Over to you, Kelly.
La province de la Saskatchewan disposait au total de 1,400 points. Leslyn Lewis a obtenu 554 points. Peter MacKay a obtenu 224 points. Aaron O'Toole a obtenu 369 points. Derek Sloan a obtenu 252 points.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. And now we'll go to beautiful New Brunswick. Monica and Mel, are you there? We are just getting them.
As we're waiting, we have Saskatchewan. We can take a look again at the results that we have there for Saskatchewan. Leslyn Lewis, 554, Aaron O'Toole, 369, Derek Sloan, 252, and Peter MacKay, 224.
Okay, and we have Mel Norton from New Brunswick. Mel, are you there?
I am, Dan, and thank you everyone for hanging in with us. In New Brunswick, there are 1,000 points available from our province. In alphabetical order, each candidate has earned the following. Leslyn Lewis has earned 204 points. Peter MacKay has earned 533 points. Aaron O'Toole has earned 153 points. And Derek Sloan has earned 110 points.
All right, thank you very much, Mel. Et en français, Leslyn Lewis a eu 204 points. Peter MacKay a eu 533 points. Aaron O'Toole a reçu 153 points et Derek Sloan a reçu 110 points.
Great, and our next province, as we take a look at those New Brunswick results one more time, our next province is we're going to Manitoba, and there we have Candice Bergen and Heather Stephenson.
Thanks very much, Lisa and Dan. There are 1,400 points available in the province of Manitoba. In alphabetical order, each candidate has earned the following. Leslyn Lewis has earned 360 points. Peter MacKay has earned 414 points.
Aaron O'Toole has earned 373 points, and Derek Sloan has earned 253 points.
OK, merci beaucoup. Et en français, Leslyn Lewis a reçu 360 points. Peter MacKay a reçu 414 points. Aaron O'Toole a reçu 373 points. Et Derek Sloan a reçu 253 points. Et là, nous allons au Québec. Alain et Marie-Josée, êtes-vous là?
Oui. Oui, allô?
Bonjour.
Oui. Donc, pour la province de Québec dispose au total de 7,800 points. There are 7,800 points available in the province of Quebec. Alors, pour Leslyn Lewis, 781 points, 781 points. Pour Peter McKay, 2685 points, 2685 points.
Pour Aaron O'Toole, 3532 points, 3532 points. Derek Sloan, 802 points, 802 points.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Marie-José. José, sorry about that. So for Quebec, we have the numbers up there for Aaron O'Toole, Peter McKay, Derek Sloan, and Leslyn Lewis. And going to our final province, we're heading back here to Ontario, where it's going to be Minister Caroline Mulroney and Gary Clement.
Merci beaucoup, Lisa et Dan. La province de l'Ontario dispose au total de 12 100 points. Par ordre alphabétique, chaque candidat a obtenu le nombre de points suivants.
There are 12,100 points available in the province of Ontario. In alphabetical order, each candidate earned the following. Leslyn Lewis earned 2,557 points.
Leslyn Lewis a obtenu 2557 points.
Peter McKay earned 4,056 points.
Peter McKay a obtenu 4056 points.
Aaron O'Toole earned 3,414 points.
Aaron O'Toole a obtenu 3414 points.
Derek Sloan earned 2,073 points.
Et Derek Sloan a obtenu 2073 points.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. So in Ontario, Peter McKay, 4,056, Aaron O'Toole, 3,414, Leslyn Lewis, 2,557, and Derek Sloan, 2,073. And we are going to be able to see a live shot from the candidates' suites. And we're going to pull that up for you as we announce the results for the national vote. So, Dan, over to you.
OK. Les résultats pour le premier scrutin. Peter McKay, 11 328 points. Aaron O'Toole, 10 681 points. Leslyn Lewis, 6 925 points. Et Derek Sloan, 4 864 points. Ça veut dire que M. Sloan est éliminé et on aura un deuxième scrutin.
So, on this national ballot in English, Mr. McKay, 11,328 votes. Mr. O'Toole, 10,681 votes. Ms. Lewis, 6,925 votes. Mr. Sloan, 4,864 votes. Mr. Sloan drops off the ballot, and we move to a second ballot. We are going to reset so we can go back for our second ballot. So we'll be rejoining you in a moment. But I'm sure, Dan, there's lots to talk about. These numbers, I'm sure there's got a lot of people talking across the country. It was fantastic to see what the results were like from coast to coast to coast.
Absolutely. And thank you again to our regional announcers. Merci beaucoup à nos annonceurs régionaux d'avoir resté avec nous autres. Et on va prendre une courte pause pour avoir le deuxième scrutin. Merci beaucoup.
We'll be back. Thank you.
Well, that was the first round of voting, the first round of counting, rather, releasing those results from the Conservative Party of Canada viewing party. There is a lot in this, and I can say that there is a lot of speculation that these results from round one are suggesting an Aaron O'Toole win. We're going to go over the numbers with you again. Peter McKay is leading in the first round of national results. He has 11,328 points. Aaron O'Toole trails behind by less than 1,000 with 10,681. And Leslyn Lewis has just under 7,000, 6,925 votes, with Derek Sloan at 4,864 points, rather. Sorry, I said votes, points. So just to round it, McKay at 11,000, O'Toole at 10,700, Lewis at 7,000 roughly, and Derek Sloan in fourth place at 4,800. Sloan has been eliminated. So when the second round of votes are counted, it will be with all of the people who had Sloan as their number one. It will be the reallocation based on the second choice of those. Now, you don't need to rank your ballot. If some people put only Sloan, then those numbers will just dissipate. They'll fall off. But anyone who puts Sloan 1 and someone else number 2, those number 2 votes will be retabulated and we start again. I mean, these are hugely impressive numbers for Leslyn Lewis. In a couple of provinces, she actually was beating O'Toole and McKay, namely Alberta and Saskatchewan. O'Toole had huge support in Quebec, which I found a bit surprising, although we mentioned earlier that he had a specific Quebec platform, so that may have been a role played there. Peter McKay, no surprise, won in Atlantic Canada by a huge margin. Leslyn Lewis, though, she did very well in BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, but fell short, relatively speaking, in Ontario, which is where she ended up falling back. Candice, any big surprises from the first round?
Well, I'll just say I don't think that Peter McKay did what he needed to do here. I think that, yeah, sure, he won in Atlantic Canada, but he wasn't posting huge, big numbers. I think that it's very, very close at this point. It's really going to come down to, the views that social conservatives have. If Derek Sloan votes go toward who they're going to go towards. I think Leslyn Lewis really, really outperformed pretty much what anyone was expecting. It's really exciting to see her come in first place in Saskatchewan and second place in Alberta. For all we hear about the fact that conservatives are these closed-minded people who hate immigrants and hate people who look differently, that the base and the grassroots of the party really have delivered a huge victory for Leslyn Lewis. And there were times, before the Ontario and Quebec results came in, she was neck and neck. They were all within 1%, according to my tabulations, which are a little off because, I was just jotting them down as we went. But I think that it's incredibly close. It's going to come down to the wire. And, I wish that they would just announce the results already because this is really starting to drag on, but we're getting into exciting moments here, and it looks like we are back onto the live stream, Andrew.
Open the stream, but I don't see anything happen yet. So I'll point out while we're waiting a couple of analytics facts here. So McKay at 11.3, Aaron O'Toole at 10.6, Lewis at 6.9, and Sloan out. Now, there are 4,864 points from Derek Sloan that are theoretically up for grabs now. So we don't know what percentage of people just put Sloan and no one else, and what percentage of people ranked a second choice. But I want to just put these numbers here because at 4,800 votes, if 4,000 of those went to Leslyn Lewis, she would eclipse O'Toole. She would only be a few hundred points behind McKay. Now, that would be a significant margin, but we do know that the social conservative groups were pushing either Lewis Sloan or Sloan Lewis as being the top two choices. So this is where you have to start looking at, again, that down ballot support. You have to look at the Sloan plus Lewis numbers combined, which, again, not taking into account drop-off, would actually put us at over 11,000 if everyone from Sloan broke for Lewis, which would actually put her in the lead. Now, that would be based on, again, everyone doing a certain thing, which is always a bad assumption in politics. But we're looking at numbers here that suggest, we had said that Peter McKay needed to have a really strong showing on the first ballot, either a win or not far behind 50%. And he is nowhere close to that right now. So this is, again, it's possible that things could break a little bit differently here. Leslyn Lewis has a base of support that is not just social conservatives, but doing this and looking at the numbers this way, it's easy to see a path to victory for Aaron O'Toole. Easier to see that than a path to victory for Peter McKay based on these numbers.
And I just got to say, I need to say it's really exciting in general. Even the fact that Derek Sloan did as well as he did, nearly 15% of the vote. It's nothing to shake your head at. That is a really tremendous standing. And the fact that now his voters, so the people who support him and got behind him, they're now in the kingmaker position, because really anything could happen at this point. To your point that you just made, Andrew, 4,800 votes going towards any of those campaigns. We could potentially see Peter MacKay get knocked off the list, go from first to last in this ballot, depending on how Derek Sloan's voters chose to rank their second person. If it is really an alliance of pro-life social conservatives and they all go towards Leslyn Lewis, potentially we could see Leslyn Lewis winning this whole thing just based on the support of those Derek Sloan voters. So really, we can't make any predictions at this point because we still have so much information that needs to get filled in, but it's really close. It shows sort of a little bit of the divide that's happening in the country, how different the results were in Eastern Canada than they were in Western Canada. I was a little surprised that Peter MacKay won in Ontario. I would have assumed that would sort of be the place where Aaron O'Toole would shine and do his best, given that's where he's from and that's where he lives. But I guess, when we talk about the supposed moderate conservative vote, I suppose that's coming from Ontario. And so those people were the ones that got behind Peter MacKay. But what do you think is going to happen next, Andrew?
Well, again, it's going to look at, I think drop off is going to be the real question here. How many people continue and rank their full ballot versus just drop off because they only liked one candidate or two candidates? I mean, it would be possible. And again, I'm not saying probable, but possible for Leslyn Lewis to get to first place if the Sloan to Lewis pipeline of the ranking is really, really strong. Now, it would have to be really strong, but it's possible. But certainly, I would agree with you wholeheartedly that I was surprised that neither candidate had a stronger showing in Ontario. I thought that with how much of an emphasis was being put there, that would be the key battleground. I thought we'd see something a bit more decisive there, but we didn't.
No, we didn't. And again, I just don't think that Peter MacKay got the votes. To your point, I think that he really needed to have a strong showing on that first ballot, just because, the other candidates seem more aligned with each other and more likely that Derek Sloan's votes will go towards Leslyn Lewis or Aaron O'Toole. At least they're more open-minded and open towards all the social conservative issues. Obviously, Leslyn Lewis herself is a social conservative as well. But I think that Peter MacKay is going to be in trouble when these ballots come in. Andrew, do we have any idea how long this pause is and when we're going to hear the next round of votes?
No, and this is a little bit of an annoyance, if I do say so myself, because we are right now looking at something that I think is more readily available to be described as theater than any substantive delay. This is at this point, they know the results. They're in the computer system. I mean, maybe it's lining up all the different provincial representatives on Zoom, or maybe it's putting the graphics together with the numbers. But at this point, it seems unnecessary to take a break when the whole point of the first round of balloting is that we have the numbers available.
Yeah, you can forgive the delays all along because of all the problems that they had with their voting machines. But it's a good point. At this point, they know. I was even wondering why they bothered with the whole pageantry of going province by province. But I'm sure everyone wants to have their moment to get to announce their votes, and they want to have their moment where they get a little bit of recognition. But again, it's now 1 o'clock in the morning, nearly in Toronto, later out on the East Coast, and I think that we're all just sort of ready to learn the results and sort of move on with our lives. So hopefully we get the next ballot pretty soon. But I guess the next ballot could be the end of the night, in which case then they are trying to drag it out for some reason.
Yeah, that would actually be fairly difficult, I think, but. To be honest, I actually think I think that would be impossible. We need to go to 3 ballots at this point. The magic number is, if I'm not mistaken, 16,000, but I might be off on that now. So no, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm mixing up 2 numbers here. So when we look at this, I am suspecting it will go to the 3rd ballot. But I would also point out as well, and we've spent a fair bit of the show talking about social conservative support and how much that was doing for Lewis and Sloan. And we had Steve Outhouse from the Leslyn Lewis campaign on twice tonight. And he was saying that he thinks that she's tapped into something that's bigger than that. And these numbers would really suggest that's true, because yes, there is a huge social conservative support base, but at the same time, there also has to be more than that. I mean, that's enough to give you a solid block. It's not enough to give you a win. And if she's focused to being, if she's targeting right now a figure that could be in first or second place, that's more than just SOCONs.
Absolutely. That's a really good point. And if you just, just quickly looking at the numbers here, if you add Leslyn Lewis's support with Derek Sloan's support, you've got 35%, 36% almost, which is more than either McKay or O'Toole. So it is a good reminder that a very solid, large percent of the Conservative Party continues to be pro-life conservatives. And I think that every time that there is a leadership race or anytime there's a vote like this, people are surprised, particularly our friends over in legacy media, Andrew, over at the CBC, always surprised by how well pro-life candidates do. The reality is that a large portion of Canadians, a large portion of people who are part of the Conservative Party, that's one of their firmly held beliefs. So I'm not necessarily surprised with how well the pro-life candidates did in this campaign so far, just very different than I think what the predictions were coming from our friends over in the mainstream media. And again, the ability to be kingmaker. I think that you're right, that I'm looking at how many points each candidate needs to win. It looks like Peter MacKay would need another 5,800 points, and Aaron O'Toole would need another 6,200. And so Derek Sloan's 4,800 won't be enough to push either of them over the edge. So we could have a different first place candidate at the end of the next ballot, but it looks like we will have to go to 3 ballots on this night.
I want to focus for just a moment on Quebec numbers. So Quebec has 7,800 points available. And to be honest, I wasn't sure how Quebec would ultimately shake out. Now, it's important to note we're talking about conservative members in Quebec, not a huge population compared to the province at large. It's not like general election results. And some of these ridings, as we talked about earlier, only have a small handful of members. So if you can win those over, which comes down to strategy, you can do very well in the points, because it is the second most riding rich and thus point rich province in Canada. But I would point out that it was really surprising to see O'Toole come out very strong there. In fact, I think it was his biggest margin just by virtue of the province size and not winning Ontario. In Quebec, Leslyn Lewis had 781, Peter MacKay had 2685, Aaron O'Toole had 3532, and Derek Sloan had 802. And this is where you have to wonder how much the language effect played into things here, because there was a lot of mocking Peter MacKay earlier on for mixing up a French word when he announced his campaign. Aaron O'Toole tried to say that he was bilingual, but people raised some issues with his French. Leslyn Lewis gave a really, really bad performance in that French debate because she's not a French speaker. She was reading, and I don't think she looked up for the entire time. Derek Sloan was rocky, but he was a bit more engaged. He was looking up, like he was looking back and forth. Whereas for Leslyn Lewis, she was reading it because she didn't know the language. And both Lewis and Sloan have said they've continued to work on their French. But yeah, I have to wonder, and again, it's subtle. We're talking about a difference of 21 points overall, but I have to wonder if that French debate performance was really a determining factor in where those Quebec votes landed.
Yeah, that's an interesting perspective. And again, for all the hay that media make over an ability to speak French by the candidates, I don't really know that it does move that many votes in Quebec. I think that the point that we raised earlier, I think we were probably one of the only media outlets to report on this and to raise this, was the fact that Aaron O'Toole was able to reach a whole bunch of rural voters in Quebec with his gun policies, and that gun owners and people who were really alarmed by Justin Trudeau's gun grab were showing up in droves to support Aaron O'Toole. It's a lot easier to win points in Quebec just because there aren't that many conservative voters and conservative members in some ridings, and so you don't need that many people to come out and change. But if you have a targeted campaign issue like that, like gun rights, which I think Aaron O'Toole did kind of come out above and beyond the other candidates, even though we did talk about how all candidates were supportive of gun owners and all opposed Justin Trudeau's gun grabs. Aaron O'Toole really made that effort. I think that was a real part of the reason why he was able to win so many points in Quebec.
Yeah, someone pointed out on Twitter, unfortunately, the tweet kind of went off my timeline when I refreshed, so I don't know who to give credit for it. But but that all candidates have had lots of time today alone to learn French in the course of reading the results. So it's very likely that anyone who didn't speak French before will be able to now. So we are just minutes away, it sounds like, from the round 2 results coming. And again, we've crunched the numbers, and it doesn't sound like it's possible for there to be a winner on the second ballot. So we are in this for the long haul, and we don't have, like CNN does, John King in the corner with the big smart board doing all of the calculations and permutations. In fact, I think our math guy went to bed. So you're stuck with Candice and I right now. But I do think that when we look at this, it completely vindicates all of the people that have been talking about Leslyn Lewis's rise. I mean, it's not theoretical at this point. The fact that she has these numbers and was beating the supposed front runners in some provinces and pretty key provinces to the Conservative movement, I think is a huge endorsement for her and for her campaign team. And props to Steve Outhouse, who we talked to tonight, for doing that. I would also point out, when we spoke earlier about how some of these really high density ridings have thousands of members, that means that for her to do well in those ridings took a lot more effort than some of the winners of the ridings that don't have a strong Conservative base. And this is not to say that there's anything unfair about it, because you have to play to the rules and you play to the system. But if she's winning huge support in ridings that have thousands and thousands and thousands of Conservative members, that's showing a real mass appeal that can't be ignored.
Absolutely, I agree. I'm just going through the numbers a little more closely. Looks like Leslyn Lewis won in British Columbia. In Alberta, she beat out Peter MacKay, got more than 100 more points than MacKay did. In Nova Scotia, she beat Aaron O'Toole. What else do we have? In Northern Canada, so the 3 territories, she beat Aaron O'Toole. I mean, it's just really remarkable how well she did in beating, some of these establishment politicians who probably, much more experience and much bigger campaign teams. In Prince Edward Island, she beat out Aaron O'Toole. In New Brunswick, she beat out Aaron O'Toole. In Ontario, she came in 3rd. In Quebec, she came in 4th. In Saskatchewan, she won. And in Manitoba, she was very close to Aaron O'Toole, and Peter MacKay won over there. So really across the country, she definitely appealed to Conservative voters. And I think that's great, again, for the party. Hopefully she can bring a lot of that energy into the general election, if there is one, and help maintain more outreach and reaching a broader range of Canadians, aside from just the people who the mainstream media believe are Conservative voters, which isn't really an accurate portrayal of the country at this point.
And I do think that even if Aaron O'Toole, or for that matter, Peter MacKay, wins tonight, if there is a real, I don't want to say a loss, but somewhat of an embarrassment. And this is not to discount Leslyn Lewis's campaign, but when you come in with the fundraising, with the name recognition, and you still have to work for it to someone who has just showed up out of the blue, basically, what does that say about you? And there's always that question of, is it a reflection of Leslyn Lewis doing really well, or is it a reflection of Aaron O'Toole and Peter MacKay not exciting people?
Well, I think it's
or a bit of both to just
I
round
was
that
going to say probably a combination of both. And that's not to say that MacKay and O'Toole didn't run good campaigns. I'm sure they did, and they had good policy. I think particularly Aaron O'Toole had some really interesting and new policy ideas. But I just think that there is a caricature of what a Conservative is in this country and what they look like and how they sound. And Leslyn Lewis just sort of defies that. And that's what makes her interesting. She has a different background. I'm not one to obsess over identity politics. I don't think that that's all that matters is someone's identity. But just given the fact that so many of the critiques and the stereotypes and the negative things that get said about Conservatives in Canada, and a lot of it is driven by the mainstream media, or about one very specific stereotype of a Conservative being sort of, angry old white male, probably from Western Canada, probably not very well educated and all that kind of stuff. It's obviously not true, and it is not accurate representation of the Conservative Party or the Conservative movement, but that's what the stereotype is. And so when you have people that just clearly defy that, and you can't, put them into a box and write them off in the same way as you can other candidates, it's just exciting in general. And so obviously, the whole old white male image is something that either Erin O'Toole or Peter MacKay will have to shake and try to get past, whereas Leslyn Lewis has an inherent advantage in that she just isn't that. And so because of that, she's able to, I think, break out of that box and appeal to different types of Canadians.
It is just coming up on 1 a.m. on August 24th on the East Coast, Eastern Standard, not the East Coast, Eastern Standard Time or Eastern Daylight Time, not the East Coast. I don't want to get jumped on by Devin Drover and our Atlantic Canadian friends who I don't know if they're still up or not. We have been rolling for, my math is no longer working. I've been devoting it to points. I think 7.5 hours now we have been on, and we've gotten our second or third wind because things have started to pick up with results. This is the True North Live Conservative Leadership Results Show. We are still waiting for the Conservative Party of Canada's release of the second round of votes. Just to recap, in the first round, Derek Sloan was eliminated. He had 4,864 points. Leslyn Lewis is now in third place with 6,925 points. In second place is Erin O'Toole with 10,681 points. And in the lead, Peter MacKay has 11,328 points. So as you can see from those numbers, if you're looking at them on your screen somewhere, we're looking at less than 700 separating O'Toole and MacKay. You're looking at a little over 3,500 separating Lewis from O'Toole, and 4,864 points conceivably being reallocated if everyone on Derek Sloan's support list has ranked a second choice. Then we have 4,864 points up for grabs. So again, we still have some different ways that this could go. Possible that Leslyn Lewis could eke out a victory. Difficult, but there's a way to do it. And it would depend on if she and Sloan had a really strong 1-2 punch, basically, where everyone who had Lewis first was putting Sloan second or vice versa. And again, I won't say it can't happen. I think the fact that Lewis has these numbers already is showing us that the unforeseeable or the unlikely is in fact possible.
Right, and now it's confirmed that, it wasn't just rumors saying that Leslyn Lewis overperformed or outperformed expectations. We have the hard data for it. And interesting tidbit, Andrew, I saw during close to the end of the campaign, there was a flyer that was mailed out to many Conservative members from Leslyn Lewis. I don't know if it was across the whole country or just in some ridings, where she basically just said, thank you for being a Conservative member. I know I'm not your first pick, but I humbly ask you to put me as number 2. And I thought that was an interesting ask, because usually as a politician, you're not asking to be someone's second choice. You're asking to be their number 1 choice. You want to win. You want to have the most votes. And so for her to send out a dedicated flyer asking Conservative members to consider putting her number 2, it was a nice, thoughtful card. And I think a lot of people who didn't really maybe give her a chance might have at that point considered, hey, okay, I'll put her number 2. This seems like a good person that we want as part of our party and part of the leadership of our party. I wonder maybe something like that as a tactic at a moment like this is going to pay off for her, because if Conservative members did listen to that flyer, take it to heart, and decide to put her number 2, it could be enough in this moment for her to really be a spoiler right now and eliminate Peter MacKay, leading to a Lewis O'Toole showdown in the end, which is not what we expect. I think at this moment, the expectation is that Leslyn Lewis will get eliminated next, and then we'll have the O'Toole MacKay show off, which is duel, which is what we really kind of expected from the outset. So if Leslyn Lewis is able to pull out those number 2 rankings, I think it would be a huge, huge upset. And that would, regardless of who becomes the leader, that would be the big story of the night.
Yeah, and I would also add to that when we see this happen. And when we see these results, it makes it, I think, more important for the eventual conservative leader to know that you cannot take social conservatives for granted, expect their support, and then turn around and not give them anything back for it. They're here to stay, and that's a reality. So I think that this is important to send a message. And a lot of people, even if they thought Derek Sloan wouldn't win, I think voted for him because they wanted the party to know that, yeah, we're here.
Absolutely. And again, not just pro-life conservatives or social conservatives, but we've talked about it a bit throughout this program, Andrew, about how Derek Sloan didn't really just fit into a box. You know, part of the reason that so many people who maybe didn't know about him before ended up putting their support behind him, or even I think people who might have left the Conservative Party to go with Maxime Bernier came back to give Derek Sloan a chance. It's because he just said what he thought. He didn't seem overly scripted. He called things out. He was really one of the only ones being fiercely critical of the response of the Trudeau government, working with the World Health Organization, pointing out some of the major flaws in that organization and how it was handling coronavirus, the really, really just awful advice that we're getting from Canada's Chief Medical Officer, Theresa Tam, calling for her to be fired, even if it was sort of a clunky address that the media made a lot of hay out of. You know, that's the sentiment that a lot of Canadians are behind and feel that way. And he was one of the only ones calling him out. So I wouldn't just say that Derek Sloan's supporters were, you know, just pro-life people. I think that there was a broad range of people that supported them. But again, you know, it's a good reminder that a good portion of this party is pro-life. They shouldn't be taken for granted.
We are going now. Someone from Deloitte is speaking at the Conservative Party event. We go to that live.
20 Conservative Party of Canada leadership election. Today, we have performed specified procedures over the calculation of the total points received by each leadership candidate in connection with the election results. As a result of applying the procedures, we found no exceptions. However, these procedures do not constitute an audit of the election result, and accordingly, we do not express an opinion on such information. Thank you. And with that, Dan and Lisa, I'm going to give you the results for round 2 and 3.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Doreen. That's very helpful. So we will. So first thing to do, la première fois qu'on va mentionner, c'est qu'on va donner les résultats du scrutin national. On ne va pas faire les régions pour les prochains résultats. Et donc, on va faire ça pour le deuxième scrutin. Est-ce qu'on est prêt avec les résultats? Are we ready with the second round results? OK.
We are ready to go.
OK. En ordre alphabétique, Leslyn Lewis, 10 140 points. Peter MacKay, 11 756 points. Et Aaron O'Toole, 11 903 points. Madame Lewis, on vous félicite, on vous remercie pour participer avec une campagne remarquable.
Round 2. In alphabetical order, Ms. Lewis, 10,140 points. Mr. MacKay, 11,756 points. Mr. O'Toole, 11,903 points. Ms. Lewis falls off this ballot. We proceed to the third, and I want to thank her very much for her participation in this leadership race.
OK. Et avec ça, est-ce qu'on est prêt avec les résultats du troisième scrutin?
This is it. Yeah.
OK. Et les résultats du troisième scrutin.
Ms. Lewis falls off this ballot. We proceed to the third, and I want to thank her very much for her participation.
14 528 points. Et le gagnant et le prochain chef du Parti conservateur, Aaron O'Toole, avec 19 261 points. Prêt avec les résultats du troisième scrutin?
In English, the results for the final test.
Okay.
Mr. MacKay, 14,528 points. 19,271 points. Ms. Lewis falls off this ballot. The new leader of the third Conservative Party of Canada. Congratulations.
14 528 points. Et merci. Le prochain chef du Parti conservateur, Aaron O'Toole, avec 19 260. Prêt avec les résultats.
Now, if you're wondering what's coming next, can we go?
Are we done?
Well done, Dan.
Well, as you can see there, a lot of celebration from the Aaron O'Toole watch party. If you've just missed it, Aaron O'Toole has been elected Conservative Party of Canada leader. It was on the third ballot as predicted. The final score had Aaron O'Toole at 19,271 points and Peter MacKay at 14,528 points. Although it was interesting how close that number was in round two with Leslyn Lewis, Peter MacKay, and Aaron O'Toole all in many respects, I mean, neck and neck. Leslyn Lewis had 10,140 points. MacKay had 11,756. Aaron O'Toole had 11,903. And when Leslyn Lewis dropped off, Aaron O'Toole picked up 8,000 votes almost, and MacKay just picked up about 3,000. And that are about 7,000 to 3,000. And that was what we predicted when we saw that first ballot. But Aaron O'Toole wins. Candice, immediate reactions to this while we wait for the acceptance speech from Aaron O'Toole any moment now.
Well, first, I just want to say congratulations to all the candidates. I think that, we've talked a lot throughout this show. We've had to fill, 8 hours of time here unexpectedly, Andrew. So we've said everything we've ever thought about any of the candidates on air. But I think it's an exciting moment for the Conservative Party, the Conservative movement more broadly. Great to see someone like Aaron O'Toole pulling it off. It wasn't really even that close in the end. He won by, I think, 6,000 points over Peter MacKay based on that last ballot. Great to see Leslyn Lewis do such a strong showing. Again, it wasn't her and O'Toole at the end like I thought maybe it would be, but still a really great showing. And I hope she does follow through and run as an MP for the Conservatives and becomes a strong voice for that party in Ottawa. But I think really this was a big surprise upset for Peter MacKay. He didn't get it done. He didn't do what he needed to do, considering that he was the front runner and that so many people thought that it was a coronation and that he was the heir apparent of the party. Well, I think the party had another idea about things. And again, I think that the difference probably did come down to how those pro-life voters voted the second ballot, third ballot, giving more and more votes to Aaron O'Toole. So I think, to anyone considering running for Conservative politics in the future, ignore and neglect the Conservative base at your own peril, because really that was the difference tonight.
Yeah, I think that's a really spot on analysis. And I'm glad you gave it, Candice, because this was a grassroots victory. And also, I think we can say that Aaron O'Toole, obviously he worked hard, his team worked hard, but I think it's fair to say that Leslyn Lewis delivered that victory for him. And that's something that needs to be acknowledged. She said she's going to be running. I think that she is probably going to be a cabinet minister, and I hope she has a very strong role in the Aaron O'Toole party and in the Aaron O'Toole potentially government if Aaron O'Toole is successful in an election. And I know he was saying since the start that as an MP who's sitting right now, he's going to be hitting the ground running. There's going to be a big test ahead. Remember, we've got Parliament coming back in September. We've got throne speech, budget, potentially an election. It's not going to be a long runway that the Conservative leader now, the Aaron O'Toole team, has to get ready.
That's very true. And it is a really good position that he's in, the fact that he is a sitting MP, considering that the two other candidates that were in the top three there, neither of them were MPs. So we would have had to wait to a by-election, and they would have had a disadvantage just not being in the House. We saw that with NDP leader Jagmeet Singh, who wasn't an MP when he was named leader of that party, and he was sort of just irrelevant for a while. You didn't really hear anything about him, and it took him a long time to gain national relevancy. He still hasn't really found his stride as leader of that party. So it is great that Aaron is in that position. Aaron O'Toole is in that position where he can, quickly jump in to hold this Liberal government to account. I wonder, we heard earlier from Steve Outhouse, who was running Leslie Lewis's campaign, about how she was committed, regardless of the outcome, to run as an MP and to be involved in the next government. Have we heard any of the same assurances, Andrew, from Peter MacKay? Do we know for sure that he's going to run as a Conservative in the next election?
No, we don't. And you raise an important question there, because Peter MacKay had bowed out from politics. He had gotten out of the game, and it was only just in this leadership race that he jumped back in. So I don't know if he's interested in actually becoming a part of someone else's team, or if it was just leader or bust. I don't know if we'll get an answer to that for the next little while. One thing that I would say is interesting is that Christine Elliott in Ontario came out of political retirement to run for the leadership. And when she lost, she actually got back in, ran again, and now she's Ontario's health minister. So there is precedent that Peter MacKay could still run and be a part of Aaron O'Toole's team. We talked earlier with Fred Delory from the O'Toole campaign about some of that animosity between the O'Toole campaign and MacKay campaign. And you've seen the sniping between staffers on those two campaigns on Twitter a lot. I don't know if it's going to be as easy to bury the hatchet, so to speak, and move on at that level. So that'll be one thing to watch, I think.
And it's interesting, we had Devin Drover, our own True North correspondent who lives out in Newfoundland. He was talking about how Peter MacKay is very electable and has a lot of appeal in Atlantic Canada. So having him be a strong voice and sort of a partner within an Aaron O'Toole Conservative Party would be good in that regard, if he can carry some of his appeal and his connections to Atlantic Canada to help at least devise some kind of a strategy to make folks, Canadians out in Eastern Canada, reconsider the Conservatives, because we know there wasn't really a lot of love lost between folks in Atlantic Canada and the Harper government. I think that the Conservatives ended up being completely locked out, if I recall correctly, back in 2015. So certainly, it would be great to have more voices from Eastern and Atlantic Canada, and helping again with Conservatives to understand what it takes to appeal to Conservatives in that area and get them out to vote in the election.
So if you are just tuning in, we are coming up on 8 hours, what has ended up being a marathon Conservative leadership results show. We have the leadership results right now. We are waiting on the acceptance speech, the victory speech from Aaron O'Toole. Now, for context, what's happening here is all of the candidates were having their own viewing parties at a hotel in Ottawa. I think they're all at the Westin. And the way it happened, normally you'd have a big ballroom, everyone's in one room, you'd have big screens. In the coronavirus era, the COVID-19 era, this wasn't possible. So every candidate had their own viewing party. The footage that we saw after the results were announced was actually a live feed of the O'Toole viewing party, where he had his family and team there. So what happens now, according to Conservative Party of Canada spokesperson Corey Han, is all of the people that are in the O'Toole campaign now make their way to the Conservative studio, which I believe is at the next door Shaw Center, if memory serves. And that part I don't know for sure. And then Aaron O'Toole will speak from where the party is set up. So it's not a long walk, but it is a bit of a walk. And if everyone's wanting to celebrate him and pop champagne corks and shake his hands, this migration might take a bit of time. I think we are, some 10 to 12 minutes after announcing the result, and that's where we are now. So we're waiting. The party has said to stay tuned for the new leader. So that's what we are watching, and we'll cut to that speech the second it starts. I would say that there was a question about whether the leader would do a press conference after their speech. And given the late hour of this, I don't necessarily think that would be a good idea. Aaron O'Toole may do a press conference tomorrow from Ottawa. That's something to keep in mind. And I don't know if I'll end up having to be on the first flight out to Ottawa, or if we can just phone it in. And I don't mean that in a lazy way. I mean literally dial into to the press conference. But that's going to be something to watch here. But we are going to have the victory speech that is happening tonight. We don't know exactly what time. What do you think the key message of this speech will be, Candice? Do you think it is just going to be about unity, or do you think it's going to be more of the sort of red meat, anti-cancel culture, the policy issues that got O'Toole to this point?
Well, I guess this is like the moment of truth. We were talking about it a little earlier on about how, for conservative running in a conservative election, this is like this is the most red meat that we're going to see. This is the most that a candidate is going to try to appeal to the conservative base. So we're going to find out, I think, tonight by this speech, Andrew, whether or not Aaron O'Toole was really, putting it on and putting on a show and pretending to be a true blue conservative. But now that he's the leader, he's going to morph back into sort of a red Tory and try to be more genteel and appeal to the mainstream media a bit more, or whether he is going to continue on his path of saying it like it is and standing up to the radical left and being the sort of, champion of conservative issues that so many hoped and so many conservatives voted for in this campaign. So I hope that he maintains his authenticity as being that sort of true blue voice. We heard it from him so many times that he said, I'm the true blue guy, I'm the true blue conservative. He talked a lot about his endorsement from Jason Kenney. It was almost became sort of a running joke, I think, during the fireside chat that you did with him, how many times he mentioned Jason Kenney. It was almost like it could have turned into a drinking game, like take a drink every time Aaron O'Toole touts his endorsement from Jason Kenney. But, obviously unity is important, unity of the party. It's great to keep everyone united. It is a big blue tent. And if you're going to try to beat Justin Trudeau in a general election, you have to have as many votes as possible. So obviously you have to reach across the aisle. But I hope some of his core policies that really did appeal to conservatives, talking about defunding the CBC, his support for groups like the Independent Press Gallery and True North, his strong position on guns. I hope he maintains all of that and continues in that direction, running in more of a general election. And I hope that, like Andrew Scheer has done as of late, I hope that he's more willing to push back against the media. I think he did a great interview at one point with the CBC where he was talking about how his position was actually to cut their funding and to defund them, and really pushed back against the host, was really firm, really strong. And then the CBC ended up cutting that portion of the interview out. So they didn't even show it to their own viewers, which is incredibly disingenuous of the CBC, exactly what we've come to expect from them. But I hope that we see more of that from Aaron O'Toole, more of the sort of pushing back that conservatives love to see.
I hear applause coming from the Conservative studio, but we don't have a visual of the stage yet. So I think from the sound, it's moments away, but we don't have a visual yet. But do stay tuned. Candice mentioned the Jason Kenney endorsement. Let's just take advantage of this and look at the numbers here, since we have a few moments. The Alberta results in round one had Aaron O'Toole as the winner at 1,084, but Leslyn Lewis not far behind at 957, and McKay behind that at 826. And then Sloan at 532. So yes, O'Toole won Alberta, and ultimately we know that Sloan's and Lewis's numbers eventually went to O'Toole, but it wasn't a blowout in Alberta. And I don't know if there's anything to read into that except for the fact that Leslyn Lewis did very well and was very popular. But I would say that there is very much, I think, an intrigue there in that, the Jason Kenney endorsement, did it actually deliver votes? Because we know that endorsements in general simply are sometimes overstated. Alex Boutillier, who's a reporter with the Toronto Star, has just tweeted that he got a text from Hamish Marshall, Andrew Scheer's former campaign manager, saying Peter MacKay losing his leadership is like missing a shot on an empty net. And that is exactly what Peter MacKay said snarkily in the wake of Andrew Scheer's election loss. And it sounds like Hamish Marshall is returning the favor.
A little bit of sour grapes there, but that's okay. Yeah, I think that, again, Peter MacKay just didn't really get it done. And, the fact that Jason Kenney did endorse Aaron O'Toole, I know we've said over and over that endorsements don't really mean much, but it is a signal to sort of the base of the Conservative Party that someone like Jason Kenney, who is so does such a great job articulating so many of the issues. He stick handles his way through issues so well. He pushes back against the mainstream media. He's doing a lot of things that conservatives like over there in Alberta, as he did when he was a federal cabinet minister. It does mean something, and I think the fact that Aaron O'Toole ultimately won in Alberta, he didn't do that well last time around in Alberta. It was Maxime Bernier that cleaned up out there. So I think that the endorsement obviously did go, a little bit of a ways. It didn't really, wasn't a big, huge blowout there or anything like that. But still, endorsement did help. Well, Andrew, because we're going to be cut off at any moment by Aaron O'Toole's concession. I can't even think straight. His victory speech.
We're 9 minutes away from the 8-hour mark. I think it can be forgiven.
Forgiven for using the wrong word. Well, anyway.
Let's go now to Aaron O'Toole in Ottawa.
All right.
What an honor. What an honor. Thank you so much. Conservative members across this country have been patient throughout this leadership race, as Canadians have been through COVID-19, and Conservatives were patient again tonight. So thank you for being patient throughout this leadership race. But I want to start by thanking my friends, Leslyn Lewis, Derek Sloan, and of course, the Honourable Peter MacKay. Thank you for stepping up for our country. Congratulations for the campaigns you have run, for the ideas you have put forward, and for the Canadians you have recruited to our cause. Thank you for putting your name on the ballot, for leaving your family for weeks to travel all over this great country, whether on the ground or in a room of your house for hours of Zoom calls. Thank you for talking to Canadians about our country, our party, and ideas for a stronger future. Thank you for valuing the grassroots members of our movement. I want to thank my incredible campaign team from coast to coast to coast. We have built a passionate team of patriotic Canadians, and your hard work led to this victory. Mes amis, cette course montre que le Parti conservateur est un parti d'idées et de principes. Les débats positifs avec Leslyn, Derek et Peter prouvent que notre mouvement est en santé. Merci à vous trois. On va continuer le travail ensemble. Durant cette course, j'ai été fier de voyager à travers la belle province. J'ai rencontré des centaines de Québécois à Montréal, Trois-Rivières, Québec et dans le Saguenay. Merci de m'avoir reçu chez vous pour parler d'économie, de santé et d'agriculture. Quand les journalistes vont parler de cette course, ils vont parler de notre grand succès au Québec. On a bâti une équipe incroyable qui fait honneur au deal de deux peuples fondateurs. I also want to thank the volunteers for Peter, Leslyn, and Derek. You worked incredibly hard, and I look forward to all of us working together to build a stronger country with more opportunity for our children and our grandchildren. I would also like to thank Andrew and Jill Scheer and your family for your service and dedication to the country and to our party. We will continue to work together for Canadians. And of course, I want to thank my wife, Rebecca, our children, Molly and Jack, and all of my family and friends here tonight, or still up watching at home. Thank you for your love, advice, and patience these 9 months. Cette victoire revient évidemment à mon épouse Rebecca, nos enfants Molly et Jacques, ainsi que toute ma famille et nos amis. Merci pour votre amour, votre patience, et vos conseils. Most of all, thank you to the tens of thousands of Canadians from coast to coast to coast who voted for me. You put your faith in me to lead this historic party, and I'm honored and humbled. I promise you, I will not let you down. Today, you have given me a clear mission to unite our party, to champion our conservative principles, to show Canadians what we know so well, that Justin Trudeau and his team are failing our great country. We must continue to point out liberal failings and corruption, but we must also show Canadians our vision for a stronger, prosperous, and more united Canada. Canada can and must do better, and Conservatives will work hard to earn the trust and confidence of Canadians in the next election. Aujourd'hui, vous me donnez une mission claire, unir notre parti, me tenir debout pour nos valeurs et démontrer, encore une fois, que Justin Trudeau affaiblit le Canada. Mais je ne vais pas juste critiquer les libéraux. Nous allons proposer une vision d'un Canada plus fort, plus uni et plus prospère. Une vision positive conservatrice. Friends, now the real work begins. We could be into an election campaign as soon as this fall. But as more than 260,000 passionate Conservatives have already shown in this record-breaking leadership amidst a pandemic, the Conservative Party will be ready for the next election, and we will win the next election. To the millions of Canadians that are still up, that I'm meeting tonight for the first time, good morning. I'm Aaron O'Toole. You're going to be seeing and hearing a lot from me in the coming weeks and months. But I want you to know from the start that I'm here to fight for you and your family. Il y a des millions de citoyens qui me voient ce soir pour la première fois, mais on a beaucoup en commun. Je suis né à Montréal et j'ai grandi en Ontario. J'ai appris mon français dans les forces armées canadiennes. Et oui, je parle comme un anglo, mais un anglo qui respecte les francophones et qui est fier de français dans notre pays. Je suis en politique pour me battre pour tous les Canadiens et nos deux langues nationales. Like many millions of Canadians, Rebecca and I have been juggling a lot of jobs lately. With our kids at home, COVID has made us appreciate teachers more than ever before. My mother, who passed away when I was 9, was a teacher. And throughout my life, I wish she was here to give me advice. Right now, I wish she were here to see her child succeed. But I know she is here tonight because I can see her in my daughter who shares her name. Thankfully, I've also had my stepmother, also a teacher, to guide me to this very day. I'm thankful that she and my dad are here with me tonight. My father, John, inspired me into public service. But like many teenagers, especially those who lost a parent, I gave my dad a hard time growing up. He worked at General Motors for over 30 years, which brought us from Sainte-Thérèse, Quebec, to Bowmanville, Ontario, to my home in the Toronto area. After high school, I joined the military to gain discipline and to serve the country. It deepened my love for Canada and defines who I am today. I served as a navigator on Sea King helicopters and sailed with our Navy out of Halifax. It was in Halifax where I met Rebecca, the love of my life. Today, Rebecca and I are both navigating, raising our amazing children, Molly and Jack. And 5 days ago, Rebecca and I celebrated 20 years of marriage. I have spent my entire adult life trying to serve Canada and its people. Soon, I will be asking Canadians for the chance to serve as Prime Minister so that we can get this country back on track. I love this country, and I'm very worried about the course we are on. When I launched my campaign in Calgary in January, I said that the stakes were high. They are even higher today. Our country is currently facing its most serious economic challenges since the Great Depression. Capital and jobs have been leaving Canada, and large deficits were being run before the COVID crisis led to record debt and deficits. Des centaines d'entreprises familiales sont près de la faillite. Nous voyons les tarifs sur l'aluminium augmenté et aucun accord pour le bois d'œuvre canadien. Warren Buffett a annulé son investissement de plusieurs milliards dans le Saguenay à cause de blocus illégaux. Avec les libéraux, le Canada est devenu un pays risqué pour investir. Il faut redonner confiance aux employeurs, aux PME et aux innovateurs. Il faut leur rappeler, c'est possible pour le Canada d'être un des meilleurs endroits au monde pour faire des affaires. Mais surtout, je vais me battre pour tous les oubliés. Ces gens qui se lèvent tôt pour nourrir leur famille, les hommes et les femmes qui travaillent fort et qui sont fiers de travailler. Ils peuvent compter sur moi. Our country is more divided than it ever has been in my lifetime. People are losing faith in Canada because of the ideological and out-of-touch policies from the Liberals. We just emerged from the first wave of the largest health crisis in our history. Premiers across our country have shown real leadership amid the COVID-19 crisis. They were looking out for you. Justin Trudeau, Bill Morneau, and the Liberals showed once again that even amid a national crisis, they were still interested in looking after their friends. We can rebuild our great country while protecting Canadians from the ongoing threat of COVID-19. We can get Canadians back to work, be proud of the things we grow, build, and produce in Canada again. We must have a government that will keep us safe and ensure that we are never ill-prepared again. To do that, we need a leader with real-world experience and someone who is not afraid to make the tough decisions. A leader who cares more about keeping Canadians safe and united than about his personal image and the interests of insiders. We need a leader who puts Canadians first and will stand up for Canada and our interests in a challenging world where we've lost the respect of our friends and allies. The world still needs more Canada. It just needs less Justin Trudeau. Why should I be that leader? Because I believe that whether you are black, white, brown, or from any race or creed, whether you are LGBT or straight, whether you are an Indigenous Canadian or have joined the Canadian family 3 weeks ago or 3 generations ago, whether you're doing well or barely getting by, whether you worship on Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays, or not at all, you are an important part of Canada, and you have a home in the Conservative Party of Canada. Maybe you have voted for a different party your whole life, or have never voted at all. Maybe you feel that as a union member, you should not vote for our party. Maybe you feel let down repeatedly by politicians. Maybe your family came to Canada for better, but you are still waiting for fair treatment. Maybe you run a small business and work all day only to be called a tax cheat by your own government. It is time for many Liberal and NDP voters to socially distance themselves from those out-of-touch parties. It is time for more Canadians to look at the Conservative Party again. If you want the opportunity to work hard to provide for your family, you should be voting Conservative. If you want to stop insiders from getting ahead while you are falling back, you should be voting Conservative. If you are proud of what we produce in this country, whether it's the resources in the ground or the ideas in our heads, you should be voting Conservative. And if you believe deeply, like I do, that you need an ethical government and that we need to give the Ethics Commissioner a break, you should be voting Conservative. Justin Trudeau and Jagmeet Singh claim to stand up for working families, but they fail them time and time again. Et le Bloc québécois, on va se dire la vérité. Le Bloc est passé date. Il renaît quand Justin Trudeau méprise les Québécois. Ça va être très différent avec moi. C'est le temps pour le Québec d'avoir une chaise à la table des décisions. Et je le dis à vous tous, les Québécois nationalistes ont une place importante dans le Parti conservateur. Canada needs serious leadership for these challenging times to keep Canadians safe and prepared for the future, to rebuild our country, to navigate our way out of record Liberal deficits before they put our social programs at risk, to ensure that we rebuild stronger and more self-reliant, more resilient, so that we are better prepared for future waves of COVID-19 and all threats, to restore Canada's place in a tough world, earning back the respect that Justin Trudeau has lost on the world stage. That is what Conservatives stand for. Doing what is right, even when it is not what is easy. That is what Canadians stand for. It's the same sense of duty that kept our healthcare workers and PSWs helping our sick in the early weeks of the pandemic when they were worried about risks to themselves and their families. On a tous été fiers de nos soldats qui sont venus aider dans les CHSLD. La situation était difficile, mais les Canadiens ont travaillé ensemble. Dans nos familles, on a cuisiné des tartes portugais. On a pris soin de nos parents. Il y a eu des bons et des mauvais coups, mais on a continué. That same feeling when a family helps newcomers to Canada by opening up their own home and letting them get their start with the help from family or friends in the community, even when it makes things challenging. That same feeling our soldiers must have felt at the bottom of Vimy Ridge more than a century ago. It's a belief in what Canada can be. It's a belief in the hope and opportunity that Canada represents. My fellow Canadians, my name is Aaron O'Toole. I believe in this country, and I'm running to serve you as Prime Minister. Thank you, and good night. You guys come up. Do we have to put this back on? No. Come on, you guys in behind. And Andrew and Jim.
And maybe put me in the small.
We're waving to the thousands of people that aren't in this room.
All right.
Well, as you can see there, a triumphant moment from the new Conservative Party of Canada leader, Aaron O'Toole, raising his hand up with his predecessor, Andrew Scheer, and joining Aaron O'Toole on stage right now. You can see his family to his right, and to the left, you have his competitors in the leadership race. I see Leslyn Lewis and Peter MacKay, and it looks like Peter MacKay's wife and son. Derek Sloan is there as well. I'm not sure who the person is between Peter MacKay and Leslyn Lewis. I believe he's on Leslyn Lewis's campaign. So that is it. And look, here's the camaraderie in the moment. All of the fellow competitors who were not successful, congratulating, shaking hands with Aaron O'Toole, the new leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. And we cleared the 8-hour mark, 8 hours and 9 minutes later. I am ready to call it a wrap on the True North Live Conservative Leadership Results Show. I want to thank all of you truly for tuning in. This was not the show we anticipated, but it was, I think, a very important one for True North, for Canada, for the Conservative movement. And I thank you on behalf of Candice Malcolm and the entire team for being a part of it. If you want to support the work that we do, please go to www.tnc.news. And a big thank you to the entire True North team behind the scenes. I am not going to list everyone by name because there are too many, but all of the people that have worked from the videography side to the research to the social media to the production, everyone was a simple class act today, and we are so grateful. So thank you very much to you all. We will talk to you soon, and Andrew Lawton Show tomorrow breaking down the results. Thank you, God bless, and good night, Canada.